Sierra, in her previous life, was regarded as a paragon of excellence, a top-tier scholar in a prestigious institution, renowned for her academic prowess. Upon her untimely demise and subsequent rebirth, she found herself transformed into an ordinary 10-year-old orphan residing in a British orphanage. Devoid of academic rankings, entrance examinations, national scholarships, and employment quotas, Sierra felt stripped of any semblance of purpose, harboring only a desire to lay down and await her end. However, one fateful day, she stumbled upon the astonishing revelation that her ethereal idol from her past life had come to life. With this newfound knowledge, Sierra rediscovered her raison d'être to ensure that Severus Snape lived a life filled with happiness. Once more, she found herself invigorated, convinced that she could draft a 100-page PowerPoint presentation aimed at vanquishing Voldemort. Though she resolved to take things easy, her innate drive unexpectedly propelled her to the top of her class. While investigating Horcruxes, I penned an overview for the headmaster. Would you kindly review it? Professor, do you require SCI papers for your promotion? I can assist with submissions to premier journals. I could single-handedly defeat Voldemort, for I am the Chinese Scholar King. Chapter 1. Sierra awoke once more, her face streaked with tears. She surmised that she must have experienced yet another dismal dream, yet dreams were merely ephemeral, and she now found herself bereft of anything truly worthy of sorrow. Likewise, there was nothing that could elate her spirit. She lay in her bed, waiting for the tears upon her visage to dry naturally. Outside her door, she heard the bell ringing as the orphanage's caretaker summoned the children to rise. She knew that soon, the teacher would begin taking attendance, ultimately discovering her motionless form and entering to rouse her. Since Sierra's death and her awakening in the body of this 10-year-old orphan, this monotonous routine had persisted for a week. Her command of English was not particularly poor. In fact, she belonged to the upper echelon among her peers who had not ventured abroad, yet she occasionally struggled to comprehend the heavily accented English of the orphanage's teachers and the other children, and more critically, she lacked any desire to engage with them. Why could she not simply fade away? Why was she compelled to relive this existence? In this world, she had no parents, nor anyone to guide her towards her future aspirations. How was she to navigate her life? Sierra lay still, and after her tear-stained cheeks had dried, her teacher indeed entered to seek her out. Sierra, the teacher sighed, this cannot continue. You must be unwell. She slowly turned her head to regard her teacher and silently sat up. She was aware that if she remained inert, the teacher would come over to assist her in dressing. Though she desired nothing more than to be left alone, a flicker of adult pride remained within her. I have arranged for you to meet with a psychologist. She is quite professional and will be coming to speak with you today. Sierra silently dressed herself, folding her nightgown neatly before standing up to make her bed, offering no response to her teacher's words. You may not understand what a psychologist is. She will not harm you. She is merely here to converse, and she will not administer any injections or medications. Please try to engage with her so she can understand your troubles, all right? We all wish to help you. It is for your own good. The corners of Sierra's eyes twitched involuntarily at the phrase "it is for your own good," eliciting a visceral discomfort within her. Yet, in the end, Sierra remained silent, departing her room and making her way to the dining hall. Her teacher was remarkably swift. Just as Sierra finished her meal, she cheerfully entered the dining hall and beckoned Sierra to accompany her to meet the psychologist. The teacher's jubilance was understandable. In reality, most individuals in this world conflated psychologists with clinical doctors, believing that a diagnosis and subsequent treatment would lead to a swift recovery for patients. This was a misconception. Even clinical practitioners often found themselves powerless. Their role was primarily to provide companionship and comfort to patients. As Sierra stepped into the small room that had been specially prepared for her, she immediately discerned that the somewhat anxious individual awaiting her, the psychologist, was likely not particularly seasoned. The brown-haired woman, adorned with spectacles, appeared to be in her 20s or early 30s, dressed in a quintessential collegiate cardigan and matching skirt, exuding an air of restlessness that rivaled that of the very child she was meant to assess. Hello, Sierra. The brown-haired woman offered her a somewhat inadequate radiant smile. I am Emma Blattle, and today I would like to chat with you to learn more about yourself. Please take a seat across from me. Would you care for a drink? Sierra swiftly scanned Emma Blattle, internally assessing her. A university student or perhaps a recent graduate with some foundational knowledge in psychology or a related field, yet undoubtedly lacking experience with genuine mental health challenges. She seated herself in the chair across from Blattle, her legs swaying slightly before settling still. Anything is fine, Sierra replied. Blattle, observing her in turn, poured a cup of steaming tea from a kettle on the table, gently pushing it towards Sierra. It's quite hot. You may wish to let it cool before drinking. Sierra glanced at the steaming cup of red tea and nodded. Thank you. She could engage in normal conversation. Encouraged, Blattle's tone became even more amiable. Would you be willing to introduce yourself? Sierra found the question utterly tedious, yet she bore no ill will. Thus she replied in a flat, perfunctory manner, Sierra Low, female, 10 years old, orphaned. These details were noted in her file. Beyond this, she knew no more about Sierra than Ms. Blattle did Sierra. It appears that your teacher has expressed concern regarding your recent lethargy. You have been lying in bed, unresponsive to calls, neglecting meals, avoiding classes, and refraining from interacting with your peers. Why do you not wish to participate in group activities? Is it due to bullying from other children? Hands, not merely hands, but a tender universe. My small planet revolves in your grasp. Ziara, in her previous life, was a paragon of excellence in the eyes of outsiders, a top-tier scholar at a prestigious institution. Upon death and rebirth, she found herself as an ordinary 10-year-old orphan in an English orphanage. Stripped of academic rankings, entrance examinations, national scholarships, and employment prospects, Ziara felt devoid of purpose, resigned to a life of languor and despair. However, one fateful day, she discovered that her former ethereal idol had come to life. Ziara thus rekindled her sense of purpose. To ensure Severus Snape lived a life of happiness, the once despondent scholar was invigorated, convinced she could devise a 100-page plan to defeat Voldemort. Though she had resolved to remain idle, her body instinctively propelled her to achieve the highest grades. While investigating Horcruxes, she even penned a comprehensive review for the principal. Professor, do you require SCI for your promotion? I can assist you in publishing in a top-tier journal. A solitary individual could vanquish Voldemort, for I am the Chinese scholar. Chapter 1. Ziara awoke once again, her face streaked with tears. She surmised she must have experienced yet another dismal dream. But dreams were merely dreams, and now she found little to lament. There was nothing to elate her either. She lay in bed, waiting for the tears on her cheeks to dry naturally. She heard the bell outside, the orphanage's teacher calling everyone to rise. She knew the teacher would count the children one by one, ultimately discovering her motionless form in bed, and would enter to rouse her. Since Ziara had awakened in this 10-year-old body after her death, this monotonous routine had persisted for a week. Her English was not particularly poor, in fact. Among her peers who had never traveled abroad, hers was quite commendable. Yet, she occasionally struggled to comprehend the heavily accented English spoken by the orphanage's teachers and other children. Most importantly, she had no desire to communicate with anyone. Why couldn't she simply have died? Why was she forced to relive her life in this world? She had no parents, not a single soul to guide her toward future aspirations. How was she to navigate her existence? Ziara lay still, and after her tears had dried, the teacher indeed entered to look for her. Ziara, the teacher sighed, this cannot continue. You must be unwell. Slowly, she turned her head to glance at the teacher, and silently sat up. She understood that if she remained motionless, the teacher would come over and assist her in getting dressed. Although Ziara wished to do nothing, she still possessed a modicum of adult pride. I have arranged for a psychologist to see you. She is a very professional individual, and will be here today to talk with you. Ziara dressed in silence, neatly folding her pajamas before standing to tidy her bed, offering no response to the teacher's words. You may not understand what a psychologist is. She will not harm you. Merely come to chat. She won't inject you or prescribe medication. Please try to talk with her and share what troubles you, okay? Everyone wants to help you. We are all doing this for your sake. The corners of Ziara's eyes twitched involuntarily. She felt a visceral discomfort towards the phrase "we are doing this for your sake." Ultimately, however, Ziara said nothing, leaving her room and silently heading towards the dining hall. The teacher was remarkably quick. Just as Ziara finished her meal, she cheerfully entered the dining hall, beckoning Ziara to accompany her to meet the psychologist. The teacher's exuberance was understandable. In reality, most people in this world conflated psychologists with clinical doctors, believing that once a diagnosis was made and a prescription given, patients would swiftly recover. This, however, was far from the truth. Even clinical doctors often found themselves at a loss. Their role was primarily to provide companionship and comfort to patients. Upon entering the small room that had been vacated specifically for her, Ziara immediately discerned that the rather anxious psychologist awaiting her was likely not very experienced. The brown-haired woman, donning a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, appeared to be in her 20s or early 30s, clad in a sweater and matching skirt that exuded a strong collegiate vibe, looking more restless than the patient in need of assessment. Hello, Ziara, the brown-haired woman offered a somewhat inadequate radiant smile. I am Miss Bradle, and today I would like to chat with you about yourself. You may sit across from me. Would you like something to drink? Ziara swiftly surveyed Miss Bradle, quickly forming a judgment in her mind. A university student, perhaps freshly graduated, likely possessing some foundational knowledge in psychology or a related field. yet undoubtedly lacking experience with genuine mental health patients. She took a seat in front of Betrayal, her legs briefly swaying before settling still. Anything will do, Yara replied. Betrayal, also scrutinizing her, poured a cup of hot tea from the kettle on the table, and gently pushed it towards her. It's quite hot. You may wish to let it cool before drinking. Yara glanced at the steaming cup of red tea and nodded. Thank you. She was capable of communicating with others. Encouraged, Betrayal's tone became more amiable. Would you be willing to introduce yourself? Yara found the question exceedingly tedious, yet she could not muster any irritation. So she merely responded in a flat tone. Yara Luo, female, 10 years old, both parents deceased. These details were recorded in her file. Beyond that, she knew no more about Yara than Miss Betrayal did. Yara, it seems your teacher has mentioned that you've been quite listless lately. You often lie in bed, not responding to calls for meals, skipping classes, and not playing with the other children. Why do you not wish to partake in group activities? Is it because some children are bullying you? Yara stared vacantly at the steam rising from the teacup on the table, calmly replying, no one is bullying me. Then have you faced some sort of setback that has left you deeply saddened? Not really. Betrayal scrutinized Yara's expression, and she appeared to be truthful. Then why do you not wish to engage with others or go eat? Yara found the answer to this question painfully obvious. She slowly shifted her gaze to meet Betrayal's concerned eyes and replied matter-of-factly, because I don't want to. Betrayal paused for a moment, bewildered. No, you don't want to? What does not wanting mean? It means I don't want to, Yara calmly elucidated. I don't want to eat, I don't want to attend class, I don't want to socialize. I don't want to play. There is nothing I want to do. Betrayal's lips twitched slightly. She hurriedly scribbled some notes in her notebook, clearly flustered as she continued to question. Then, do you not have anything you wish to do? I remember to use the restroom. I sleep when I'm tired, and if I become unbearably hungry, I will eat something, Yara responded. But I rarely reach the point of unbearable hunger, as my senses tend to dull after prolonged fasting. Betrayal adjusted her glasses, then cautiously inquired, aside from those, do you truly have nothing else you wish to pursue? Yara let out a gentle sigh. Living itself holds little meaning, Miss Betrayal. Why must one always seek something to occupy their time? After uttering this statement, Yara adjusted her posture slightly, appearing remarkably more relaxed. In stark contrast stood the utterly bewildered Betrayal. This was not at all what the orphanage had conveyed when they summoned her. When did you begin to harbor such thoughts? Betrayal inquired cautiously, and what prompted this mindset? Yara pondered for a moment, a wistful expression crossing her face as she softly replied, it's been a long time. Indeed, it had been an eternity. Ever since her previous life, when she was inexplicably struck by insomnia, she had come to the disquieting realization, in the stillness of the night, that no matter her efforts she could never attain perfection. It was then that she uncontrollably recognized how long it had been since she had genuinely felt joy. Everyone proclaimed Yara to be an exemplary child. Her parents were undeniably proud of her, for she rarely caused any concern. Each day, she returned home and dutifully completed her homework, and conflicts with classmates were almost non-existent. All her teachers adored her. In every advancement examination, Yara consistently delivered commendable results, ascending from the city's finest primary school to the best secondary school, ultimately being accepted into the nation's most prestigious universities. Pursuing a discipline that sparkled in the eyes of others. Her life was deemed successful. Her life was perfect. She traversed a meticulously crafted path towards a radiant future, and as long as she maintained this pace, she would undoubtedly arrive at that resplendent destination. Destination? Where exactly is this destination? Miss Betrayal, what do you believe is the meaning of life? Yara inquired slowly. Betrayal gazed at her, struggling to summon her professional poise to ask, what are your thoughts? Yara raised her eyes to meet hers, her amber orbs devoid of any emotion, as tranquil as a frozen lake in winter. I once believed that life was about reaching a splendid future, but I later discovered that this was a fallacy. There is no beautiful future to be found. If you achieve the top score in the final exam, we will take you to the amusement park. She sacrificed her reading time to study diligently, ultimately securing first place in her class. Her parents kept their promise, taking her to the amusement park during the summer vacation. And then, there would still be another final exam. If you can gain admission to that high school, you will easily secure a place at a good university in the future. Every weekend before the entrance examination was consumed by tutoring sessions, and after receiving an acceptance letter from the city's best high school, it was merely a summer break before she realized that high school life was even more tormenting. If you can enter a good university and pursue a prestigious program, you will never have to worry about food again. In the dark winter mornings, She studied under streetlights and subsisted on a year's worth of bread for dinner to make it to evening classes, battling tirelessly in a sea of questions, her notebook filled with corrections resembling a weighty dictionary. After discovering her grades and embracing her mother in a moment of ecstatic tears, she felt a fleeting glimmer of happiness. But it was merely ephemeral. Soon after, she felt lost, realizing that this moment, so eagerly awaited by many, did not bring the anticipated joy. Once you obtain your PhD, you can. What could she do? Yara had been racing down a treacherous path, stumbling and striving to surpass those ahead of her. Voices surrounded her, insisting that if she could just reach the front, if she could arrive at that destination, glory, wealth, and happiness would be hers. Thus, she gritted her teeth and continued running, despite her profound aversion to it, despite the exhaustion that weighed upon her. With every person she overtook, new competitors emerged. And with each destination reached, another awaited. She was compelled to embark upon yet another arduous journey. No one ever revealed to her where she could pause, and soon, Yara herself no longer knew what she was racing for. Why could she never reach the finish line? Why was there always someone to chase? Would she forever be unable to be the best? What did she truly desire? Ultimately, as Yara's fatigue reached its zenith, she discovered a novel choice. She could allow herself to come to a complete stop. What constitutes a beautiful future? Braider asked. I do not know, Yara replied, her gaze slightly lowered. Everyone says that if I am excellent enough and work hard enough, I will attain a beautiful future. I believe that such a bright conclusion must exist in this world. Yet I find that the endpoint that promises happiness seems perpetually out of reach. Then there is only one possibility. A faint smile graced Yara's face, the first Braider had seen that day. It was subtle, delicate, devoid of any joy. I am simply not good enough. I am unworthy of achieving that beautiful future. Braider was taken aback, staring at Yara, her pen leaving a large blot of ink on the page, momentarily unable to lift it. No, that is not the case. Everyone has the right to happiness. Braider, momentarily disoriented, even forgot she was conversing with a 10-year-old child in need of guidance. It is not that you are inadequate. Rather, you have yet to discover your true purpose. Yara regarded her silently, waiting to see what she would articulate next. Do you have any hobbies? Yara replied, none. None. Braider hastily scribbled on the paper. Then, do you have a favorite sport? None. Favorite food? I should have one, but I cannot recall it at the moment. And I would not force myself to live for the sake of eating something. Braider muttered in disappointment. I would strive to live until I could save enough money to experience authentic Italian cuisine. But back to the point. Do you have a favorite book? Or perhaps a movie, TV show, or animation? This time, Yara genuinely had some thoughts. Yes. She paused, a plethora of literary works and films from her previous life flashing through her mind. And after careful consideration, she chose one that an English speaker could comprehend. I used to adore the Harry Potter series. Braider's eyes sparkled. Oh, you have a favorite book. What a fascinating novel. Now it was Yara's turn to feel perplexed. You don't know Harry Potter? Braider replied. I don't. Yara stared at Braider for an extended moment, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Well, it's probably my accent. I don't speak it properly. Yara glanced at the calendar on the table. It could also be because it is currently 1990. I do not know of this book. But that does not hinder us from uncovering a significant breakthrough. Braider quickly dismissed the concern. Tell me, what is this book about? Yara shrugged. Although this may hint at spoilers, it will only ruin your personal reading experience. So I don't deem it excessively wicked. Harry Potter narrates the tale of a young boy who discovers he is a wizard. He attends a magical institution known as Hogwarts and ultimately defeats the dark wizard Voldemort. Braider remarked. That sounds reminiscent of the academic-themed Chronicles of Narnia. Indeed, Chronicles of Narnia is one of the original sources of various Western fantasy tales, Yara replied. Beyond that, what makes you so fond of Harry Potter? Braider inquired, unfazed by Yara's slight retort. Yara began to ponder deeply. This was the first time since her rebirth that she earnestly contemplated a question beyond the realm of death. Because as a child, I found magic to be utterly fascinating. She articulated slowly, and attending a magical school seemed far more interesting than a conventional school that would bore me. You still qualify as a child now, Braider noted. Yara dismissed the comment. Whatever. And what else? Braider pressed. Yara reflected once more. As I matured, I suppose my fondness grew for the characters within it. There is one character I have always adored, and it is because of him that I have maintained my interest in this series. Who is it? Severus Snape. After stating his name, Yara repeated. Is my pronunciation somewhat off? Severus Snape. Can you spell it? If not, it's no matter. After all, His name was conjured by rolling herself. Bratter replied, I will try to spell it as best as I can. What kind of person is this character? He is unparalleled, Yara declared. Decades have passed, yet there remains but one Severus Snape in the world, perpetually radiating his allure throughout literary and cinematic history. Although he never anticipated such adoration, the truth is that many have been captivated by his commendable spirit of sacrifice and charismatic personality, falling deeply in love with him even if they would never receive any reciprocation. Nor could they convey their affections to a man who spent his life devoid of happiness and validation. You may jot this down. It is a brief essay I crafted for an English class presentation, and I am personally quite satisfied with it. Bratter replied, all right. Ziara's vocabulary had reached her pinnacle, and upon completing her monologue, she drew a deep breath. Bratter, still taken aback, asked, have you finished? Ziara sipped from her now cold tea, placing the cup down before replying, not at all. Bratter encouraged, please continue. Snape once belonged to the dark side. Yet he committed a grave error that led to the death of his beloved. Thus, he spent his entire life seeking atonement for this mistake. He risked his life as a spy for the side of justice, living as a double agent, perpetually teetering on the brink of danger, always misunderstood by the protagonist whom he devotedly protected with his life. It was only after his demise that the protagonist realized the extent of this man's bravery and greatness. But by then it was too late for redemption. His life was devoid of joy and happiness, with the sole flicker of hope extinguished by his own hand, as he believed himself unworthy of happiness. He spent half of his brief existence engulfed in profound guilt and overwhelming inferiority. He was oblivious to his own heroism. And although he finally received recognition posthumously, he had already perished. Ziara's character analysis flowed seamlessly, employing synonyms for any unfamiliar words, and gesturing animatedly during significant points. Bratter stared, his eyes wide, and could only feebly inquire during her pause, is there more? More. Ziara finally finished the last sip of her tea. Once my vocabulary reaches the level required for the IELTS exam, I could provide you with a more in-depth character analysis. However, I seem to have forgotten most of the IELTS vocabulary recently. Perhaps we can discuss it later. Bratter responded, all right. I believe your life should indeed have a purpose. Bratter said, glancing at her disordered notebook. Since you are so enamored with Harry Potter and the character of Snape, perhaps you could visit the author? Or explore the real-life inspirations behind the work. Ziara, cradling her teacup, appeared somewhat astonished. She had never considered such an idea before. Could a life goal be set so modestly? After all, you currently have little to occupy your time. Even the smallest of goals is still a goal. And just saving enough for travel could take you a year or two, Bratter continued. What do you think? Ziara sat in silence, her mind momentarily blank, but soon she realized she was not averse to the suggestion. Perhaps she could visit King's Cross Station and collide with the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Perhaps she could witness Alan Rickman in person. She was currently in England, a country where she had once crafted numerous to-do lists during a time when she still harbored a passion for life. I can, she affirmed. Then, could you promise me to maintain a normal routine with the other children and eat well? Ziara looked up at Bratter, nodding gently, I will try. And attend classes. Bratter added. Ziara's gaze suddenly turned somewhat intimidating. You should discuss that with your teacher. Bratter quickly retreated. Overall, this conversation yielded gratifying results. The orphanage staff soon noticed that Ziara had returned to normalcy after their discussion. She woke up on time every morning, shared meals with the other children, and engaged in conversations without issue. However, she never attended classes, spending the majority of her days engrossed in books and newspapers, or working odd jobs in the surrounding streets to save money. Days passed in monotonous succession. Ziara did not perceive her current existence as particularly dismal, yet neither did it bring her joy. She had merely set a trivial target for herself, one easily achievable, and aimlessly clung to it in a state of ennui. King's Cross Station would likely hold no extraordinary allure, and encountering the living Alan Rickman would signify little. She could anticipate her own future reaction. A fleeting moment of joy upon arrival, followed by a return to the mundane, with the essence of life remaining unchanged. Ziara had no friends in the orphanage, nor anyone with whom she shared a special bond. She always considered herself a transient guest, calmly awaiting the moment she would conclude this second life. Ziara's 11th birthday began in a rather tedious manner. She rose with the ringing of the bell, dressed, neatly made her bed, and then, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings, traversed the corridor towards the dining hall. A glass of milk and 3 slices of toast, one more than usual, graced her table, for she planned to take the subway to King's Cross Station today, to fulfill her final life goal. As for the other goal, she had checked and discovered that Alan Rickman had a film in the works, intended for award season. Currently on a promotional tour nationwide. She would not be able to see him. Cassandra, unwilling to squander any more time in anticipation, proactively streamlined her objectives. Upon completing this goal, she could finally bring closure to this inexplicable chapter of her life. As she calmly savored what might be her final breakfast, she noticed the plate before her, now merely adorned with a few breadcrumbs, and felt an unexpected wave of emptiness wash over her. She lifted the plate and returned it to the window, and quite unexpectedly, turned to the cook behind the counter and said, "I truly enjoyed your jam. It was delightful." "Thank you." The cook, poised to take the plate, was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond until Cassandra had turned away, stammering, Thank you?" Why had this girl suddenly initiated conversation with her? As Cassandra made her way back to her room, no one spoke to her, and naturally, no one wished her a happy birthday. She had not anticipated such gestures, and thus felt no sorrow. Her capacity for sadness had dwindled significantly. She donned an outfit meant for outings, a charming academic-style dress she had purchased with her saved funds. In her previous life, she had passed away in ordinary attire, but this time, she allowed herself a touch of embellishment, though it was hardly extravagant. Subsequently, she slung a small backpack over her shoulders, filled with a considerable sum of £50, mostly comprised of coins and small bills she had amassed over the year. Alongside this there were some tape, rope, and a notably brief farewell letter, intended for whoever might discover her body, merely a means of identifying herself, expressing her apologies, and urging them to alert the authorities to have her swiftly removed and cremated. With all preparations complete, Cassandra securely locked her room's window, cleared out her wardrobe, and conducted a final check to ensure she had returned all borrowed books to the library. This search yielded a forgotten stuffed toy she had received from a family for whom she had done odd jobs. Thus, Cassandra stepped out of her room, knocked on the door next door, and called for Mary, presenting her with the plush toy. "I recall you quite like teddy bears," Cassandra remarked. Mary, bemused, accepted the toy and stuttered her thanks. "Thank you. How did you know I liked bears?" "I thought you didn't know me," Cassandra replied calmly, through casual observation. "Farewell." Mary watched her retreating figure, puzzled, then resolved to bring some sweets for Cassandra as a token of gratitude that evening. Cassandra walked steadily towards the orphanage's entrance, encountering the teacher responsible for the library along the way, and much like with the cook, expressed her gratitude. The teacher was equally astonished. "Oh, it's nothing really. What's going on with you?" Cassandra offered no explanation. Upon reaching the first floor, she found herself merely 50 meters from the front door of the orphanage. She surveyed the premises without a trace of nostalgia, silently praying that upon her demise, she would never be reborn. Then she stepped forward toward the orphanage's entrance. "Cassandra." As her hand rested upon the doorknob, she turned at the sound of her name, searching for its source. It was the teacher who had overseen her care, the very same who had arranged for her to see Professor Bradell for psychological counseling. Cassandra remained rooted to the spot, her gaze interrogative. The teacher was conversing with a tall, slender man clad in black, and upon noticing Cassandra, spoke another word to the dark-haired man before hastening toward her. "Are you heading out?" the teacher inquired. Cassandra glanced down at her attire. "It is evident." The teacher chuckled lightly. "Well, it seems you've developed a sense of humor, albeit more sardonic than comedic. Please don't leave just yet. A gentleman wishes to speak with you." Cassandra frowned slightly. "Why does he wish to see me?" "I have made it abundantly clear that I do not accept adoption. Should anyone express a desire to adopt me, please inform them that I suffer from severe mental health issues." The teacher responded. "You are aware of your severe mental health issues?" Cassandra replied, "I have always been aware. Now if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Additionally, I appreciate your concern. Please extend my gratitude to Miss Bradell as well, and I hope she gains increasingly more clinical experience in the future." Her hand pressed gently against the doorknob. "No, it's not about adoption. The gentleman is a professor." The teacher endeavored to clarify. "He claims he is here to take you to his school." Cassandra cast a sidelong glance at the tall, thin man who seemed to have turned to observe her. "I have not submitted any applications to any universities, nor do I wish to attend university again. I detest early mornings and laboratories." Cassandra stated, "If it's secondary school, I am even less inclined to consider it. Kindly refuse on my behalf." "Thank you." The teacher appeared troubled. "I lack the authority to convey that on your behalf. It would be best for you two to discuss it directly. It should not take too long. Professor Snape seems rather taciturn." "What?" The teacher gazed at Cassandra, perplexed by her sudden tremor in voice. I meant to ask if you would be willing to speak with him directly, or are you still unable to converse with strangers? Do you still carry some psychological burdens?" I meant his name. Cassandra clenched the doorknob, her urgency palpable. What did you say his title was? The dark-haired, tall man began to approach her. The teacher seemed to be speaking again, but Cassandra could not hear a word. Her gaze was fixed, transfixed upon the man who was slowly advancing toward her, her lips trembling as they had during the final moments of her previous life. The man halted 3 steps away, looking down at her. I am Professor Severus Snape from Hogwarts, he stated. Are you Cassandra Lott? Cassandra's hand remained firmly on the doorknob. With a mere press, she could escape the orphanage within seconds, racing toward the bridge arch she had chosen long ago. And with a rope, end her life. She would never have to study again, never toil under the weight of others' expectations, never again struggle to exist. Yet, she felt drained, utterly bereft of strength. She gazed up at the dark-haired man, whose visage seemed to have haunted her dreams countless times, observing his slightly curled, shoulder-length black hair, his perpetually furrowed brow bearing early signs of wear, his iconic hooked nose, and the emotionless depths of his obsidian eyes, where her own comically distorted expression was reflected. Cassandra smiled, a genuine effort despite its unfamiliarity, and discovered that it was not so difficult after all. This isn't a prank, is it? Please tell me it isn't. She turned to the teacher, her eyes glistening with tears. The teacher looked bewildered. What? Why would you think that? The teacher was not lying, Cassandra knew. A multitude of possibilities flashed through her mind, exacerbated hallucinations from her mental condition, a mere coincidence of names, a prank orchestrated by the only confidant, Bradell. Yet, in that moment, she desperately wished to believe that it was all true. She had truly arrived in that magical world, and the man who had captivated her thoughts for a decade in her past life stood before her. Cassandra closed her eyes, and 2 seconds later, she unveiled a smile. The first born from sheer joy in this life, tilting her head back gently in response. Indeed, I am Kyler Luo. This life has transformed me into Kyler Luo, and I shall continue to exist as Kyler Luo. I have discovered the value of a second life as Kyler Luo. Chapter 2. For Severus Snape. It was merely an ordinary day. Although he harbored no fondness for such tasks, he had escorted numerous students from Muggle families to Diagon Alley. Among these students, Kyler Luo stood out as particularly easygoing, as she did not possess the anxious parents who fretted over every detail, nor was she a child prone to incessant questioning. Even when he informed Kyler that her mother was, in fact, a witch and that she had inherited a modest legacy from her, she exhibited no excessive excitement. Rather, she calmly accepted the key to Gringotts without inquiring as to why it was in his possession. This left Snape, who had been prepared to provide an explanation, feeling somewhat frustrated. Why not ask something? Unbeknownst to Snape, Kyler was entirely absorbed in her own tumultuous thoughts, which revolved around indescribable expletives, indescribable screams, a plethora of unutterable interjections. Snape! Indescribable writhing and peculiar dancing. The living Snape. Fiercely pinching her inner arm and feeling a sharp pain. Is this real? Is it really? Is it Snape? Truly? It is really Snape? Falling into another cycle starting with indescribable expletives. Snape remained unaware of the turmoil within the silent Kyler. He merely perceived her silence as somewhat excessive. However, she was not the kind of silence that resembled a mute. Whenever he spoke, she would look up, tilt her face, and regard him with utmost seriousness, responding with commendable politeness and propriety. I shall apparate you there. Hold tightly to my arm, and bear any discomfort. Very well, thank you, Professor Snape, I shall hold on tightly. This is how we enter Diagon Alley. Remember the bricks. I understand, I will remember. Thank you, Professor Snape. First, we shall visit Gringotts to withdraw some money. Alright, I am ready with the key. I will stay close to you, Professor Snape. Essentially, whatever he said, this girl offered responses so impeccable that one could find no fault. And she did so without any hint of insincerity or dismissiveness, as she always gazed into his eyes, responding with genuine sincerity. Snape began to wonder if her deceased parents had bestowed upon her an exceptionally refined upbringing, or if the orphanage's education had undergone a significant upgrade. Or perhaps, was Kyler simply exceptionally gifted? Yet, after the initial discomfort, Snape quickly recognized Kyler's merits. For shopping together proved to be remarkably efficient. The Muggle families he had previously guided to Diagon Alley often succumbed to a state of bewildering chaos. Although he would offer shopping suggestions, those Muggle parents would invariably cause unnecessary delays and complications due to their misguided ideas and various unexpected situations. Kyler, however, exhibited none of these issues. She meticulously checked her shopping list, and with a level of composure beyond her years, devised a shopping plan. She would proactively communicate her thoughts to Snape and patiently await his final decision. Snape found little to critique in her plans. In fact, he privately admired her suggestion to spend an additional half-hour at Flourish and Blots to acquire some magical tomes for reading. Upon observing the books Kyler selected, he surmised that there was a 50% chance she would be sorted into Ravenclaw and a 50% chance into Slytherin, but assuredly, she must not fall into Gryffindor or Hufflepuff, though he harbored a personal preference for her to join Slytherin, given her remarkable ease, purchasing books, cauldrons, clothing, and wands. Ultimately, Kyler did not acquire an owl. In fact, she bought no pet at all. Here is your ticket. After escorting Kyler to the orphanage's entrance, Snape handed her 2 tickets. Take these to King's Cross Station on the day of the term's commencement. Kyler accepted the tickets, glancing down at the embossed gold lettering before swiftly stowing them in her small handbag. She then looked back up at Snape, causing him to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you, Professor Snape. You have been of immense help today. She expressed her gratitude sincerely. Without you, I might not have completed my shopping so swiftly and smoothly, especially since I lack the parental assistance that other children enjoy. Snape's brow twitched. He did not resent such candid expressions of gratitude, yet it did not mean he was accustomed to it. It is part of a teacher's duties. He nodded slightly. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Kyler suddenly felt a bit flustered. She spent half a second contemplating whether to bow or wave, ultimately resorting to a somewhat comical gesture, nodding while waving. Goodbye, Professor Snape. See you at school. Snape turned to glance at her once more, subtly sensing that this child's upbringing was indeed quite extraordinary. He vanished with a crack. Kyler stood still, positioned less than 50 meters from the orphanage, surrounded by the boxes, textbooks, uniforms, cauldrons she had just purchased, and a redwood wand nestled in her pocket, said to be particularly suited for dark magic according to Ollivander. Though she had not caught Snape's expression at that moment, she did not approach the orphanage. Instead, she remained transfixed, seemingly still reeling from the dreamlike journey of the past few hours. Had that man truly been Severus Snape? Was she genuinely a witch? Had she truly entered the world of magic? Kyler withdrew her wand, disregarding any restrictions against using magic outside of Hogwarts, and uttered the first Latin incantation that sprang to her mind. Lumos. The tip of her wand emitted a burst of light akin to a small decorative lantern, and as Kyler beheld this illumination, it felt like witnessing a miracle akin to the resurrection of the dead. Magic. Her heart raced faster than after an 800-meter sprint. I can do magic, I truly can. Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of emotion surged through her, and she raised her wand, letting out a sob she had not anticipated. The rope, duct tape, and 50 pounds in coins still resided in her small handbag, alongside the key to Gringotts that Snape had given her, several coins of change, and a loyalty card gifted by Flourish and Blots. One end represented the tools she had intended to use to end her life, while the other signified the wealth that promised a hopeful future. I must live. She wiped her tears with the back of her hand. I must survive. I cannot die now, absolutely not. I alone know what the future holds. I alone possess all the secrets, and only I can save him. Her life still held purpose. She still possessed value. She could save Snape. This was a task only she could undertake. I can do it. And I am the only one who will. Kiara declared to herself, there is no time for self-pity. I must act swiftly. Just as one might create a countdown clock for the impending exams, Kiara mentally sketched 2 countdowns. 4 years until Voldemort's resurrection. 7 years until Snape's death. I must devise a meticulous plan. She stuffed her wand back into her bag and struggled to lift the box from the ground, concerning how to prevent Voldemort's return, how to eliminate the Horcruxes, and also, how to ensure Severus Snape finds happiness and lives joyfully. This plan bore no title, for it would forever remain a secret, locked within Kiara's mind. Yet, from the day it was conceived, it was destined to be immortalized in history, for it would directly lead to the downfall of the Dark Lord Voldemort, and forge a powerful, affluent witch, Kiara Luo. Kiara's ultimate aim was, in essence, quite simple, to ensure Severus Snape's survival and happiness. Following the habits of her past life, she subdivided this grand objective into several smaller, more manageable goals based on their nature. The first was how to ensure Snape's continued existence. In other words, how to avert his untimely demise. The answer was straightforward. Eradicate Voldemort, akin to sealing doors and windows while deploying lethal cockroach poison within. The question of how to kill Voldemort was a research endeavor initiated by Professor Albus Dumbledore in 1996, and continued by his student, Mr. Potter, after Dumbledore's passing, culminating successfully in 1998. Dumbledore elucidated that Voldemort's existence relied upon a substance known as Horcruxes. Only by identifying all of Voldemort's Horcruxes and effectively targeting them with specific countermeasures could one employ conventional methods of murder against him. The correspondence author, Professor Dumbledore, along with first author Harry Potter, second authors Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, collectively executed this experiment and successfully validated his theory. Mr. Neville Longbottom also contributed to this significant undertaking. There were existing references to consult. Kiara simply needed to follow the steps outlined in the literature. Though she shared a disdain for experiments, she felt no justification for failing to solve a problem with readily available answers. First objective: prevent Voldemort's resurrection and eliminate him. Method: annihilate the key supporters aiding Voldemort's return, eradicate the Horcruxes, and ultimately extinguish Voldemort himself. Progress: 0. Next came the second objective, which posed a more intricate challenge without readily available solutions. How to ensure Snape's happiness? This question left Kiara pondering with her pen in hand for a considerable time. Ultimately, drawing from numerous character analyses she had perused in her previous life, alongside her extensive reading on psychology and mental health, she formulated several theories. Snape harbored psychological issues, holding an exceedingly low opinion of himself. With a childhood marred by trauma and Lily's death acting as a catalyst, Snape believed he was unworthy of happiness and undeserving of anything beautiful. Kiara resolved to heal him. She aimed to instill within him the belief that he was deserving of life, that he was not the wretched being he perceived himself to be. Second objective: heal Snape's psychological issues. Method: undetermined, but she must first cultivate trust and familiarity through her words and actions, paving the way for subsequent therapeutic endeavors. Progress: 1. At least they were acquainted. With the two objectives established, Kiara soon recognized another dilemma. Both the eradication of the Horcruxes and the psychological therapy require funding. I cannot simply deplete the meager resources I currently possess. Kiara glanced at the newspaper on her desk, dragging it closer and flipping to the financial section. I hope Gringotts has reliable goblins as fund managers, she muttered. Chapter 3. Halloween Eve, 1993. The day when third-year students were first permitted to visit Hogsmeade. I will bring you lots of sweets, Ron assured Harry. Nearly all the third years congregated in the common room, awaiting Filch to check the list and allow them to proceed to Hogsmeade one by one. Harry could assert he was the only one without a parental signature, which left him feeling profoundly disheartened. Actually, you're not the only one, Hermione consoled him. I heard Kiara isn't going to Hogsmeade either. Harry said nothing, striving to appear unconcerned. Merely shrugging, it's really nothing. Heaven knows how much he wished to punch the gloating Draco Malfoy in the face as he turned away from the hall. Initially, Harry dismissed Hermione's comment, but as he rounded a corner and ascended the stairs towards the Gryffindor common room, he encountered Kiara Luo in an empty corridor. Hi, he said, inexplicably feeling a sense of camaraderie. You're not going to Hogsmeade either? Kiara turned, her customary polite smile gracing her face. Hi, Harry. Yes, well, you know I don't have a guardian to sign my application. Harry was aware of this, so he had no comforting words to offer. Kiara was the only Slytherin with whom he could converse, and she was relatively normal among them. She hardly ever lost her temper, refrained from engaging in disputes, and, in many respects, was a kind-hearted person who was always willing to help. Even Draco Malfoy found it difficult to criticize her, as he relied on Kiara to partner with him in various classes for completing assignments. However, privately, Harry and Ron found her somewhat peculiar. She truly has no enemies. Yet no friends either, Ron remarked, counting on his fingers. Though she participates in various activities, she never seems particularly invested. Remember last year's Quidditch match when Gryffindor defeated Slytherin? All the other Slytherins looked as if they wanted to tear Harry apart. But Kiara actually greeted him normally that day. That's irrelevant, Hermione retorted impatiently. You must admit there are individuals in the world who exist without house biases, and Kiara just happens to be one of them. She is not as narrow-minded as you. You only think that because she's the only one who will discuss answers with you after tests, Ron whispered. And there's one more oddity, Harry observed. Don't you think she treats Snape differently? I heard she sends him greeting cards during the holidays. Hermione replied, that's because Snape is her head of house. Ron shrugged. Would you send Professor McGonagall a Christmas card? Hermione snapped. Thanks for the reminder, I'll start doing that this year. However, aside from her impeccable maintenance of a subtle social distance and her excessive enthusiasm towards Snape, Kiara Lolo indeed possesses few qualities that could be deemed objectionable. Her academic performance is exemplary, and she is courteous and amicable towards others. One could scarcely find more admirable individuals within Slytherin, or even throughout the entirety of Hogwarts. At the very least, Harry seldom felt uncomfortable in Kiara's presence, as she consistently ensured that their conversations were pleasant and enjoyable. What do you plan to do today? Harry inquired. Kiara patted her satchel. I initially intended to visit the library, but I just changed my mind. Ah, a trip to the library. Such a quintessentially Kiara response. Considering she dedicates nearly every day of the year to her studies. Alright, Harry replied. So what do you plan to do now? Kiara lifted a paper bag, from which some oil stains had seeped. First, I will send a letter at the Ollery, and then I will feed a dog. Harry asked in astonishment, a dog? Yes. A large black one, looking rather filthy, a definite stray. Kiara nodded. I spotted it wandering outside a couple of days ago, and I worried it might freeze once winter sets in, so I thought I would establish a rapport with it first, and then find it a suitable adoptive home. A large black dog? Could it be that ominous creature? Be careful, Harry hesitated. I have a feeling that dog seems a bit strange, and isn't very friendly. Kiara chuckled lightly. One must always try to express goodwill. By the way, where are you headed? I'm not sure, perhaps back to the dormitory? Harry shrugged. After all, there's not much to do. Then we might be going the same way, Kiara remarked. Do you mind accompanying me upstairs? Harry certainly did not mind. Together, they ascended the staircase, engaging in light-hearted and enjoyable conversation. Kiara mentioned she intended to send a letter to her lawyer, and though Harry did not fully grasp the details regarding some stock transfer, he could barely comprehend the terms that often escaped Uncle Vernon's lips. It seemed Kiara had some investments in the Muggle world, and a company she believed in was currently experiencing a prolonged downturn, with its stock prices continuously declining. Kiara was preparing to sell shares from her other companies to invest heavily in this one. I didn't realize you had such deep ties to the Muggle world, Harry remarked. I assumed Slytherin would. Nobody is averse to money, Kiara interjected nonchalantly. Every house has its share of diverse individuals. The house does not define everything. Harry remained skeptical. They arrived at the tower, where Kiara bid farewell to Harry at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. As he called out the password Fortuna Major to the fat lady, the portrait swung open, and he recalled something. Turning back cautiously to Kiara. If that dog tries to attack you, it's best not to continue feeding it. Kiara paused for a moment, then laughed genuinely. All right. I'll be careful. Thank you, Harry. As Harry climbed into the common room, he felt that perhaps Kiara had been misplaced in her house. She exhibited none of the insufferable traits typically associated with Slytherin. Kiara, unaware of Harry's thoughts, quietly watched him vanish behind the portrait, then silently repeated the password he had just revealed. Fortuna Major. Her encounter had certainly not been mere coincidence. She had been waiting for Harry, following him to learn the Gryffindor common room's password. Yet, having arrived, it seemed odd not to visit the Ollery to send her letter. Kiara withdrew the letter she intended to send from her satchel and, while walking towards the Ollery, glanced down to reread its contents. Dear Mr. Duke, first, I wish you a happy Halloween. Due to the impending challenges I may face, I have preemptively updated my will 6 months in advance. I hope this does not inconvenience your work. Last year, my private assets experienced some delightful growth, necessitating a recalculation of the estate tax, which is a considerable task. You may contact Mr. Cole, my attorney responsible for investments in the United States. His address and phone number are provided below. The following are the contents of my updated will. I, Kiara Lolo, hereby stipulate the following regarding my estate. I bequeath all my textbooks and belongings at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to the institution, to assist those students who, like me, lack parents or come from impoverished backgrounds. I transfer my shares in the American Apple Computer Company to Severus Snape, prohibiting him from selling the shares until 2010. If he inquires, please inform him that they will undoubtedly appreciate in value thereafter. I transfer my shares in the Waiting Company to Severus Snape, granting him full discretion over these stocks. I transfer my shares in Nokia to Severus Snape, advising him to liquidate the shares before 2010. I bequeath my 2 properties in London to Severus Snape. I bequeath my property in Shanghai, China, to Severus Snape. I bequeath my property in Shenzhen, China, to Severus Snape. I entrust the letter I have stored with my lawyer, Will Duke, to Professor Albus Dumbledore, and kindly request that he read it with utmost care. Lastly, should I be fortunate enough to leave a corporeal remains, please utilize the cash I have stored beneath my dormitory bed to hire a priest, a Taoist, and a monk to pray for my liberation from reincarnation, and subsequently donate my body to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries for research related to depressive disorders. Signature, Kiara Lolo. October 31, 1993. Fingerprint. Kiara perused the will, finding little that required alteration. She sealed the envelope with a charm she had recently learned in the library, and then entered the Ollery. A challenging night awaited her. Sirius shook off the droplets of water from his fur, and stealthily slipped into the grand hall of Hogwarts under the cover of night. The castle appeared unchanged from his memories. He navigated effortlessly through a secret passage concealed behind a tapestry, his forepaws making hardly a sound on the stone corridors. Today was an auspicious day for action, he mused. The Halloween feast had gathered all students and faculty in the hall, leaving no one in the common room, a perfect opportunity to extract Peter, that traitor, from the dormitory. Furthermore, his physical condition had improved significantly since arriving at Hogwarts. Life at Hogwarts was far superior to wandering outside. Recently, students had noticed him and attempted to feed the scruffy stray dog. Sirius did not intend to forge close ties with the other students. Yet when famished, he felt no need to reject the kindness of children. A Slytherin girl had persistently tried to offer him food ever since she discovered him. Thankfully, she did not bring dog food but rather regular meals, rich in meat and essential carbohydrates, sometimes even warm soup. Each time, she would drop the food beside the forbidden forest, then wait near Hagrid's hut for a while. Sirius would wait until she left before he indulged in a meal. Although the soup might cool somewhat, its flavor would not be significantly altered. He suspected he had gained a bit of weight since his escape from Azkaban. Emerging from the secret passage, Sirius, in his canine form, sniffed the air but detected no scent of any living beings approaching. He then bounded lightly towards the stairs, his padded paws allowing him to ascend the steps soundlessly and nimbly, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Gryffindor common room. Under the watchful gaze of the fat lady, the large black dog transformed into a wiry, unkempt man. "Open the door," Sirius Black rasped. The fat lady shook her head. "That is not the password." "I don't care about the password, just let me in." "No password, no entry. That is the rule." "Then I shall show you what a true password is." "I know the password," Sirius said, pivoting with the swiftness of a wild beast, arching his back and glaring at the shadowy figure in the corner. "I can let you in. I know the password." The figure stepped into the light, wearing a reassuring smile. "I hope you can remain calm. I mean you no harm." The newcomer was Ron Weasley. "Are you Sirius's tone shifted, the current master of Peter, Harry's friend?" "I appear to be," the red-haired boy replied. "In truth, the real Ron is attending a feast in the Great Hall, and I was fortunate enough to procure a hair from him and brewed a polyjuice potion to assume this form." Sirius's wariness returned. "Then who exactly are you? What do you want?" "Who I am matters little. What is significant is that we share a common goal." Ron stepped closer to Sirius, taking slow, deliberate steps, allowing Sirius ample time to react. "I, too, seek to settle the score with Peter Pettigrew. I have taken this form to approach him. Moreover, I believe my preparations are more thorough than yours. Collaborating with me would enhance our chances of success. Will you not consider it?" Sirius did not retreat. He scrutinized the empty-handed Ron with a fierce glare. "Why should I trust you? Your trust is inconsequential. Even if you refuse to cooperate, I will capture and dispose of Pettigrew today." The red-haired boy's tone grew colder. "Your response will not alter Peter Pettigrew's fate, but it will influence how I choose to handle you. You have a choice. Either collaborate with me to swiftly apprehend that rat within 10 minutes, restore your honor, and return to Harry and Lupin, providing Harry with a normal family, or succumb to a moment of impulse and be incapacitated by me, only to be delivered to the Dementors by your godson and friends. By the way, I am indifferent to your fate. My sole intention today is to eliminate Peter Pettigrew." Sirius glared at Ron, as if he wished to scorch a hole through his face with his gaze. "Why do you wish to kill him?" he suddenly inquired. Ron replied, "He is a Death Eater. If released, he will cause further harm." Sirius's eyes flickered. After 2 seconds, he said, "Very well, tell me your plan." Chapter 4. Zyra slipped into the Gryffindor common room, with Sirius closely following. "I will go find him." "You stay here," Zyra said, pointing to an armchair in front of the fireplace. "Your presence may startle him. I am the more suitable choice." "I'll wait by the dormitory door," Sirius insisted. Zyra shrugged. "Just don't enter." She retrieved her wand, and Sirius noted that she had preemptively bound it with tape, eliminating any chance of revealing her identity through it. Then she waved her wand, murmuring an incantation, and a shimmering white light shot from the tip, swirling twice in the air before darting straight toward a dormitory door. Zyra approached that room, nodding at Sirius and mouthing, "I'll be quick." Sirius watched her open the dormitory door, then heard her mimic Ron Weasley's voice, complaining, "Honestly, why did it have to be me to go back for something, Scabbers? Are you still sleeping?" A rustling sound followed. "Aha, there you are," the boy said. "Do you want to join me for a snack?" I checked, and Crookshanks isn't in the dorm. He must be wandering somewhere. "If you don't want to go, I can bring you something to eat." Sirius then heard the sound of the boy standing up. Knocked out. A flash of red light, and Sirius flung open the dormitory door. How did it go? Done, Zyra said. Holding the lifeless rat by its tail, her wand still pointed at it. You can check if this is the one you were looking for. She tossed Scabbers to Sirius, who instinctively caught him with trembling hands. Then looked down with a mix of shock and relief. It's him, Sirius exclaimed, almost shouting, it's him. Good, Zyra replied. Let us find a place to dispose of him. Dispose? Sirius questioned, his senses heightened. What do you plan to do next? Transform him back to human form. Administer Veritaserum to extract a confession that clears your name, and then eliminate him, Zyra said, stepping closer to Sirius, gesturing for him to hand over the rat. Give him to me. I fear you might succumb to temptation and devour him on the way. Sirius's facial muscles twitched. You mean to restore my honor? Why? If there is an opportunity to do a good deed effortlessly, I would take it, Zyra continued, extending her hands. Just hand him over. Don't worry if you desire. I can also give him back to you to finish off. I am indifferent. I just need to ensure he truly dies. Sirius gazed at Zyra, and after a moment of hesitation, he reluctantly placed the rat into her palm. Who exactly are you? He asked. Zyra exited the dormitory, confidently leaving her back exposed to Sirius. Does it matter to you? At least it would help me gauge your trustworthiness. Sirius followed her. Regardless of my trustworthiness, you have already chosen to walk with me, Zyra said, pulling a wide-mouthed jar from her outer robe pocket, and in front of Sirius, deposited Scabbers inside. Next, we shall go to the room of requirement. Sirius did not relax until they entered the room of requirement. Why are you not the least bit anxious? He asked Zyra. Have you done similar things before? Are you a member of the Order of the Phoenix? Or an Auror? Guess as you please, Zyra replied evasively. Contrary to her outward demeanor, she was currently extremely tense. The room of requirement materialized her inner thoughts, presenting a table with a pensive and a magical camera. 3 wooden chairs and nothing superfluous. Sirius chose one of the chairs to sit in, watching as Zyra retrieved the still unconscious Scabbers from the glass jar, and placed him on a chair farther from Sirius. Scabbers slumped limply in the seat as Zyra drew her wand, and quietly uttered the counter curse for Animagus transformation. Your transfiguration skills are quite remarkable, Sirius remarked, observing her movements as Peter Pettigrew gradually reverted to his original form under the cerulean light. At the very least, you must not be a student of Hogwarts. If you were, Minerva would be utterly delighted. Peter, a man resembling a balding rat, slumped lifelessly in a wooden chair. Sirius's breathing became suddenly labored. He fixed his gaze intently on Peter, arching his back as if poised to pounce at any moment. Quickly bind him. Yala's subsequent actions were remarkably swift. She securely tethered Peter to the chair, then retrieved a small vial containing a clear, transparent liquid from her outer robe. A truth serum, she declared. I've tested it before, and the results were quite impressive. How did you test it? Sirius inquired. On myself. After consuming it, I posed questions to my reflection in the mirror. Yala approached the long table and activated the recording mode on a magical camera. All right, I'm beginning the recording now. You should be mindful of your words. Mindful of what words? Sirius retorted fiercely. Will my cursing this despicable traitor in the recording affect my acquittal? Yala replied calmly. It will impact the efficiency of the court's review of evidence. Step aside. I need to administer the potion. She moved in front of Peter, raised her hand, and abruptly delivered a sharp slap to his face. Before Peter could regain consciousness, she seized his chin with one hand, pried his mouth open with a decisive motion, and poured the entire vial of truth serum down his throat. This dosage will ensure he speaks the truth until next year, Yala remarked, casually tucking the empty vial back into her pocket. But regrettably he won't live to see next year. Peter stirred back to consciousness, sporting a red handprint on one side of his face. He gazed blankly at the figure before him, Ron, and opened his mouth as if to emit a squeak, only to quickly realize something was amiss. From now on, whatever I ask you will answer, Yala instructed, her wand tip pressed against Peter's head. She thoughtfully stepped aside to ensure the camera could capture his face. Are you Peter Pettigrew? Peter, unable to control his mouth, trembled in fear as he responded, I am. Sirius suddenly found it astonishingly surreal that the hope he had harbored for 12 years was unfolding so smoothly. This unexpected ally had devised an intricate plan without his involvement. She had disguised herself as Ron Weasley to infiltrate the Gryffindor common room, and successfully retrieved Scabbers. Everything she had done was to aid Sirius in his quest for exoneration. Despite her initial claim of merely wishing to eliminate Peter Pettigrew, he watched the stranger interrogate Peter, a moment that should have filled him with both agony and elation. Yet he felt a profound sense of confusion. Are you a Death Eater? I can't truly be considered a Death Eater. But you informed Voldemort of the Potter's whereabouts. Yes. You were also the one who detonated the entire street 12 years ago. Yes. Did Sirius Black betray the Potters? He did not. Has Sirius Black ever taken a life? He has not. Yala stepped back, glancing at Sirius. I have finished my inquiries. Do you wish to say anything to him? I can grant you 10 minutes for farewells. But no more, as the dinner will soon conclude. Sirius rose, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he looked at Peter, who appeared as terrified as a rodent on the verge of losing control. You caused the deaths of James and Lily, he stated. You betrayed them. Peter began to weep. I'm sorry, he incessantly murmured. I'm sorry, but I had no choice. I truly had no choice. The Dark Lord is too powerful. I must interrupt, Yala interjected abruptly. This is your dilemma. There have always been those who bravely resisted him, even when faced with the threat of death. Do not excuse your cowardice. Peter trembled. But I am not that brave. I am not like you. Yala swiftly struck him again across the face. You coward, she scolded. Sirius turned to her. Didn't you say you intended to kill him because he is a Death Eater? Yala retracted her hand. I apologize. I couldn't help myself. Please continue. Sirius spat at Peter. It's fine. I echo your sentiments, you coward. After venting his anger, Sirius found himself at a loss for words. Over the past decade, he had conjured many vicious insults to hurl at Peter, yet standing before his imminent adversary, he discovered language to be woefully inadequate. All he desired was for this man to die. How do you plan to proceed? He asked Yala. With her hands tucked into her pockets, she withdrew one hand and gestured invitingly. I have no objections, as long as he meets his demise. You may torment him beforehand. I will not protest. Sirius regarded her with a complicated expression. Are you truly a good person? When did I ever claim to be a good person? Yala replied, making a rather animated face. I am merely engaged in the targeted elimination of Death Eaters, akin to exterminating pests. Sirius advanced towards Peter, who had become so frightened by their discussion of his fate, that he had lost control of his bodily functions. Please, Sirius, I beg you. James would not want to see you kill a friend. James is dead because of you. He cannot witness this, Sirius stated with clarity. You owe it to James to pay for your sins. Yala suddenly chimed in. Voldemort also deserves to pay. I have a list, rest assured his time will come. Sirius, can you please stop interrupting? Yala made a gesture of apology. You must die today, Sirius declared. I will be the one to end your life. Behind him, Yala thoughtfully presented a bundle of rope. You may use this. Sirius shook his head. No need. He pulled a small knife from his pocket. I have this. Yala, unperturbed by his refusal, returned the rope to her pocket and turned away. Then proceed. By the way, do you need me to tell you where to stab? If you fail to kill him with one thrust, I can always assist with the killing curse. No thank you, Sirius replied curtly. The atmosphere of vengeance had been thoroughly disrupted by her presence. Yala turned away, glanced at her watch, and then retrieved another small glass vial from her pocket, carefully measuring a dose before taking a sip of the polyjuice potion. After experiencing a similarly excruciating transformation, she steadied her voice and called out, Are you ready? Sirius replied. I haven't made my move yet. Then hurry, Yala urged. I plan to retire before 10 tonight. Sirius exclaimed, How can you be so calm? Yala replied, Does becoming frantic help us accomplish our task? Sirius. I apologize. It's not that I wish to disrupt your vengeance experience. But we cannot afford to delay any longer. The dinner is about to conclude. Yala sighed softly as she turned around and drew her wand. Leave the rest to me. Stupefy. A flash of red light erupted, but this time it was Sirius, with a look of shock on his face, who collapsed. Do not worry. Once you awaken, you shall reclaim your humanity, Yala murmured. As for the other. She cast her gaze towards Peter Pettigrew, who looked at her with a glimmer of hope. Surely we have no enmity. Is it possible for you to? Yala felt no animosity towards Peter Pettigrew. She raised her wand and carefully aimed it at his heart. With a calm demeanor, she replied, I have yearned to end your life since my previous existence. Avada Kedavra. Yala sat before the fireplace in the Slytherin common room, leisurely perusing a tome on how to deal with blast-ended scripts. Behind her, the common room erupted in an almost explosive clamor, as everyone discussed the events of the night. Fugitive Sirius Black and the supposedly deceased hero Peter Pettigrew had both been rendered unconscious and left at the entrance of the headmaster's office. Does this mean the Dementors will be withdrawn? Someone inquired. That would be splendid, Yala sighed lightly, turning a page. After all, I could never hope to master the Patronus charm. Objective. Eliminate the aid of Voldemort's resurrection. Progress 50. Next task. Destroy the Horcrux Resurrection Stone Ring. Chapter 5. The onset of November was tumultuous. The Dementors swiftly vacated the school, but they were soon replaced by a flurry of rumors. Numerous students had witnessed the side-by-side collapse of Sirius and Peter at the headmaster's office, and the explosive headlines in the newspaper the following day confirmed this dramatic twist. Fugitive Black was not the true culprit. He lay in wait like Hamlet, seeking revenge, while a Robin Hood-like figure aided him in bringing the escaped criminal to justice, leaving behind evidence of the interrogation. In the first defense against the dark arts class of November, Lupin's extreme fatigue served as a testament to the aftermath of this farce. Draco was more than willing to broadcast the inside information he had acquired, claiming that Lupin had been repeatedly interrogated by several Ministry Aurors, as he was suspected to be the Robin Hood who killed Peter Pettigrew after consuming the polyjuice potion. But he was present at the Halloween feast, wasn't he? Zabini remarked. Draco cast a sidelong glance at Lupin, who was busy organizing lesson plans at the podium. That could very well have been a ruse orchestrated by his accomplices to create an alibi. The true Robin Hood, Ziara, sat beside Draco, packing her bag. She was hardly paying attention to Draco's ramblings. For her, the matter concerning Peter Pettigrew had reached its conclusion. The remaining concerns were for Dumbledore and Lupin to address. Her current focus was on how to locate the missing Hagrid, and how to break the curse surrounding the Resurrection Stone Ring. Miss Lowe, could you stay for a moment? Ziara paused, glancing up at Lupin, who nodded gently. Yes, I checked the schedule. You have no class next period, and I may take up a bit of your time. As Ziara approached the podium, she felt a tension in her body, bracing herself for the moment when Lupin might inquire if she was the one who had killed Peter Pettigrew, ready to unleash or obliviate. Thankfully, the worst-case scenario she had envisioned did not materialize. I recalled something while chatting with Harry a few days ago, he said thoughtfully. It seems you never faced a boggart during our first defense against the dark arts class. Ziara breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, perhaps there wasn't enough time, she replied. It was a falsehood. She had deliberately shrunk back to avoid being called upon by Lupin. The boggart will be part of our final exam. And if you do not engage in practice, I fear you may struggle during the actual test, Lupin said kindly. Fortunately, I brought that boggart to the classroom today. Would you be willing to give it a try? Ziara scrutinized Lupin, assessing the credibility of his words. Her memory informed her that indeed, the third year's defense against the dark arts final exam would involve a boggart. All right, Ziara finally said, but I request a curtain be drawn. And you must not disclose what my boggart reveals, as I do not know what I will see. Lupin seemed taken aback that his suggestion for extra tutoring had turned into Ziara making demands, but he quickly recovered, offering a wry smile. Of course. I shall keep it confidential. Now let us see if there is something to cover you. Ultimately, Lupin's search yielded nothing. I will turn around. You may open the cabinet yourself, he instructed. If anything arises, you will simply. I will handle it myself. Ziara calmly raised her wand. Imagine it as you taught Neville Longbottom to do with Professor Snape, I am well aware. Lupin sighed and turned his back. Very well. It appears this matter is of great concern to you. I wish you success. Remember the incantation. Ziara interjected. Ridiculous. Precisely, Lupin said, still facing away from her. Begin. Ziara took a deep breath. She had preemptively prepared herself, having contemplated what her boggart might take the form of since their initial class. There was an 80 chance it would manifest as Snape's corpse, his neck grotesquely lacerated, perhaps even uttering "look at me" in his final moments. And a 20 chance it would be her own self rising from the ground, bewilderedly asking, wasn't I already killed by Avada? How am I alive again? She had also devised a plan. If it were Snape's body, she would envision him as an actor in a film, rigid for a moment before rising and asking, did we wrap? If it were herself, she would deliver a swift kick, demanding, die again. Yes, her plan was foolproof. She felt ready to proceed. Ziara pointed towards the thumping wardrobe and quietly uttered, Alohomora. The wardrobe door swung open with a bang, and Ziara clenched her fist. The scene she had meticulously envisioned being abruptly disrupted by the unexpected figure emerging from within. Lupin, still turned away from Ziara as the wardrobe door opened, heard no sound. After a brief yet agonizing 2 seconds, a quavering voice inquired from behind him, Mom? A middle-aged woman with black hair and dark eyes stepped out of the wardrobe. She wore a set of clothing that Ziara recognized all too well, her visage resembling that of the last time Ziara had seen her on a video call. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes both familiar and deeply cherished. Ziara gazed at her, her mind coming to a complete standstill, the sudden surge of unshakable longing and nostalgia causing her to tremble. And she found herself with 1,000 words to say, yet they lodged in her throat. Ziara's mother approached her, her expression one of distress. Do not call me Mom. I have no daughter like you. Ziara's pupils dilated in an instant. What were you thinking? How dare you take your own life? Do you truly believe that taking your own life would allow you to escape? After all these years nurturing you, I have raised a daughter plagued by madness? Mother glared with a fierce countenance, her face awash with fury. Have you ever considered your parents? How could you be so selfish? Do you not realize that after your demise, we are subjected to the scornful gazes of others, all claiming we failed to raise you properly? Ziara found herself at a loss for words, standing frozen in place, her mind a tumultuous void following a deafening silence. You have brought nothing but shame upon your father and me. In a family as virtuous as ours, how could you turn out to be such a lunatic? Why have you abandoned your studies? You were excelling before. What suddenly caused this overwhelming pressure? Are other children not under similar strains? Do your classmates not face the same trials? Reflect upon your own shortcomings. Ziara felt as if her feet were rooted to the ground, her eyes wide as she watched her mother transform before her into her father. A disgrace. Father bellowed. Your mother and I toil endlessly to provide for your education. And what do we receive in return? Do you honor us? Do you justify the investments we have made in you? And now, who will care for us in our old age? I have long warned you against indulging in novels. How can they possibly aid your studies? Look at what has become of you. Consumed by fiction to the point of madness. You ungrateful wretch. A heartless creature. You have caused us profound sorrow. Had I known this would occur, I would have never brought you into this world. Lu Ping struggled to comprehend Ziara's parents' words, hesitantly inquiring. Ziara? Are you all right? Why have you remained silent? Ziara had completely lost her capacity for thought and action. She dared not even shake her head. Tears streaming down her face as she stood rigidly, staring blankly as her father morphed into yet another figure before her. This time, it was indeed Snape. What delusions occupy your mind? Snape's lips curled into a slight smirk. Do you genuinely believe your efforts hold any merit? Do you think your plans are infallible? You think. Snape stepped closer, his finger prodding Ziara's shoulder. You think I could ever hold affection for such a student as you? Do not be foolish. I view you as merely a circus performer, an object of disdain. Each interaction with you leaves me nauseated. Were it not for my position as your headmaster and professor, I would wish for you to vanish before me like the failed potion you are. Ziara crumpled to the ground, curling into herself, desperately biting her wrist to stifle her cries. This was indeed how he perceived her. She had been mistaken. Her greatest dread was not Snape's death. What she truly feared, from her past life to this one, remained unchanged. The dread of being invalidated by those she cherished most, the inability to meet the expectations of her beloved, and being regarded as worthless and shameful by her nearest and dearest. I'm sorry. She bit down hard on her wrist, years of habit forcing her to suppress her cries. I'm sorry, mother, I'm sorry. Miss Luo? Miss Luo, are you well? Ziara. Lu Ping hastily returned the boggart to the wardrobe, crouching down to pry Ziara's hand from her wrist. Stop biting. Pull yourself together. It's merely a boggart. Do not bite. You've drawn blood. The pain failed to awaken Ziara from her stupor. In her muddled state, she found a cruel sense of pleasure in the agony, as if punishing herself was a deserved reward, for a worthless wretch like her must be chastised. Observing her fierce determination to gnaw through her own wrist, Lu Ping felt utterly helpless, drawing his wand and aiming it at her wrist, exclaiming, Relatio. With a pop, Ziara instantly lost her biting strength, her bloodied wrist falling limply. Yet, she could not suppress the urge to weep, wrapping her arms around her knees and huddling on the floor, trembling quietly. At that moment, the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom swung open abruptly. Lu Ping looked up, his heart racing, only to find the man who had just emerged from the wardrobe standing in the doorway. A student informed me you were in the classroom, so I brought the potion directly, Snape said, his expression icy, holding a vial of wolfsbane potion. Relieved to see Snape, Lu Ping exhaled. Thank goodness you're here. You must see Miss Luo. Her condition is quite dire. Initially, Snape did not recognize the ball of despair huddled before the wardrobe, but upon hearing Ziara's name, his brow instinctively arched. Who? You mean Ziara Luo? Indeed it is her. She was just practicing how to confront a boggart. Snape brusquely shoved the wolfsbane potion into Lu Ping's hands and swiftly approached Ziara. Upon noticing the ghastly bite marks on her pale wrist, he directed a murderous glare at Lu Ping. You let her bite herself. You let my student harm herself. It was not me. She did it to herself. Lu Ping quickly raised his hands, almost spilling the potion. She was biting her wrist without letting go. Snape knelt before Ziara, lifting her wrist and swiftly tapping it with his wand. Mend as before. A chilling sensation spread across her wrist. Yet Ziara remained trapped in her tumultuous emotions. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I wish I were dead, but that isn't right either. I'm sorry for everything. She murmured. What was her boggart? What terrified her so? Snape turned to Lupin, inquiring. Lupin opened his mouth, his expression complex as he replied. I didn't see the whole thing, and I couldn't understand the words from her first two boggarts. They seemed to be in another language. But I did see her last boggart. Speak. It was you, Lupin answered swiftly. It was you expressing your disdain for her. Snape's expression instantly shifted to one of shock. Chapter 6. Ziara. Did she see herself? And it was not a boggart of Neville Longbottom's ilk. She did not fear him. But rather her own self-loathing? Lupin sighed wryly. Yes, it is true. One can only say that Miss Luo indeed places great importance on your opinion of her. Snape grasped Lupin's meaning, yet he found it difficult to accept at that moment. Ziara gradually ceased her trembling, while her emotions remained overshadowed by extreme anguish and self-contempt. Her reason began to resurface. She started to recall what she had been doing. Although the wound on her wrist had healed, the residual nerve reflexes continued to send phantom pains to her brain, intensifying her awareness. She lifted her head, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at Snape, who held her wrist. I am not a boggart, Snape stated. Ziara's fear showed no signs of abating. Why was Snape here? Are you feeling all right now, Miss Luo? Lupin approached her side, his expression laced with concern as he gazed at her. I recommend you return to rest, indulge in some chocolate, and get a good night's sleep. However, Yala paid him no heed. She soon found herself unable to meet Snape's gaze, lowering her eyes to focus on the row of tightly fastened buttons on his chest. In a barely audible whisper, she said, I'm sorry, I'm fine. I was just dealing with a boggart. Snape had already endured an abundance of her apologies today. Rising to his feet, he firmly pulled Yala up alongside him, commanding as he released her grip, wipe your face. Instinctively, Yala reached for her hand to brush away the tears on her cheeks, but her reason quickly restrained her actions. Instead, she drew her wand and swiftly pointed it at her face, murmuring Scourgify. Lupin looked at her in astonishment. You used Scourgify on yourself? Don't you feel any pain? Yala's face was now as smooth as ever, save for the faint redness around her eyes, betraying no evidence of her earlier emotional breakdown. She cast a sidelong glance at Lupin, deliberately lowering her tone to suppress the tremor left by her tears. I feel nothing. Lupin was momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced at Snape, then back at Yala, who had quickly returned to her usual impassive demeanor. He wished to convey to Snape that this child clearly bore deep psychological scars, but he recognized that now was not the opportune moment for such revelations. Do you have any other issues? Snape inquired in a low voice. Yala, still looking down, replied calmly, No issues. Thank you, Professor Snape. I apologize for the trouble I caused you. Snape scrutinized her closely, and he too felt assured that she would not encounter any further problems. Over the years, Yala had left a remarkably reassuring impression on him, and her behavior following the boggart incident seemed to align with her usual character. Never a source of concern. Yet, inexplicably, the more he observed this seemingly reassuring Yala, the more irksome she became to him. Then you may return, he stated brusquely. Yala nodded silently, then turned to Lupin and quietly apologized once more. I'm truly sorry, Professor Lupin, for causing you such great trouble. It's nothing, quite understandable, he replied. Upon my return, I will thoroughly reflect on today's experience to ensure such an incident does not recur during the final exams, Yala asserted with a hint of determination. Today's occurrence was merely an oversight. I hope, Professor Lupin, you will not factor this informal attempt into the final grading. Lupin found himself at a loss for an extended moment. He glanced at Yala, then turned to Snape, who appeared unfazed, as though he remained preoccupied with final grades even after the emotional upheaval. That will not be the case, he could only reply. Do you have any further matters? Miss Laurel? Yala gradually resumed her previous composure. Casting a glance at Snape, who seemed disinclined to interject, she turned earnestly to Lupin, stating, Indeed, there is one more thing. Lupin inquired, What is it? This is merely my personal opinion, presented solely as such. Yala met his gaze directly. I believe you should apologize to Professor Snape for your guidance to Mr. Longbottom regarding the boggart during the first defense against the dark arts class. Lupin blinked, momentarily rendered speechless. He glanced at Snape, who remained silent, only to notice a faint trace of satisfaction flickering across the man's face. I am not saying this solely because Professor Snape is present. I felt something was amiss upon hearing of this incident, but I simply never found the right moment to express my thoughts to you privately. Yala articulated her viewpoint with calm precision. Now, nearly the entire school is aware of what transpired in that defense against the dark arts class, which has significantly tarnished Professor Snape's reputation. I believe. As a teacher of defense against the dark arts, you, Professor Lupin, handled Mr. Longbottom's boggart inappropriately, a sentiment echoed by several students from Slytherin. What do you think? Professor Lupin? Do you believe you should apologize? Neville Longbottom's boggart had taken the form of Snape, and Lupin had instructed him to imagine Snape dressed in his grandmother's attire. This incident remained a topic of discussion throughout the school. Though Yala outwardly said little, she had long contemplated this matter, determined to seize the opportunity to vindicate Snape. And now was her chance to act. This, indeed, exemplified the self-discipline of a true ally. In a past life, Yala would have undoubtedly created an anti-Lupin campaign, denouncing both him and Longbottom at every turn. Lupin felt a twinge of embarrassment, coupled with a subtle sense of guilt. He rubbed his hands together with a wry smile. Indeed, this matter was improperly handled on my part, and I ought to apologize to Professor Snape. You need not apologize in my presence. That would merely convey a sense of obligation. Yala stepped back promptly. I have assignments to complete, so I shall not intrude on your private conversation any longer. Farewell. And once again, thank you for your assistance, Professor Snape. I also appreciate your tutoring, Professor Lupin. Lupin regarded Yala as though seeing her anew, while she remained unconcerned about his thoughts, prioritizing her intentions. She had no fear of being slighted by a gentleman like him. Wait, Snape called out suddenly. Do remember to procure a bottle of scar-removing potion from Madame Pomfrey. Yala paused at the door, turning to Snape with a fleeting smile. Of course. Soon, the defense against the dark arts classroom was left with only Snape and Lupin, accompanied by a bubbling vial of wolfsbane potion. Snape appeared quite satisfied with himself, nodding at Lupin and cheerfully stating, "You may begin your apology now." Lupin. He was genuinely curious. He truly wondered how Snape, with his demeanor unchanged from student to adult, had managed to cultivate a student so fond of him. Actually, Snape himself did not possess the answer. Yala was simply a product of natural growth, indeed, a testament to nature's course. The day after Harry Potter's triumph over the Slytherin Quidditch team, Yala received a response from her attorney. Her will had been successfully updated. Additionally, she had unearthed the whereabouts of Little Hangleton, a nondescript village in England. Under the guise of seeking to acquire property, she had discovered the Riddle House listed among the vacant properties. The Riddle House was hardly a desirable asset due to its poor location and dilapidated condition, and she was acutely aware that within a year, Voldemort would occupy it as his resurrection base. Yet, Yala could not forsake the Riddle House. She had to monitor Voldemort's movements, especially in light of the chaos that would ensue following the demise of Peter Pettigrew at her hands. It can be purchased, but it must change hands several times in between, ensuring Voldemort cannot trace its current owner. Ideally, it should be under the guise of an overseas magnate seeking a holiday home in England, so that even if he takes residence, he would not suspect why the current owner remains absent. Zyra sat by the window in the library, her left hand propping up her chin while her right delicately wielded a fountain pen, gliding across the mundane Muggle stationery as she composed a response to her lawyer. One must procure a property at a reasonable price, without exhibiting excessive eagerness. After all, the house is rather unremarkable. Additionally, it would be prudent to inquire about the neighbors. Perhaps one could hire a detective to gather information about them, which would prove invaluable for monitoring the Riddle residents. Pausing in her writing, Zyra tilted her head to gaze out the window, where the sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow. She caught sight of several students meandering toward Hagrid's hut at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid was busily transporting baskets of cabbage. Time is of the essence. Voldemort may move into the Riddle House during the summer of 4th year. I must act swiftly. By Christmas, I should resolve the matter of the Resurrection Stone ring. Zyra pondered. As for the means to eliminate the Resurrection Stone in her endeavor to write, Zyra rolled up her sleeves a few inches, revealing her pale wrists marked with faint scars. She gazed at the line of bite scars, her eyes shimmering with a sudden inspiration. Furthermore, in addition to acquiring property, I wish to invest in certain industrial companies, such as chemical plants. It always brings unease to lack tangible assets, especially in this era, where the real estate bubble could burst at any moment. I intend to enlist the help of my fund manager to identify well-operated chemical enterprises with exceptional products, without the necessity of grand scale. As long as she could procure nitroglycerin, she would be satisfied. Chapter 7. Professor Snape, Merry Christmas. I am Zyra Lolo, extending my most sincere wishes to you this year. It is regrettable that I cannot spend this Christmas at school. I have matters to attend to in the Muggle world, necessitating a return during the holiday. Fortunately, everything is proceeding smoothly, and I shall return to school promptly by the end of the break. You must have attended the Christmas feast today, yes? In the past 2 years, I feasted heartily at every Christmas banquet, and I presume this year's celebration was equally splendid. I find myself rather nostalgic for the kitchen's Christmas pudding. Alas, I have been traveling by train for several days and have scarcely enjoyed any decent meals. At present, I find myself in a quaint village, suffused with the spirit of Christmas, with each household adorning their front yards in festive red and green decorations. The local tavern has even erected a genuine Christmas tree made of pine. As I passed by, I witnessed the proprietor shoveling snow at the entrance, only to have a cascade of snow tumble down from the tree into his collar, leaving him shivering in surprise. Have you ever seen the English countryside after snowfall? I had not until now, and this recent train journey has been quite a novelty for me. I cannot profess to be particularly enamored with landscapes and travel. In truth, I prefer the solace of my warm, comfortable abode. However, I do not shy away from experiencing new sights. The more one encounters the unfamiliar, the clearer their understanding of the world's boundaries becomes, fostering a greater sense of introspection, ensuring one remains awake and humble. Such sentiments may seem somewhat Ravenclaw-esque, yet I believe it is a fundamental truth that everyone ought to comprehend. It would eliminate at least 80 of the foolishness in the world. The snow-laden English village resembles the idyllic scenes from my childhood illustrations. Seeing it in person is far superior to mere hearsay. As I finally grasped that the quaint gingerbread-like village was not merely a figment of the artist's imagination. Yet, while the village is indeed picturesque, traversing the unshoveled snowy paths has proven quite arduous. I had no choice but to procure a pair of snow boots, wrapping myself up snugly before setting out. Even so, it took longer to reach my destination than I had anticipated. Upon arriving at the house, I lit a fire, and now I write to you while basking in its warmth. In winter, cellars can be quite frigid, but the presence of a fireplace makes a world of difference. I hope you remember to spend time in rooms with fireplaces. It is beneficial for protecting your joints. As I write, I notice that the flames I kindled have drawn out many snakes, seemingly enchanted by the warmth, mistaking it for spring. I observe them slithering towards me, oblivious to the fact that I, too, am merely another creature rendered stiff by winter's chill. Spring has not yet arrived, nor will it arrive for them. In the light of the fire, only death remains. Night is approaching. I have purchased a ticket for this evening's train, and once I dry my shoes by the fire, I shall set off for the station. This letter shall conclude here, accompanied by a sprig of pine from Little Hangleton, hoping its fragrance may bring you joy. Once more Merry Christmas to you. Yours faithfully, Zyra Lolo. Zyra folded the letter with care, and placed it into the envelope she had procured in advance. Behind her, the fierce flames consumed the Gunter estate, billowing thick smoke as the remaining load-bearing wall teetered on the brink of collapse. The acrid scent of gunpowder lingered, leaving a faint trace upon the paper. Zyra refrained from glancing at the snakes slowly slithering toward the glow, resting her chin in her hand, quietly awaiting the flames to extinguish in the dimming twilight. Momentlate. The last wall crumbled with a thunderous crash. Zyra rose, shaking the warmth from her now heated snow boots, slipping them on before making her way toward the inferno that still radiated a searing heat. A translucent protective barrier enveloped her silently as she murmured a spell, her expression serene as she allowed the flames to caress her slender form, scorching her visage. The swirling heat distorted her silhouette as she traversed the hellish blaze, her gaze scanning for any incongruous remnants of flooring, resembling a saint resigned to her fate, consumed by fire, or perhaps a demon with crimson eyes, born of volcanic magma, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Ultimately, Zyra discovered a particularly eerie, intact section of flooring amidst the ruins, now unrecognizable as a remnant of life. Found you, she whispered. A billowing cloud of smoke surged before her, and a distorted serpentine face twisted into a head level with her gaze. Zyra regarded it as it hissed a question. Why did Dumbledore send a mere girl like you? Zyra replied coolly, because I am enough. The black smoke erupted in sharp laughter, swelling larger in the wind, swirling ominously as if attempting to envelop her entirely. What power could you possibly wield, little girl who has yet to mature? Zyra shook her head at the Horcrux. Remember to remain humble and cautious. I had thought you would have learned this in your long existence, but it appears that you have not. She revealed the tip of her wand from her sleeve. This wand, newly acquired from Nocturne Alley, was somewhat unwieldy, often requiring excessive force to cast spells. Yet, in this moment it would suffice. Facing the sneering black smoke, Zyra raised her hand, drawing a long streak of fire through the air from above. In second year, it was exceedingly easy to obtain signatures in the restricted section from Lockhart. I amassed many, one of which I intend to use on you. However, locating a book that details the method of this spell is rather challenging, and mastering it is even more so. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I had to practice for quite some time, accidentally igniting several of my garments along the way. Zyra sighed, yet a rare, genuine smile graced her face. Evidently, although there are indeed few things in this world that bring her joy, the satisfaction derived from mastering something exceedingly challenging and successfully applying it resonates with the collective human experience, even if what she has learned is categorized as an extremely malevolent form of dark magic. Inferno. If I have erred in any way, I implore you to correct me, for you are the true master in this domain. Ziara spoke softly. Yet should you perish in the end, it would imply that I have sufficiently mastered this spell. The crimson serpents of flame revealed their terrifying fangs, while Ziara, standing under the fierce fire, bore a smile, resembling an ordinary student seeking guidance. Just before being consumed to ashes, the soul artifact struggled and demanded, "Who on earth are you?" Ziara tilted her head, feigning innocence. "I am merely a relentless psychopath, willing to do anything to achieve my goals." "You are mad." Ziara chuckled. "Indeed, one could certainly say that." On December 25th, a great fire erupted in a desolate area of Little Hangleton under mysterious circumstances, fortunately resulting in no casualties. The villagers celebrated Christmas with a night of revelry, only to discover the still smoldering wasteland the following morning. The charred remains of the land were marked solely by an old shack left behind by a vagrant decades ago, alongside the stark contrast of blackened debris against the white snow, and the numerous dead snakes that had awoken unseasonably from their hibernation. The villagers buried the dead snakes, neglecting the ruins of the shack. In the coming spring, fresh shoots would once again sprout, erasing all traces of human activity from the landscape. New events unfold daily in this world, and the Christmas fire in Little Hangleton garnered no attention, leaving behind only a minuscule trace, a small tuft of Ziara's hair, inevitably singed. However, this trivial issue was easily resolved. Ziara swiftly cut the singed hair before the flame spread, resulting in a somewhat thinner appearance of her locks, though for an Englishwoman, such a lack of hair was hardly surprising. To avoid the impression that her extensive hair loss was due to late-night study sessions during the holiday, Ziara visited the infirmary after the Christmas break. Madame Pomfrey had grown accustomed to students requesting hair growth potions, having even received requests from professors without divulging their identities. Madame Pomfrey handed Ziara a vial of potion, initially advising her to take just a few drops, yet Ziara, in her presence, gulped down the entire potion in one go, causing her hair to erupt like a shaken bottle of soda. The speed of growth startled even the typically composed Ziara, who clutched her hair, now cascading to her ankles, in a flustered manner, inquiring if Madame Pomfrey could provide her with a potion to reduce hair growth, prompting laughter from Madame Pomfrey. "You could always get a haircut to trim the excess, my dear," she suggested. "There's a barbershop in Hogsmeade that many students and professors favor. I can recommend it to you." Ziara awkwardly smiled. "I lack the signed permission of a guardian to visit Hogsmeade." "What a pity," Madame Pomfrey shook her head. "Then we shall have to think of an alternative." After a moment of silence, she proposed, "How about I give you a trim, Ziara?" When Severus Snape arrived at the infirmary that afternoon with new potion supplies, he was greeted by the sight of Madame Pomfrey draping a surgical green drape over a girl with long hair cascading to the floor, who sat with her back to him, as she rummaged through her instrument tray, finally retrieving a pair of enormous scissors. "What is that?" the girl asked, her voice trembling. It took Snape a moment to realize it was Ziara's voice. Madame Pomfrey, wielding the large scissors above Ziara's head, gently remarked, "These are scissors meant for cutting entrails. Very sharp. I'll have you done in no time, dear." "Ziara? Why are they entrail cutting scissors? Aren't there any normal scissors in the infirmary? Even those for cutting gauze?" Snape observed Ziara clutching the hem of her school robe tightly, her entire being tense, as if Madame Pomfrey were about to cut not her hair but her arteries. "Oh, I hadn't noticed you had come in," Madame Pomfrey acknowledged Snape, who had heard the noise at the door. "Did you bring the blood-replenishing potion, Severus?" "Thank you very much, just place it in the usual spot." Upon hearing Snape's name, Ziara felt a rush of blood to her head. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she dared not turn around. Snape placed several glass vials on the potion cabinet by the door, casually inquiring, "May I ask what you two are up to?" "I'm giving Miss Ziara a haircut. She just consumed an excessive amount of hair growth potion," Madame Pomfrey explained, gathering Ziara's hair in her hands and attempting to position it beneath the blade of the large scissors. "Relax, it will be over soon. See, just one snip." With a swift motion, the long strands fell to the ground, restoring Ziara's hair to its original shoulder length, revealing her flushed ears and neck. "Is this length acceptable, dear?" Madame Pomfrey offered her a small mirror, and Ziara gazed at her face, now as red as the flames, catching a fleeting glance of Snape as he turned to leave. Yes, I think it looks quite good, she murmured. It seemed as though nothing had changed. Everything returned to its original course. As if the great fire on Christmas had never transpired. Only the charred, twisted ring, ensconced in a small metal box in the far corner of Ziara's suitcase, bore witness to the tempest that this Christmas had truly witnessed. Chapter 8. The conclusion of the third year held little excitement, at least for Ziara. She diligently prepared for her exams, dedicating extra time to review the material for the final test in defense against the dark arts, which unsurprisingly, featured a boggart. However, Ziara was well prepared upon discovering what her boggart was. Originally, Lupin had been concerned that she might falter during the exam, but as the wardrobe door swung open, before the boggart, shaped like her mother, could utter a word, Ziara swiftly stepped forward and firmly covered its mouth with her hand. Create another, she whispered. Goodbye is goodbye. The next one will behave. No need to dwell on me. Ridiculous. The boggart disintegrated into a wisp of blue smoke, and Ziara forcefully closed the wardrobe door. It's over, she stated calmly. I followed the guidelines for confronting boggarts to the letter. Professor Lupin. How many points do you think I can earn for that? Lupin. It would indeed be hard to justify not awarding full marks. Forgive me, may I ask a question? Lupin called out to her as she prepared to exit and summon the next candidate, after recording Ziara's score in his notebook. What language did you just speak? And what is your relationship to her? Ziara stood at the door, casting a glance at the wardrobe before shrugging. Perhaps he was the one I loved most in my previous life. After the conclusion of the final examinations, nothing could retain the eager students within the confines of the school, aside from the impending execution of a griffin-headed sphinx that had managed to escape, and the case of Sirius Black set to be retried with Dumbledore testifying on his behalf. The wizarding world enjoyed a fleeting moment of tranquility. The summer of 1994 proved to be one of fervor, chaos, and dread for the wizards of Britain. The excitement following the Quidditch World Cup had barely subsided when the emergence of the Dark Mark after the final match sent waves of terror across the island. The Daily Prophet spent weeks speculating on the identity of the Dark Mark's conjurer, and whether the masked figures who set fire to the campsite were indeed Death Eaters. Oh. And a breaking news story. A retired Alastair Moody claimed that Death Eaters were hiding in his rubbish bin, only for ministry officials to find nothing amiss upon their arrival. The narrative unfolded as if Kiara had never existed, proceeding along the lines of the original text. Kiara did not overly assert her presence. In her first and second years, she merely portrayed the image of an ordinary, diligent student focused solely on her studies, observing from a distance as Harry and his friends triumphed over Quirrell to protect the Philosopher's Stone, unraveling the secret of the basilisk. Her involvement was limited to subtly intervening just before they could ensnare Snape. For instance, during the Quidditch match when Hermione aimed to tug at Snape's robes, Kiara had discreetly targeted Quirrell's nape with a well-aimed dung bomb before Hermione could reach him. It was rather crude, yet undeniably effective. Who says dung bombs aren't bombs? She refrained from interfering in Harry's heroic escapades, as Kiara wished to avoid drawing the attention of Dumbledore and Voldemort. In many ways, Kiara embodied a quintessential serpent, an astute predator. She was accustomed to lurking in the underbrush, devising meticulous plans, calculating and cornering her prey's every escape route, then striking from the shadows with deadly precision. Thus far, no one was aware of her clandestine actions, and everything continued to unfold as it had in the original narrative. Barty Crouch Jr. had freed himself from his father's control and successfully assumed the identity of Mad-Eye Moody. This loyal Death Eater would now attempt to resurrect Voldemort and infiltrate Hogwarts, plotting to bring the famed Harry Potter before his master. For Kiara, thwarting Voldemort's plans was a task of relative ease, but it required her to act with cunning and restraint. While Voldemort and Barty believed they operated from the shadows, a far deeper darkness awaited them. Fourth year marked the year of the Triwizard Tournament. Hogwarts students found it nearly impossible to concentrate on their studies during this period. Each day, the first thought upon awakening was the Triwizard Tournament, with students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arriving at Hogwarts, leading up to registrations, the first task, the second task, and the final event. A thrilling competition spanning 3 major magical institutions that rendered educational endeavors exceedingly arduous. Kiara even suspected that this year's OWLs and Newt's pass rates might plummet to an all-time low. However, this bore no significance for her. She was merely an ordinary fourth-year student, not registering for the tournament or participating, and she did not don the Potter Stinks badge. Yet, when Draco distributed them, she graciously accepted the badge, complimenting Draco on his craftsmanship, which pleased him greatly. This year was no different from the previous 3. When faced with Moody, Kiara exhibited no unusual reactions. In her first year, Voldemort had been glued to Quirrell's back, teaching them without any apparent threat. under Dumbledore's vigilant gaze at Hogwarts. Did Barty Crouch Jr. dare to act against her? Could that spinning magical eye perceive her thoughts of wanting to shred him to feed to the blast-ended Scroots? The impostor Moody had indeed failed to notice. Just as in the original text, his first lesson for the fourth-year students left a lasting impression as he demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses: the Killing Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Imperious Curse. Barty Crouch Jr. intoned in Mad-Eye Moody's gruff voice. He held up a glass jar, showcasing the spiders he had killed with each curse, emphasizing his point by stomping his wooden leg. If you ever use any of these on a person, haha, you can expect to spend the rest of your life in Azkaban with those Dementors. His fearsome false eye particularly scrutinized Draco Malfoy, and those Slytherin classmates who seemed to have familial connections with Death Eaters. Many students turned pale, shrinking back in fear from the harmless little spiders. Yet Kiara remained unperturbed, sitting upright with her hands folded neatly on her lap, calmly awaiting the next segment of Barty Crouch Jr.'s lesson. Barty appeared pleased with the atmosphere he had created, snorting as he attempted to salvage the already dire classroom mood. I wonder how many of you might be future Death Eater recruits. Perhaps I shall have to personally apprehend a few of you later, but for now, you are merely a bunch of chicks. I can assure you, if you were to cast Avada Kedavra at me, aiming for my face, it would only result in a nosebleed. Does anyone know why? What is the source of power behind the unforgivable curses and dark magic? The Slytherins, having been thoroughly intimidated, remained silent, but Kiara, unfazed, raised her hand. Barty squinted, his blue false eye inspecting her from head to toe. You are? Kiara Lowe, Professor, she answered politely. Lowe, which wizarding family does that surname belong to? The expressions of her Slytherin peers turned peculiar as Kiara replied calmly, I am not aware. I have no parents. They passed away before I can remember, Professor. Barty gazed at Kiara, snorting as if jesting. A child like you must find life in Slytherin quite challenging, huh? The gaze of her classmates shifted uneasily. Not directed at Kiara, but rather at Barty Crouch Jr. Yet Kiara appeared oblivious to the underlying implications, earnestly responding, not at all. I find Slytherin to be a particularly friendly and united community. Under Professor Snape's leadership, we have achieved many commendable accomplishments, and I genuinely enjoy my classmates and my house. Of course, who would be foolish enough to ostracize Kiara? Pansy Parkinson murmured from the back of the classroom. Unless that chap can consistently complete his assignments on his own. Barty shrugged noncommittally, his blue false eye rolling back, revealing the white scara, leaving one to wonder if this was a form of an eye roll. Then tell me, the ardent supporter of Slytherin, Miss Lowe, what bestows power upon dark magical spells? It is willpower, Kiara replied. Some dark wizards believe that the driving force behind dark magic is malice, but I contend that malice can also be classified under willpower. Willpower knows no bounds of light or dark, good or evil. It simply hinges on how fervently an individual desires to achieve their aims. Little Barty fixed his gaze upon Kiara, a smirk escaping his lips as he gravely inquired, Did you conjure this idea yourself? I once read in a book, and Professor Lockhart mentioned it in his A Year with the Yeti during my second year, that some wizards from distant lands do not strictly categorize magic into black and white. The key to their success with spells lies in the strength of their will. Upon finishing her statement, Kiara noticed a momentary daze in little Barty's expression. Lockhart? He queried. Indeed, though regrettably Professor Lockhart has succumbed to madness, I still believe his writings merit reading, Kiara replied with a brief smile. It was evident that the sheltered Barty Crouch Jr. was unfamiliar with Gilderoy Lockhart's identity, yet he could not afford to display his ignorance. Thus he remained silent, brusquely gesturing for Kiara to take a seat. A novel perspective, but if I may assert, the success of those dark wizards hinges upon malice and hatred. It is the venomous emotions of hate and wickedness that imbue their spells with power. He forcefully thumped his artificial leg against the floor. Without hatred, devoid of the piercing emotions of wishing harm or death upon others, your spells would merely amount to soft, ineffective tickles. Well then, since you speak with such conviction, why not demonstrate? Miss Lockhart, please come forth. Kiara hesitated for a brief moment. Demonstrate what, Professor Moody? Demonstrate your willpower. Little Barty grinned. Casting a killing curse on a spider should not pose a challenge for you, I presume? You appear to be quite a determined child. Kiara felt a tug on her robes. You mustn't go. It's illegal, Draco whispered softly, if Professor Snape finds out. Before he finds out. This old oar would have already throttled me, Kiara replied in a similarly hushed tone. Once class is over, you can rush to tell Professor Snape everything that transpired here. If reporting has any merit, at the very least he wouldn't dare target Slytherin so overtly in the next lesson. What are you two whispering about, Miss Lockhart, Mr. Malfoy? Nothing, he was just cheering me on, Professor Moody. Yara stood, smoothing her robes as she slowly approached the podium, attempting to buy herself some time. Yet, the short distance of less than 10 meters to the podium was quickly traversed. As she stood beside little Barty, confronted by a box of spiders no larger than her thumbnail scurrying about, she let out an internal sigh. Choose one of your execution subjects. You may select one you particularly fancy or despise, little Barty instructed. I harbor no particular preference for spiders, Professor Moody, Yara replied, her tone flat. Then just pick one at random, he barked. With an expressionless glance at little Barty, Yara levitated a spider with the levitation charm, placing it on the podium, then uttered Petrificus totalis to bind it in place. A stationary target is indeed easier for a novice, little Barty chuckled. Many Death Eaters began their killing spree with those already petrified. The students below struggled to suppress their fear, many leaning back in an effort to distance themselves from the podium. Draco fixated on a spot on the floor, murmuring to himself as if rehearsing his accusations for later. Since her rebirth, Yara had seldom felt anger. Often, she only experienced mild discomfort. At present, she was caught between irritation and perplexity. As little Barty Crouch's antagonism seemed rather inexplicable, she understood that Barty, having lived in forced invisibility for over a decade, was no different from a half-mad individual. Their mental states were remarkably similar, both consumed by a singular goal. Barty harbored an all-consuming hatred for the escaped Death Eaters, and resented Slytherin's attempts to distance themselves from Voldemort. He sought to re-establish the connection between Slytherin, Voldemort, and the Death Eaters, leaving the members of this house with no choice but Voldemort himself. But what did this have to do with her? Did she have a father who was a Death Eater, or a mother who was an Auror? She was merely sorted into Slytherin House. She had even contributed to the classroom atmosphere by answering a question. Why was she being singled out to serve as an example? Yara deemed this the most absurd incident in her long history of being an exemplary student. Absurd as it was, she still wished to preserve her life in the face of such an unprincipled individual as Barty. With a slight sigh, she carefully aimed her wand at the spider, adjusting her angle to avoid misfiring and striking her classmates below. Quit dawdling. Little Barty snapped impatiently. Get on with it. Yara glanced up at him, her expression devoid of emotion, before lowering her gaze once more. You can only act so arrogantly for this year. Avada Kedavra. A brilliant green light flooded the classroom, eliciting screams from the girls in the back. Yara did not blink, watching as the spell struck the spider, sending it tumbling down the edge of the podium, lifeless. It appears to be dead. Little Barty limped to the edge of the podium, giving the deceased spider a kick with his intact leg. You succeeded on your first attempt. Should I congratulate you, Miss Lockhart? Yara stowed her wand, replying flatly, Thank you, Professor Moody, but I doubt I will attempt it again. After speaking, Yara fixed her gaze on little Barty, seemingly awaiting something. Barty, bewildered by her scrutiny, asked, Do you have anything further to say, Miss Lockhart? Yara nodded. Indeed, Professor Moody. Given that I have succeeded, I should receive points for the house, correct? At least 5 or 10 points for Slytherin. I have heard the killing curse is quite difficult. Little Barty. Today, you have audaciously showcased this spectacle as a warning. Surely a request for compensation is not unreasonable. Clearly, little Barty had not anticipated that Yara would exhibit such a rebellious spirit. Prior to teaching Slytherin, he had conducted inquiries. Other professors had remarked that Yara Lockhart was the most well-behaved and least troublesome student in this year, and being an orphan without a notable background should have rendered her less likely to confront him. Yara continued to gaze at him intently, her silence inexplicably imparting an air of pressure. The Slytherins below had also forgotten the terror of witnessing a life extinguished by the killing curse. Their attention now diverted to the question of, oh right, can we receive points for that? Slytherin, accustomed to Snape's indulgence, had begun to find the loss of classroom points intolerable. Indeed, such an impressive killing curse, resulting in an immediate death of the spider, warranted points. Surely, this teacher was not biased against Slytherin. I am unaware of when successfully employing dark magic became an encouraged act. Return to your seat. Little Barty barked. Your success merely indicates that you may very well tread down a dark path in the future. Go back to your seat. Yara displayed no signs of indignation. Despite her classmates below growing increasingly agitated, she still politely nodded at little Barty, and then slowly made her way to her seat. Just wait and see. Both she and little Barty thought simultaneously. The news of Ziara's use of the killing curse to slay a spider in defense against the dark arts class spread swiftly throughout the school. However, most students did not regard her as an evil miscreant, as they were more inclined to deem Moody as a madman. It was Moody who forced her to kill. He keeps saying that all Slytherins are bad seeds, and then compelled Yara to demonstrate just how vile Slytherins can be. Indeed, I have already written to my father. Such a lunatic must be expelled from Hogwarts. That day, as she exited the library, she happened upon Draco, who was loudly disparaging Moody to anyone who would listen. Yara slowed her pace slightly to eavesdrop, then smirked at his familiar style of speech. Yara. Draco had evidently noticed her. The blonde youth exhibited no sense of shame at being caught gossiping. He casually waved at Yara and announced, "Professor Snape wants to see you." "Where to?" Yara inquired. "To the headmaster's office. I told him about what happened in class the other day, and he seemed to complain to Dumbledore immediately," Draco said proudly. "You must tell the truth. Recount everything that old madman has done to you and to Slytherin." Dumbledore wanted to see her? This was unexpected for Yara. She subtly furrowed her brow and nodded. "All right, I'll go right away. Thank you for informing me, Draco. By the way, I finished the transfiguration assignment. Could you please drop it off in the common room? Just leave it in the usual spot, so others can have a look." "How many times must I say it? I am not your errand boy," Draco retorted. Yet he promptly pointed to one of his lackeys. "Goyle, you take this and don't wrinkle it." Goyle clumsily accepted Yara's paper with both hands, staring at the words as he struggled to comprehend. Yara smiled at Draco. "I know. You mean well and are willing to help. Well, I shall head to the headmaster's office now. Goodbye, Draco." Watching the young girl turn and depart, Draco furrowed his brow, muttering in irritation, "Why does she always speak to me as if I were a child?" Because that is precisely how Yara treats all her classmates. She walked with a heavy heart towards the headmaster's office, mentally reviewing all her external behavior since starting school, searching for any potential flaws that might draw Dumbledore's attention. In her first year, she had not involved herself in the matter of the Philosopher's Stone, merely observing Harry and his friends brave the trapdoor. The only two actions she took that were related to the main storyline were pretending to be stuck in the false staircase on Halloween, when Quirrell let in the troll, preventing Snape from checking on the three-headed dog mechanism. The other was throwing a firecracker at Quirrell's head during a Quidditch match. It had an excellent effect, and the child had enjoyed it, promising to buy more next time. In her second year, she completely ignored the Chamber of Secrets incident, and even when classmates were petrified, it did not deter her from her unwavering routine of studying in the library. The only change was that during that period, she wore a pair of non-prescription glasses to prevent eye strain, claiming she needed to correct her vision due to fatigue. No one found it strange. It was only natural for a studious girl to wear glasses. In her third year, on Halloween night, she drank Polyjuice potion to disguise herself as Ron and killed Peter Pettigrew. However, Yara assured herself that she had shown no signs of a slip. She had even altered her accent to ensure that Sirius would not detect any trace of her true identity. Moreover, who would suspect that a 13-year-old girl could meticulously orchestrate a murder plot? After mentally reviewing her actions, and realizing there was truly nothing to worry about, she swiftly adjusted her demeanor and facial expression before arriving at the door of the headmaster's office. At that moment, she suddenly realized she had not asked Draco what the password was. Just as Yara hesitated, the stone gargoyle at the entrance sprang aside, revealing a spiraling staircase behind it. Yara gazed at the seemingly endless steps, inhaling deeply. "I am but a child," she reminded herself. "Though I may appear mature, I am merely a 14-year-old child, and I should exhibit some childish behavior." Would this psychological suggestion be effective? Yara was uncertain. She was even less sure if her disguise would be seen through by Dumbledore, as she had diligently concealed herself over the past 3 years, and had never conversed with him alone. Being noticed by Dumbledore was certainly not a favorable circumstance. Not at all. Yara ascended the final step, and stood before the headmaster's office door. She raised her hand and knocked twice, then heard the aged yet vigorous voice of the headmaster. "Enter." She took another deep breath. Chapter 9. 10 minutes before Yara knocked on the door, Dumbledore was engaged in a discussion with Snape regarding a matter unrelated to Moody. The one who killed Peter Pettigrew is within Hogwarts. Snape, seated opposite him, smirked with a feigned smile upon hearing this statement. "It seems we reached that conclusion a year ago." "Indeed, but this conclusion remains astonishing, as even after eliminating all suspects, that individual has yet to be identified," Dumbledore replied calmly. "His motives, his stance, and his elusive identity, even the question of whether we should refer to him as he, remain a riddle that gnaws at our peace." Snape fell silent, recalling the memory Dumbledore extracted from him before Sirius's trial. The calm yet chilling demeanor of Ron haunted him. Yet, whether it was he or Dumbledore, no one could deny one fact. This Ron was certainly not aligned with Voldemort. On the contrary, this cold-blooded individual had shown enough goodwill towards Sirius and the Order of the Phoenix. "Do you have new leads?" Snape inquired, otherwise you wouldn't bring this matter up again. Perhaps. I am reluctant to suspect others lightly, but I seem to have grasped another unsettling lead. Dumbledore sighed softly. Previously, our investigations revolved around adults, examining all faculty present that day, yet there exists another possibility. Snape replied coldly, you cannot be suggesting that a student committed such an act? Dumbledore gazed at him steadily. Having ruled out impossible conclusions, the remaining possibility, no matter how absurd, is closer to the truth. You mean to say that an underage student knew ahead of everyone else that Peter Pettigrew was a rat lying in ambush at the Weasley home for a decade? That he knew the scoundrel Black would burst in on Halloween, could brew Polyjuice potion, successfully use the reverse Animagus charm, and kill without batting an eye? Calm down, Severus. Even Voldemort could be clinging to Quirrell's neck. It is not so strange for a student to achieve such feats. In fact, I have encountered numerous prodigies who reached remarkable magical prowess during their school years. Snape scoffed. At least I have yet to discover anyone of that caliber among my students. Dumbledore smiled. Perhaps a moment of reflection might jog your memory? Severus fell silent, fixing his gaze upon Dumbledore, as a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Do you know who it is? Not with certainty, merely a suspicion. The evidence has been meticulously erased, leaving no clear clues to confirm the identity, Dumbledore replied. Shaking his head gently, Severus leaned forward. Is it truly a student? It appears so, Dumbledore responded ambiguously. Ooh. Dumbledore regarded him with a smile. Once you learn their identity, would you still treat the child differently? Severus retorted angrily. Can a murderer still be considered a child? Of course, albeit one who has strayed down a misguided path. I cannot concur, Severus muttered. Such individuals should not remain concealed within the school. Dangerous elements ought to be expunged swiftly. We are educators, Severus, Dumbledore said serenely. Regardless, that child remains our student. We have a duty to discern their true nature, and endeavor to correct a sapling that has not yet fully grown astray. Severus glared rigidly at Dumbledore. Is this truly a moment for leniency? Trust me, Severus, you will soon find yourself to be a person of leniency as well, Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head. Knock knock. It seems our conversation must be interrupted. Miss Luo is likely outside, Dumbledore called out. Please come in. Yara slipped silently through the door. Good afternoon, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape. Dumbledore greeted her with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Luo. Please have a seat. I merely wish to inquire about what transpired during the first defense against the dark arts class. Yara quickly surveyed the office, and upon spotting Severus, she discreetly pinched her palm with her fingernail, feeling a wave of relief wash over her as she realized her nervousness came effortlessly, requiring no pretense. She approached Dumbledore's desk and, somewhat stiffly, took a seat a mere meter away from Severus, her palms inevitably sweating. She glanced up quickly at Dumbledore, licked her lips, and maintained her customary politeness, asking, What would you like to know about that class, sir? Dumbledore placed his hands on the desk, lightly tapping. I've already heard a general account from Severus, and many Slytherins have assisted in reconstructing the events of that day. Therefore, I shall only ask a few key questions. Miss Luo. Yara's hands retreated into her sleeves, silently pinching the skin on her hand, her demeanor calm as she replied, Please go ahead, sir. Professor Moody posed a question to you regarding the source of power behind dark arts spells. Did he not? Yes, though it was not directed specifically at me. He asked the entire class, but I was the only one to raise my hand, Yara explained. Severus interjected angrily. There was no need for you to raise your hand for such a question. Yara made a face that seemed to suggest a faint smile of resignation. I thought it was merely an academic inquiry. It should indeed be considered an academic question. Dumbledore reassured her. So how did you respond, Miss Luo? Yara lifted her head, finally meeting Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. I stated that I believe the power of dark arts spells derives from willpower, which is indifferent to morality. However, Professor Moody refuted this, claiming that dark arts spells must be wielded with malice, and then asked me to demonstrate my willpower by using the killing curse on a spider. Severus adjusted his posture, leaning slightly towards Yara in a protective manner. I believe Miss Luo was merely articulating her thoughts reasonably. She has consistently been a student of independent thought, a consensus shared by all her instructors. Moody's actions were driven by biased retribution. He harbors animosity towards Slytherins and has unleashed it upon students like Miss Luo. Can you truly tolerate a professor in your school compelling students to use unforgivable curses, Albus? That indeed crosses a line. I shall have a serious discussion with Alastair. Dumbledore replied calmly. However, you should also temper your emotions, Severus. I do not intend to place blame upon Miss Luo. She merely acted upon a professor's directive. Ziara remained silent, internally musing. It's quite rich of you to speak of biased retribution against the house, Professor Snape, considering how long you've avenged yourself on Gryffindor. Yet Ziara is an ardent admirer of Severus, fully aware of his flaws, yet still enamored of him. You will not face punishment. This is a teaching incident, Miss Luo. And I extend my apologies on behalf of Professor Moody, Dumbledore said gently. If you are experiencing any discomfort or psychological distress, you may express it now. Both Severus and I possess considerable experience in addressing the aftereffects of dark arts usage, and I believe we can assist you. Discomfort? Ziara lowered her head, fixating on her knees, uncertain of how to present herself. Logically, a 14-year-old child compelled to use the killing curse in front of an audience should indeed bear some psychological scars. Yet she felt none. After all, it was merely a spider, one she could ordinarily crush without remorse. Would employing a different method of extermination truly haunt her dreams? Ziara's mind rapidly traversed various responses, evaluating the validity of each. Should she simply state that she felt frightened and disgusted? That seemed inappropriate. She knew she was recognized for her composure and maturity, and theatrically weeping and trembling would be excessive. However, candidly declaring she felt nothing might not satisfy Dumbledore, who would likely not appreciate such a cold response. What then? Should she say? What would be an answer befitting a 14-year-old girl that would not raise Dumbledore's suspicions? Ziara raised her head again, but she did not meet Dumbledore's gaze directly. Instead, she cleverly maintained a slight downward angle, allowing Dumbledore to see her expression, but obscuring her eyes. Regarding the killing curse, I do not find it disgusting or frightening, as I recognize I was merely killing a spider. A spider is not a human, and we have already killed many spiders in potions class. I even dispose of similar pests in the dormitory, Ziara spoke softly. I also understand that using the killing curse this time does not define me as a bad person. I simply killed a spider. Dumbledore remained silent, patiently awaiting her continuation. However, I do feel perplexed. Ziara's voice grew tighter. Professor Moody seems to be implying something. He appears to believe Slytherins are destined to turn to darkness. That we should naturally be interested in the dark arts. He even spoke of Death Eaters and their murders, and it is these remarks that truly disturb me. I feel he is concealing something in his words, as though he wishes to convey. Ziara inhaled deeply, her annoyance barely concealed as she remarked. He wishes to convey that we Slytherins, including myself, will inevitably transform into those murderous Death Eaters. Snape retorted coldly, that is precisely what I contest. These are deeply ingrained notions held by Professor Moody, and we both know they are misguided, Dumbledore sighed. I shall have a word with him. You and your Slytherin peers need not fear. At least I do not believe you will all become Death Eaters. You are merely children at present. Ziara remained silent, yet inwardly she scoffed, as if a fervent Death Eater could be reasoned with. Now then, let us divert our conversation to a more light-hearted topic. Dumbledore clapped his hands together. I seem to have never spoken with you alone, Miss Rowe, but I have heard much about you from various professors. They all hold you in high regard, describing you as a rare child who is both studious and exceptionally polite. Severus has mentioned you several times, saying you are the most agreeable student in the school, often cited as a contrast to the troublesome Gryffindors. Snape cast a pointed glance at Dumbledore, unseen by Ziara. I have also gathered some information regarding your family situation. Dumbledore continued, feigning ignorance of Snape's expression. Will you be returning to the orphanage during the holidays? Have you encountered any difficulties in the Muggle world? Ziara politely replied. Thank you for your kind words, Headmaster. And thank you, Professor Snape. I too aspire to be a student who brings you peace of mind. My time in the Muggle world has been quite satisfactory. I will be returning to the orphanage for the summer, and I have a good rapport with the teachers there. There are no issues nor any difficulties. That is reassuring. For it is indeed concerning for a young witch to be alone in the world, Dumbledore remarked, his hands clasped as if engaged in casual conversation. However, it seems you did not remain at school during last year's Christmas break. Did you return to the orphanage, Miss Rowe? Ziara's fists clenched beneath the table. I stayed at the orphanage for a few days, but most of my time was spent traveling. She answered with an even tone, though the muscles in her body were taut, her feet subtly bracing themselves for this pivotal inquiry. Traveling? Alone? Where did you go? I took a train to the south for a short excursion, spending less than a week exploring the countryside and cities further afield. Traveling is indeed a wonderful way to keep an open mind, Dumbledore smiled. I am delighted to see you cultivating your own interests and unique personal life. I hope this recent incident does not affect your outlook on life, Miss Rowe. Ziara briefly lifted the corners of her mouth. I believe it will not, Headmaster. That will be all. Thank you for your cooperation, Miss Rowe. You may leave. Ziara stood, offering a farewell to Dumbledore and Snape. Goodbye, Headmaster, Professor Snape. She exited the office, closing the door gently behind her. As she descended the spiral staircase, she realized her shirt was damp with cold sweat. Miss Rowe is quite an intriguing child, Snape mused, still preoccupied with Moody's matter. Indeed, Moody should consider himself fortunate that she lacks a family background. Had she a father like Lucius, Hogwarts would be in utter turmoil. Dumbledore regarded him with curiosity. You seem to genuinely admire her? She is the only student I have taught over the years who possesses such intelligence, maturity, and respect for authority, Snape replied, his expression impassive. Dumbledore inquired with interest. Do you consider this precocious maturity to be one of her virtues? Snape retorted. The truth is, 90% of adults fail to exhibit the kind of mental maturity she displays. Dumbledore sighed softly. And that is precisely what makes Ziara Rowe so pitiable. Chapter 10. Severus Snape understood Dumbledore's implication all too well. He had taught countless students. And each year brought forth a motley assortment of children, each struggling to don their robes as they awkwardly found their seats in the potions classroom. A mere glance from the lectern would reveal the essence of each child's character. Each child was akin to a uniquely shaped stone, their youth marked by sharp edges and distinct temperaments. Yet, as time progressed, their sharpness dulled. Life and environment, along with a series of trials, gradually smoothed their edges, leaving them polished and devoid of the discomfort once caused by their jaggedness. No child is born adept at reading the room or ingratiating themselves with others. Much like no stone is naturally smooth and round, Ziara Rowe was like a pebble nestled amongst the peculiar stones. And while Snape appreciated her texture, he never pondered the extent of the erosion and polishing she had undergone before arriving in his grasp. Suffering is a prerequisite for the development of a strong and mature individual, yet no one expresses gratitude for their hardships. As Snape, who had traversed the abyss of suffering to arrive at his current state, glanced back, he saw Ziara Rowe's equally solitary silhouette. They were merely pebbles amidst the waves. After returning from the headmaster's office, Ziara was plagued by nightmares for several consecutive nights. She sensed something unsettling in Dumbledore's inquiries. Clearly, he was watching her. He knew she hailed from an orphanage, and had noted her absence from school last Christmas. The only source of comfort she could find was that in 1994 Britain, tracking train tickets and personal identification was arduous, for there was no network of real name identification. Ziara had been exceedingly cautious in her journey to Little Hangleton, even disembarking 2 stops early to prevent anyone from tracing her whereabouts through train records. However, relief soon washed over her as students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons arrived at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament commenced, and Dumbledore soon found himself embroiled in the chaos of the Goblet of Fire, which inexplicably spat out a 4th name. Ziara was uncertain whether she remained the focus of his attention, but she could at least reassure herself that she need not worry about Dumbledore for the time being, nor fear a Dementor bursting into the classroom to drag her off to Azkaban. The rhythm of Ziara's life was not disrupted by the Triwizard Tournament. She navigated through the excited Hogwarts students, her heavy bag slung over her shoulder, weaving among the foreign students adorned in blue and fur uniforms, each with their own accents. The library remained her open secret, where she calmly perused various tomes in her usual seat, immersing herself in a diverse array of magical knowledge, including the dark arts. While others perceived her as simply passing through an exhilarating year. She attended each tournament event, but merely for the sake of social conformity. She declined the Yule Ball invitation. Even when Draco Malfoy indirectly inquired if she would care to dance with him. Ziara also sensed the interest from several male classmates, yet she rebuffed all overtures. Ziara held no interest in adolescent boys, nor did she wish to raise false hopes. Hope is an exceedingly precious commodity, one which Ziara possessed little of herself, and thus she could not easily bestow it upon others. The only difference from before is that young Barty Crouch seems to have indeed been summoned by Dumbledore, and the meeting has evidently borne fruit. In the subsequent defense against the dark arts class, Ziara was no longer subjected to Barty's torment. Yet the predicament of Slytherin did not improve significantly. Barty continued to harbor a deep-seated hatred for the Death Eaters, and the misfortune did not befall Ziara alone. Draco, too, was frequently left pale with fright during class due to Barty's menacing demeanor. Barty's intimidation tactics produced some rather peculiar countereffects, as it soon became apparent to all that no matter how Barty targeted her, Ziara appeared utterly unfazed. She attended class diligently, completed her assignments, answered questions, and turned a blind eye to Barty's bizarre antics and pronouncements, as though he were merely a jester. Ziara's composure served as a stabilizing force for the 4th-year Slytherins, and they quickly began to congregate around her during defense against the dark arts lessons, learning to refrain from uttering a word until Ziara spoke. dispatching a delegate to the dungeons to report Barty's outbursts to Snape whenever he exhibited erratic behavior. Yara was well aware of the sentiments of these young ones and did not mind playing the role of their guardian angel. To her, Barty's blusterous intimidation was merely an appetizer before the main course. She understood perfectly what Barty aimed to achieve, and of course, she was equally aware of her own intentions. One day, she would kill Barty Crouch. A week before the finale of the Triwizard Tournament, Yara had already updated her will to its 5th version this year. No one sensed the impending storm, save for Yara's lawyer. This unfortunate gentleman, when he first began working with Yara, had assumed she was merely a wealthy young lady looking to invest her spare funds for amusement, as Yara's language was polite, mature, and thoughtful, far from that of a typical adolescent. However, as he continually received her revised wills, the lawyer gradually discerned through her words that Yara seemed to be facing some monumental challenge, one which she did not feel assured about. Her inner turmoil manifested in the succession of wills she sent. As his fees escalated, the lawyer cautiously suggested in his correspondence that Yara consider consulting a psychologist. Yara's response was, "Would you recommend a late-stage cancer patient to get a teeth cleaning? It is unnecessary." Her mission was to eliminate Barty Crouch before he could replace the Triwizard Cup, then to retreat discreetly under a concealed identity. This was a task whose success rate was shrouded in uncertainty. It sounded deceptively simple. After all, a mere Avada Kedavra could extinguish a life, and even Dumbledore was not immune to it. Yet Yara understood that she was up against a Death Eater capable of wielding powerful Confundus charms. A ruthless maniac with Mad-Eye Moody's magical eye that could see through solid objects. Despite her relentless study of magic over the past few years, she still lacked the practical experience to rival that of Death Eater Barty Crouch. She must transform into a venomous serpent, a seemingly feeble serpent, lurking in the shadows to seize Barty's vulnerabilities and strike decisively. Yara's anxiety could not be alleviated by repeatedly revising her will. She began to suffer from insomnia, spending countless nights awake until the early hours, only catching a hint of sleep around 4 or 5 o'clock. After completing her assignments, she would check for typos over and over, even beginning to draw horizontal lines on parchment before writing, employing a peculiar printing style. As if such mechanical actions could momentarily empty her mind, her classmates soon noticed that something was amiss with her, though most attributed it to the approaching exams. Yara allowed them to think so, for her persona was that of someone wholly dedicated to her studies, despite her indifference towards this year's final exams. She feared neither death nor failure. So what was truly troubling her? What did she dread? Chap, 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 chap. Yara stared at the daisy roots in her hand, expressionless, as she sliced them into pieces with her silver knife. Chap, 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 chap. Her tablemate, Pansy, had already tossed her daisy roots into the cauldron, intending to sneak a glance at Yara's next step before continuing. However, she found Yara seemingly entranced, slicing the daisy roots with an intensity that suggested a deep-seated vendetta, reducing them to strips, shreds, and then minuscule pieces. Yara. Pansy prodded her back. The book says they only need to be cut into chunks. Yara snapped back to reality, raised her head, glanced at the book, then at her cutting board where the daisy roots were now indistinguishable from scallions, and in frustration, pushed them aside, taking a fresh batch of daisy roots to cut anew. This time, she managed well, but as she began to slice the toadskin, Yara again lost focus. The toadskin was slimy and slippery, making it difficult to cut cleanly. It required back and forth cutting. After 3 strokes, she slipped into a peculiar state, beset by fatigue, anxiety, and mechanical labor. Too many factors pressed her reason into chaos. Her eyes glazed over as she continued to slice a piece of toadskin that had already been severed, failing to notice Snape silently approaching from behind her. Snape stood behind Yara, able to see the pale skin of her neck exposed by her short hair, but his gaze merely brushed past it. Soon, he noticed the pitiful piece of toadskin in her hands, the deeply scored cutting board, and her wrist exposed from rolling up her sleeves for convenience. "Miss Law," Snape spoke. "Stop." Yara nearly dropped her knife in surprise, but she quickly halted, as if jolted, scraping the slime off the toadskin and tossing it into the cauldron, which was perilously close to turning a burnt brown. A timely salvage. "But I do not want to see you daydreaming in my class again." Snape coldly uttered this remark before striding away. Yara remained frozen for a few seconds, then swiftly succumbed to a profound self-loathing. She did not allow herself to zone out again, executing her subsequent tasks with precision and a speed that suggested someone was pursuing her, even overlooking the murmurs of Harry and Ron in the back row. "Look, Yara is human too. She can zone out." "You dare zone out in Old Bat's class?" The only reason she hasn't been drowned in the cauldron is that she is Yara. Before the class ended, she produced a potion of commendable quality. Yara bottled her potion, sealed it, and approached Snape with a heavy heart to submit her assignment. When Snape took the glass vial, he did not utter another word. As he affixed Yara's name label to the vial, she hesitated, contemplating whether she should apologize. However, before she could speak, Snape brought up another matter. Did you not retrieve the scar removal potion? Yara momentarily fell into a daze, not understanding what Snape was referring to. His dull black eyes were fixed on her wrist. And only then did she realize he was alluding to the Boggart incident in their third year, when she had bitten her wrist until it bled to stifle her sobs. Since then, she had not sought to erase the bite marks, and the pale scars served as a constant reminder of her vulnerability, a reminder of where she came from, and what she had willingly relinquished. I forgot. Yara told a lie. But this is not a significant matter. I simply chose to ignore it. Snape regarded her, his fingers on one side of his body unconsciously flexing, as if grasping a cool, smooth pebble. He had no obligation to concern himself with this issue. Yet, inexplicably, Yara's spirits lifted considerably. She raised her gaze to Snape's perpetually frigid, emotionless countenance, sensing that her anxiety had not dissipated, but rather that the flame of courage to suppress it had surged considerably. This was the essence of her struggle to this day. This was the meaning of her existence. Severus Snape, a flame quietly burning in the darkness. The flame, unaware of its warmth, stubbornly persisted, quietly offering its heat to the surroundings with the intent of burning itself out. No one witnessed its brilliance. People merely felt a subtle warmth in the biting winter before tightening their coats and continuing on their path. Yara was a moth, born and dying amidst the storm and snow. The purpose of her life was to throw herself into the fire, serving as fuel for its blaze, if only to prolong its radiance for a fleeting moment. That was indeed the value of her existence. The moth drifted away from the potions classroom, her feet feeling light as she ascended from the dungeons, moving against the flow of students heading to dinner toward the astronomy tower, climbing high to gaze upon the Quidditch pitch, now flattened to the ground by time. In the orange glow of the setting sun, a limping figure dragged a long shadow toward the competition grounds, where a rudimentary hedge had been erected. Yara looked at him from afar, the smile at her lips vanishing in an instant. Young Barty Crouch intended to enter the maze for some purpose. Chapter 11. This day arrived rather swiftly. At least, Yara had not anticipated it would come so soon. Though she had been preparing for her confrontation with young Barty Crouch since stepping out of the blazing inferno of the Gunter estate last Christmas, even revising her will 5 times for him, upon seeing that unmistakable limping figure approaching the not yet fully constructed maze, Yara could not help but question herself. Is it today? Is it this very moment? Is she truly prepared? Truly ready to face a merciless Death Eater? Truly ready to confront a potential death in this life? Yara's movements did not falter. She swiftly descended the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, her form sweeping through the corridor like a gust of wind. School rules explicitly forbade students from running in the corridors, a rule Yara had never breached, for nothing had ever warranted her haste. Yet today, she found herself running. Never before had she felt so light. She dashed past Madame Loris, evaded the intercepting Filch. Which house are you from? No running. Stop. I'll inform your head of house. Weaving around children who remained blissfully unaware of the significance of life and death, Yara eluded Filch with a simple disillusionment charm, altering her appearance in the eyes of the castle's caretaker. She burst through the castle doors, stepping onto the lawn bathed in the golden hues of the sunset, continuing her dash toward the Quidditch pitch. The battlefield lay ahead. Birds were startled from the forbidden forest, briefly diverting Yara's attention as she glanced at the larger black shadows. Soon realizing they were Thestrals, foraging at dusk, Yara could indeed see the Thestrals. She held a fondness for these terrifying yet gentle creatures. Death evoked in her a sensation akin to that of the Thestrals. Both resembled docile giants, skeletal yet adorned with wings capable of enveloping her. She harbored no fear of death, for to her, it was merely an option. An escape that could offer her tranquility and solace. Now, Yara ventured toward a potentially fatal outcome for the 3rd time. Young Barty Crouch remained oblivious to the approach of the goddess of death, equally wielding her scythe with impartiality. Despite having disguised himself for nearly a year, he was still unaccustomed to Moody's wooden leg, and did not walk swiftly. As Yara rapidly closed the distance between them, Barty had only just reached the maze's edge. In stark contrast to Yara, Barty exhibited no signs of anxiety. No one would question the legitimacy of Moody heading to the competition grounds. He had a multitude of reasons to explain his presence in the heart of the maze, and why he remained vigilant while clutching the Triwizard Tournament trophy. which might conceal a cursed treasure. At this thought, young Barty could not help but chuckle. The closer he drew to the great goal of Voldemort's resurrection, the more exhilarated his nerves became. He maneuvered around the maze's towering hedges, drawing ever closer to the trophy's central location. At the final corner, Barty was already able to glimpse the trophy's gleaming handle through the gaps in the bushes, his lips twitching as if he were a nervous serpent. Yet, Barty did not entirely relax his vigilance. By nature, and influenced by the truly mad-eyed man, Barty had developed an overly cautious demeanor. Before physically reaching out for the trophy, he paused, opting first to retrieve the Marauder's map instead of his wand. This map, borrowed from Harry, had become Barty's operational compass, allowing him to discern the daily patterns of significant individuals within the castle, and enabling him to navigate around numerous pitfalls. Now, the Marauder's map was about to serve its final purpose. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. Ink spread from the tip of Barty's wand, sketching a dense web of lines on the blank parchment. The Quidditch pitch, currently serving as the competition grounds, lay at the map's edge, rendering it difficult for Barty to even locate his own name. However, a chilling dot appeared on the otherwise empty expanse of the playground. Zyara Lore was hastily approaching the maze. Barty confirmed this several times, forcing himself to remain vigilant towards this name. Wasn't she the Slytherin girl who always sat in the center during defense against the dark arts class, answering questions? Barty barely recalled the tumult surrounding the killing curse in their first lesson. Zyara had been so uncharacteristically subdued and compliant this past year, having completely concealed her former brilliance after her conversation with Dumbledore. The impression she left on the outside world was one of politeness and harmlessness. What could such a diligent student possibly want at the competition grounds during dinner time? Barty had never contemplated such an absurd possibility. He pulled a small vial from his coat pocket and took another swig of the compound potion, preparing to remain steadfast and observe Zyara's next move. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Barty crouched squinted. Against the light, the figure of the girl emerged from the hedgerow. He could not discern her expression, but he could see the remaining orange sunlight outlining her in a golden halo. Zyara Lore approached Barty crouch, her right hand grasping her wand, while her left hand remained concealed within her sleeve. Yet, Barty did not notice her tightly grasped wand. His attention was drawn to her left hand. Zyara took a step forward, and Barty still failed to react, fixated on her left hand, struggling to comprehend the situation. "You are bleeding." Zyara raised her left hand, revealing a deep gash upon her wrist, from which blood flowed profusely, soaking the cuffs of her white shirt, and leaving behind a comet-like trail of dark crimson behind her. "Indeed," she remarked, "I am aware that if I continue to bleed for another 10 minutes, I shall succumb to shock." Zyara's complexion was alarmingly pale, a stark indication of her excessive blood loss. However, as she gazed upon little Barty, there was no hint of the stupor that often precedes hypovolemic shock. Lowering her left hand, crimson droplets cascaded from her fingertips, plopping onto the blades of grass below. "Do you require my assistance, Miss Lowe?" Little Barty mistakenly misjudged the situation. A 14-year-old girl, half dead from blood loss, was hardly a figure to be wary of. In his capacity as Professor Moody, felt compelled to extend a helping hand, not to eliminate a student who, truth be told, had seen little. Yet Zyara held a different perspective. A faint smile gradually unfolded across her paper-white face as she raspingly acquiesced. "Well then, I entrust this to you, sir." Little Barty approached Zyara, gripping his wand tightly, his confusion swelling as he observed the girl, on the brink of collapsing. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. "Who has harmed you so?" Zyara's smile remained intact, but it was devoid of the politeness and restraint she once exhibited. Instead, little Barty sensed a madness intertwined with the scent of blood emanating from that pale grin. "I did this to myself, of course. I am quite skilled at slicing my own wrist, knowing precisely the force and location to apply." Zyara seemed almost proud. "If I cut too shallowly, it coagulates too quickly. And if too deeply, I might damage a nerve. You see, the flow of blood is just right. I doubt anyone could do it better than I. Isn't it ironic that I have found my worth in such a futile endeavor?" Little Barty halted, instinctively sensing danger. "Why are you inflicting harm upon yourself?" Zyara's gaze drifted slightly, her demeanor shifting as she languidly addressed a different matter. "Are you familiar with bloodletting as a timer? In ancient arenas, a master would wound their slaves, compelling them to measure time with their blood during gladiatorial contests. As long as the slaves' blood flowed, if they failed to vanquish their opponent, it was they who would perish." Her blood continued to seep, forming small pools upon the grass beneath. Little Barty, perplexed and infuriated by her bizarre behavior, interrupted loudly. "What are you trying to accomplish?" Zyara did not react with anger to his brusque treatment. Instead, She pointed her bloodied left hand at him, then gestured to herself. You and I are quite alike. You possess a belief for which you must fight. You have an object of allegiance to which you pledge your life. You are a devout slave. Naturally, I am as well. Today marked the moment they would battle for their respective beliefs. The gladiatorial contest had commenced. The slaves donned their helmets and grasped their weapons, for only the more ruthless, the more powerful, and the more fervent in faith would emerge victorious. Little Barty was now utterly convinced that Yara had lost her sanity. His patience evaporated entirely as he pointed his wand at her, his lips moving to recite a spell that would render her unconscious. Yara too raised her wand, shaking her head, refraining from casting any defensive spells, remaining rooted in place as if paralyzed by fear. Despite the blood flowing beneath her mind was astonishingly clear. She had awaited the arrival of her ally, one she had lured here at the cost of her own blood. Boom! A resounding explosion erupted from behind little Barty, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul stench of decaying fish and shrimp. He quickly turned around and soon he found himself confronted by the true adversary of the day, a ravenous adult blast-ended scrut, drawn by the scent of blood. In that instant, Yara unleashed her own attack. Disarm! Little did little Barty anticipate that his meticulously devised plan for Voldemort's resurrection would crumble before a blast-ended scrut. As his wand flew from his grasp, Yara, battling dizziness, aimed at him, casting a final subtle yet lethal spell. Defendo. Little Barty's left arm was struck, his skin tearing alongside his clothes, fresh blood gushing forth. The hungry scrut writhed, raising its fiery tail, charging towards the nearest flesh with yet another explosive tail strike. Yara struggled to see clearly, resolutely rubbing her left arm against her robes to stimulate focus. She stood her ground, distancing herself from the battlefield between little Barty and the scrut, and with a nonchalant obstructus, she thwarted his last attempt to retrieve his fallen wand. Why is this creature here? Little Barty screamed, tripping over his wooden prosthetic leg, which ignited due to the scrut's sparks. Are you trying to kill me because of the first dark arts defense class? She certainly knew that scruts lurked in the maze. She had known for ages. She was also aware that facing a Death Eater like Barty Crouch Jr., taught personally by Voldemort, was a losing battle. Today had been far too rushed. She had not brought any auxiliary tools or potions, and the only means to draw little Barty's attention and lower his defenses was herself. Yara lacked the strength to answer his inquiries, propping herself against the hedgerow, her eyelids growing heavier. She trembled, attempting to cast Episky on her wound, but her wand refused to align, wavering in her grip. Little Barty was struck by the scrut's appendage, letting out a piercing scream. Yara was jolted awake by the sound, glancing at her own pale, raw wound, then up at little Barty, who was being dragged away by the scrut. Ultimately, her desire to survive was unequivocally overshadowed by her anxiety. I must witness him die before my eyes to find peace, Yara sighed. She raised her right arm, stiffly wielding her wand. Avada Kedavra. This was the scene Severus Snape encountered upon rushing into the heart of the maze. His student Yara was half-soaked in blood, her complexion as pale as paper, directing a green-killing curse at Alastair Moody, who was about to be consumed by the blast-ended scrut. Chapter 12. In response to that vivid green light, which no one could ignore or deny, Snape instinctively reacted. Disarm. Yara's wand was sent flying far away. Simultaneously, this third-party attack momentarily pulled her back from the depths of impending shock. The girl transitioned from leaning against the hedgerow to standing unsteadily. Unlike the typical response to an attack, Yara did not turn towards the direction of the spell, nor did she even glance at who had cast the disarming curse. Supporting herself against the hedgerow, she strained to rise onto her toes, widening her eyes to peer ahead, striving to discern the fading green light in the obscured world before her. At that moment, her heart was singularly focused on one matter, one so crucial that it eclipsed her very life. Had little Barty Crouch perished? With a resounding boom, the tip of the blast-ended scrut erupted, sending forth a shower of fiery sparks. Yet, Yara heard no anguished cries from little Barty. Her killing curse had successfully struck its mark. He is dead, she murmured softly. Severus Snape looked on in horror, as his most obedient and innocent student curled her already bruised lips into a smile radiating an unprecedented sense of relief, before collapsing forward into a dark red pool of her own blood. Objective: eliminate the assistance of Voldemort's resurrection. Progress: 100. Splendid, she had accomplished it. At the very least. This time, her second life of merely 4 years held significance. Yara closed her eyes, surrendering her consciousness to the boundless darkness, awaiting a return to the equal embrace of the goddess of death. Severus Snape could hardly recall how he managed to carry Yara back to his office. The girl was so light, almost ethereal for one in the throes of growth. Wrapped in Snape's dark cloak, her heartbeat was rapid yet faint, flickering like a candle flame in the cold wind. Just an hour ago, she had bid him farewell in the potions classroom. Yara, the child who always greeted him with a smile and sincerely expressed her gratitude at the end of each class, was like a resilient green plant in Snape's chaotic world, thriving without his attention or care, silently soaking up sunlight and rain, showcasing to him each time he glanced her way. Look, I too possess blossoms that might please you. An hour later, she was returned to the dungeon, bloodied and battered, leaving behind the bodies of the blast-ended Scrit and Moody at the heart of the labyrinth, mere steps away from becoming a corpse herself. At just 14 years of age, she had unleashed the Avada Kedavra upon Alastair Moody, her defense against the dark arts professor. Snape gently placed Yara in the armchair of his office, her head drooping despondently, devoid of life. He turned to his potion cabinet, searching for revitalizing elixirs and restorative potions, the glass vials clinking against each other with a resounding chime. This child, who had so callously wielded the killing curse, was a student he had personally rescued from the orphanage. Snape pried open Yara's jaw and poured the potions down her throat. She passively swallowed, a few drops of potion spilling from the corners of her mouth, but far more flowed into her body, repairing her exhausted organs and saving a life that had already one foot in the river of death. Yara remained unresponsive. Snape pressed his fingers against her neck, feeling the pulse of her carotid artery. Thump, 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 thump. She was still alive. Snape's fingertip brushed against a coldness that felt even lower than his own body temperature. Gradually, the pulse grew stronger, and he withdrew his hand, his heart sinking back down. She would not perish. A silver phoenix Patronus suddenly burst through the wall of the potions office, landing gracefully upon Snape's desk, its tail feathers swaying as it tilted its head to observe the quietly unconscious Yara. How goes it in the labyrinth? Snape inquired. The silver phoenix spoke. He is indeed dead. Snape's expression remained impassive, his eyes dark hollows, resembling two impenetrable tunnels. After a brief silence, he asked hoarsely, was it due to the blast-ended Scrit, or the killing curse? What difference does it make, Severus? The phoenix replied calmly. I have seen it. She had been wounding herself since entering the labyrinth. The blast-ended Scrit was lured there by her own blood. To ensure a successful ambush, she even circled around to that man's back. From the very beginning, Yara had plotted this murder. Snape's hands clenched behind him. She lost nearly a liter of blood. What deep-seated grudge could she possibly have against Moody? To go so far as to sacrifice her own life to kill him? The Phoenix Patronus stated, that is also what I wish to understand. Furthermore, I must correct a recent discovery. The one who is dead is not Alastair. Snape's expression shifted for the first time. You did not say? If you are referring to the man in the labyrinth who had half his body devoured by the blast-ended Scrit, then he is indeed deceased. However, he is not Alastair Moody. When I arrived, his polyjuice potion had worn off and coincidentally, he is someone familiar, someone we both know. Who? Snape inquired swiftly. Barty Crouch. The Phoenix Patronus replied, and upon noticing Snape's raised eyebrow as if to say more, it added, the younger one. For a moment, Snape was taken aback. And when he finally associated the name Little Barty Crouch, which had not graced his memory for over a decade, with the living reality, the Patronus was already preparing to vanish. Is he not already dead? Snape stepped forward abruptly. He died shortly after entering Azkaban. The Patronus left only this remark before disappearing. Sometimes, reality is more absurd than fiction. You may soon face even more intolerable truths. Prepare yourself, Severus. Snape stood rooted to the spot, the Patronus leaving behind shimmering silver particles in his office that drifted like summer snow. His mind was a tumult of thoughts. The faces of the mad-eyed Moody and little Barty Crouch flashing before him, only to be interrupted by the faint sounds behind him. Yara stirred slightly, her body still clinging to the instinct to survive, but as she sat slumped in the chair, she quickly lost her balance, about to tumble to the floor. Snape extended his hand, using the tip of his wand to steady Yara's shoulder, pinning her back to the chair. Under the dual stimulus of pain in her shoulder and wrist, the girl moved her fingers, her consciousness gradually reviving. Yara felt utterly drained, every part of her aching. Her head throbbed, and her wrist felt as if it had been severed. She half opened her eyes, her narrow field of vision revealing only her bloodied, soiled robe. Oxygen-deprived and blood-starved, her brain initially struggled to function clearly, instinctively causing Yara to tremble her lips and voice the question that resonated painfully in her mind. Why am I still alive? The wand pressing against her shoulder shifted. The sleek black wand traced her pale neck, then pressed against her chin, forcing her to lift her head and meet the gaze of its master. I could send you to your death right now, Snape stated coldly. Yara gazed at Snape, her face devoid of the habitual smile that accompanied each encounter with him. At this moment, her mind still felt muddled, her expression bewildered, as if she could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. After a moment of silence, she relaxed and slightly curved her eyes. Very well then, I would appreciate it. Snape's pupils dilated suddenly. No, that won't do. But soon, Yara began to shake her head again, closing her eyes once more, her expression turning pained. That would make you a murderer. How could it be for someone like me? Snape's wand remained pressed against Yara's chin, her murmurs gradually fading into silence. Her reason, as it had throughout most of her life, rapidly and resolutely reclaimed the lost ground. After a moment of quiet trembling, the girl opened her eyes once more, meeting his gaze anew. Upon witnessing the gaze of Yara, Snape discerned that she had once again transformed into the well-mannered and mature student he had come to know. Was it you who saved me? Yara inquired, her tone devoid of any hint of joy. Snape refrained from responding to her question, instead scrutinizing her intently as he gravely asked, "Why did you attempt to kill Moody?" Yara shifted her arm slightly, prompting Snape to issue a stern warning. "Your wand remains in my possession. Do not entertain thoughts of defiance. Even if I were to take my own life, I harbor no intention of harming you." "Not in the slightest," Yara replied flatly. She raised her left hand, the one she had brutally severed, examining the wound that had unnaturally scabbed over after only a few seconds, and shrugged lightly. "So this is what it looks like after a cut," she remarked. "Indeed, it is deeper and more painful than any I have experienced before." Snape menacingly raised his wand another inch, the tip pressing into Yara's skin, leaving a vivid crimson mark. "Answer my question. Is Moody truly dead?" Yara countered. Snape realized that he was encountering this student for the first time. In her eyes, Moody's life held greater significance than her own, and even in her final moments, she was preoccupied with his fate. This was troubling. "He is dead," Snape replied. "Are you pleased? Your murder was successful." Yara's lips curled into a smile that lacked any semblance of joy. "Of course, I am delighted. A madwoman." Snape stepped forward, bending slightly to scrutinize Yara's expression more closely. "What enmity do you harbor against him that drives you to despise him so deeply that you would willingly forsake your own life to drag him to hell? Or are you perhaps under the influence of a soul-sucking curse?" Indeed, it was a possibility. Yara was merely a 14-year-old student, and it made little sense for her to harbor such a frenzied desire for Moody's demise. She was likely being manipulated. "I am not under the influence of a soul-sucking curse. All of this is of my own volition," Yara maintained, her gaze unwavering as she looked up at Snape. "I want to kill him. For the past year, I have been contemplating how to bring about his death." Snape forced the words from between clenched teeth. "Why? Does the reason truly matter?" Yara smiled faintly. "He is already dead. If I concoct a sob story about why I had to kill him, will that earn me leniency from the Ministry of Magic? You would hand me over to the Dementors, wouldn't you?" She was unafraid of the Dementors, nor did she fear imprisonment in Azkaban. Snape could see that. It was evident to him that her lack of fear did not stem from confidence, but rather from a profound indifference to her own fate. "A kiss from a Dementor, and you will die." Yara sighed, extending her hand to gently grasp Snape's wand, pressing it downwards. "I have long ceased to desire life, Professor Snape," she stated calmly. "Every morning upon awakening, I lament the fact that I am compelled to endure yet another day. Each night as I lay down to sleep, I secretly hope that I will never awaken again. During astronomy class, I must exert great effort to suppress the impulse to leap from my seat. And even while watching Quidditch matches, I find myself eagerly wishing for a bludger to strike me down. What significance does my existence hold? A kiss from a Dementor," she mournfully reiterated. "Kiss, what a beautiful and romantic word. To receive an end-of-life kiss from those loathsome creatures would be a mercy. For who among my kind would ever bestow a kiss upon someone like me?" Yara rambled on, her laughter ringing hollow, her eyes devoid of any other emotion. Snape regarded this unfamiliar girl, feeling a chill enveloping his limbs. Why did she wish to forsake life? By what right? Snape's chest heaved violently. After the coldness, a surge of fury spread throughout his being. He could not even comprehend why he felt such anger. "Yara, you possess so much that others envy. By what right do you deem your life so worthless? You are intelligent, excel academically, and possess charm. Neither students nor teachers can find fault with you. Countless individuals yearn to be you. Yet you belittle yourself so." Even he. The fire within Severus Snape intensified. She was the embodiment of the person he aspired to be in his youth, the very model of the exemplary student he had envied. If such a flawless existence was insufficient to instill a sense of purpose, then what could possibly hold significance? Was he, who had been even less deserving in his youth. Not worthy of life. What significance? Snape growled softly. You question the meaning of your existence? You excel beyond 99 of the fools in this world. First in your class. Adored by all. Is that not significant? Yara let out a strange laugh. First in class, beloved by all, ha. Indeed, I have attained those accolades, but they are merely habitual. I had no necessity to achieve first place, nor to win the affection of others. I merely did what I was accustomed to, forcing myself to study, to be likable, to be smooth. I do not even know the meaning behind these actions. Is achieving such things worthy of pride? Are they not easy? Snape clenched his jaw. Then what holds meaning for you? Yara gazed at him, her palm still loosely gripping his wand. You, she replied, her smile fading. You are the meaning of my existence. The sole value of my life is to ensure that you can live happily. Chapter 13. Snape lost his composure. He gazed into Yara's eyes, and she offered no resistance. She openly laid bare her thoughts and memories before him. Yet all Snape saw were the reflections of two small figures in her amber eyes. It was he, Severus Snape. In her gaze there was only him. Snape futilely repeated his question. What do you mean? What does it mean that I am yours? It was not that he did not understand. He simply could not accept Yara's answer, for he had never encountered such a declaration. For him? Why, Severus Snape, was he deserving of such a sacrifice? How could he be worthy of the happiness she spoke of, which sounded like a fairy tale? Observing Snape's expression, Yara recognized his disbelief. Yet at that moment, she possessed ample patience and courage to reveal everything. I am a person of little worth. Yet I wish to create some value for you while I am alive. Professor Snape, she spoke gently. You may think of me as a gray rat dwelling in the sewers, secretly admiring your character from the shadows, using you as an excuse to cling to life, furtively attempting to do things I believe may benefit you. Yara exerted a slight pressure on Snape's wand, and he offered no resistance, allowing her to press it down. She wobbled as she attempted to stand, only to succumb to dizziness and fall back down once more. Snape did not intervene. He simply observed her, as though he were meeting Yara for the first time, as if she were a creature with 3 heads. Yara finally steadied herself, gripping the back of the chair as weakness washed over her, causing beads of sweat to form upon her brow. Nevertheless, she straightened her spine and took a step toward the silent Severus Snape. Instinctively, he recoiled slightly. Yara halted abruptly, a look of I knew it dawning upon her countenance as Snape's lips quivered ever so slightly. I am sorry. Yara began to retreat slowly, as if Snape were a frightened child in need of comfort. I understand. I know that my actions and feelings are repulsive. I apologize. She reached the doorway of the office, gripping the doorknob behind her. Across the half-length of the office, both Yara and Snape breathed heavily in the silence. One was struggling to accept the truth, while the other believed he had already come to terms with it. Yara had long anticipated this day, subconsciously awaiting the moment she would bare her heart to Snape. She was acutely aware of her own pathological state, how twisted and unbearable she had become. Her boggart had already unveiled the inevitable conclusion of this day. Snape would utterly despise her. Her greatest fear had, inescapably, come to pass. Yara did not fear death, yet she was still terrified by the incredulous look in Snape's eyes. She gently pressed down on the doorknob, making one last attempt to ease Snape's heart before fleeing. My actions have been spontaneous, and I will take responsibility for what I have done, whether it be my emotions or my behavior. I will conduct them discreetly in places where you cannot see or feel. Therefore, you need not concern yourself with me. You may continue to treat me as a rat in the sewers. If you truly find my emotions and actions too repugnant to endure, just speak the word, and I shall cease all of this at once. After tidying up my affairs, I can promptly depart from this life. My will is constantly updated, and my belongings are neatly arranged, so the process of ending my life will be swift and unencumbered. You will not be troubled by it. Yara inclined slightly, offering a sorrowful smile. No, I am not threatening my life, only because as long as I live, I cannot help but love you. Snape, without uttering a word, pushed open the door to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Dumbledore stood before the large box that had just liberated the real Mad-Eye Moody, lost in thought. Have you taken care of everything on your end, Severus? Dumbledore inquired, not lifting his gaze. How is Yara? Silence enveloped Snape, an unusual occurrence. Dumbledore turned to scrutinize the obviously distraught potions master, and, rather inappropriately, jested. What is the matter? Has the realization that your most obedient student is capable of murder shaken you too deeply? Don't be too tense. I have considerable experience in this matter, having overseen nearly all Death Eaters, including Voldemort, from their entrance to graduation. After making this remark, Dumbledore paused, allowing Snape a moment to glare at him. But Snape remained silent, his expression blank, his eyes devoid of life. Dumbledore sensed something was amiss. It seems you have been profoundly affected. Has something occurred that I did not anticipate, Severus? Did Yara encounter some unforeseen circumstance? At last, Snape's eyes flickered, rendering his face less like a wooden carving. He glanced at Dumbledore and hoarsely replied, "It is not of great importance. Please tell me what is going on with Barty Crouch Jr. No, it seemed far from unimportant." Dumbledore chose not to reveal this immediately, for the intelligence regarding Barty Crouch Jr. was indeed significant. He gestured to the box that had unearthed a deep cavity. Sharing his discovery with Snape, "I have just rescued Alastair from here. He has been locked away for a year. The madman we've been working alongside is Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise. He has been lurking in Hogwarts under the influence of Polyjuice Potion for some purpose." Snape surveyed the office, cluttered with various surveillance and counter-surveillance magical devices, feeling that the messages he had received today were utterly absurd. As for how Barty Crouch Jr. escaped from Azkaban and was mistaken for dead, that is likely a question for his father. However, we may never receive an answer from him. Dumbledore slightly shook his head. This case is shrouded in mystery from start to finish, akin to a play that has already concluded, with us merely glimpsing a fragment of the ending. Snape rasped. What was his purpose in impersonating Moody? Undoubtedly, it was to prepare for the resurgence of his master. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "I have reason to suspect that Harry's selection as the fourth champion by the Goblet of Fire was orchestrated by Barty Crouch Jr., and his intentions evidently revolve around Harry, which makes the speculation quite narrow and apparent. Voldemort's resurrection requires Harry, and he also desires Harry's death." Snape found himself unexpectedly numb to the word death today. He had encountered too many things associated with death. Barty Crouch Jr. was truly dead. And another girl who regarded her life so lightly, contemplating death day and night, had just left his office. But they have not succeeded, Snape stated. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Indeed, because before Barty Crouch Jr. could enter the maze and attempt to introduce some variables into the final task, he was stopped. "Now it is your turn to provide information, Severus. What have you learned from Yara?" Snape averted his gaze. "After I reluctantly saved her, she has been rambling nonsensically," he said. "I find no credibility in her words." Dumbledore crossed his arms, tapping his fingers against his elbow. "Did she say something that you found unacceptable?" Snape could not lie in Dumbledore's presence, even though he desperately wished to conceal the conversation he would never forget. Yara's words echoed like thunder in his ears, and he passively realized that, apart from Dumbledore, no one would believe his subsequent account. No one would trust a single word unless they had heard it with their own ears, and he himself was the least likely to believe it. He could only begin with the most straightforward dialogue. "She said she had been planning to murder Moody for the past year." Dumbledore pondered for a moment. "Do you know her motive for such a premeditated act of murder?" Snape replied flatly, "No, she did not say." "I hope you can help me uncover that answer. This is something only you can accomplish, for she is undoubtedly wary of me." Dumbledore looked at Snape. "And everyone knows that you are her favorite professor." This statement backfired. Snape did not accept this characterization as he usually would. Rather, his complexion turned even paler. "She said she has always wanted to die." Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback. "Did she say that in her own words?" Snape pressed his thin lips together, and after a few moments of silence he continued, "She feels utterly worthless, holds a very low opinion of herself, and has been contemplating taking her own life." "I see, how tragic indeed." Dumbledore immediately grasped the situation. Letting out a gentle sigh, "It appears that Yara has some psychological barriers. Her extreme self-doubt and suppression are merely her well-mastered facades in front of others." Snape clenched his fists tightly beneath his robes, and upon hearing Dumbledore's assessment, he curled his lip in what seemed a blend of derision and bitter amusement. But it came across as utterly ridiculous and grotesque, akin to weeping. "I believe she is indeed mentally ill." Dumbledore regarded him, inquiring, "Is that all she conveyed to you? Just this alone leaves you, Severus Snape, in such a state of shock?" Dumbledore's insight was notoriously sharp, cutting through the fabric of reality at both the right and wrong times, a fact that Snape both trusted and resented. After another lengthy silence that did not exceed Dumbledore's patience, Snape succumbed. He futilely opened his mouth, the absurd words lodged in his throat. Even his mind refused to entertain them, denying them a moment's pause in the cool intellect of the potion's master. "She said she loves me." Following a pause that felt as if 3 sugar cubes were dropped into a cup of coffee, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts erupted into a hearty laugh. "I believe we ought to raise a toast to that declaration." He clapped his hands together. "So how did you respond to her?" Snape's jaw muscles quivered as he ground his molars. Dumbledore, observing this reaction, surmised the outcome. You didn't cruelly rebuke her, did you? Oh no. Please don't tell me you were rendered speechless like a bumbling youth, Severus. Could you maintain your composure under those circumstances? She had just taken a life to save her own. Snape's forehead throbbed with veins. She confided in me that she thinks about dying every day. She could barely stand. Perhaps she would collapse after taking just a few steps in the corridor, and yet she so nonchalantly told me that she could go at any moment for me too. Dumbledore eagerly probed, to what? Snape abruptly shut his mouth, glaring hatefully at an empty box on the floor that had no connection to him, as if it deserved to be imprisoned in Azkaban for eternity. Her mental state is undoubtedly troubled, he reiterated, as if this conclusion could unravel all prior uncertainties. Ziara's mind is unwell. Indeed. I believe she suffers from a significant depressive disorder. However, depression does not inhibit one's capacity to love, Dumbledore spoke softly. We should be grateful that the sole anchor in Ziara's bleak mental world is love, rather than something that could lead to far more dreadful outcomes. What brings me further joy is that she has always been a bright and discerning child. Severus, the one she chose to love is you. Chapter 14. Hogwarts was engulfed in a feverish summer heat, with students still reveling in the jubilations of victory from the Triwizard Tournament, until the very day of their break. Everyone was discussing the final match, recounting how the four champions outwitted each other in the maze, reminiscing about the collaboration between Harry and Cedric as they reached the trophy together, reliving the splendid fireworks that illuminated the night of their triumph. Harry Potter and Cedric Diggory had become the heroes of the entire school, receiving enthusiastic congratulations from every corner, with countless hands patting their shoulders and backs. Together, they hoisted the trophy in front of representatives from the three schools, sharing the prize of 1,000 galleons. Even as Harry boarded the train back to London, he found himself surrounded by both familiar and unfamiliar students. They fervently invited him to share a compartment, forcing him to awkwardly decline one after another. Desperately seeking an empty carriage to escape to, Harry dodged through the throngs, struggling to weave past eager students until he reached the very end of the train, finally managing to lose his enthusiastic admirers. However, in the process he realized he had inadvertently separated from Ron and Hermione. After a moment of hesitation, he weighed the options of squeezing back to find them against waiting here for them to come to me, ultimately deciding to remain in solitude for a brief respite. Suddenly, a carriage door swung open beside him with a whoosh, startling Harry. Peering inside, he saw a familiar girl seated alone, smiling and raising her hand. Would you like to come in and sit? It was Ziara. Harry inexplicably felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He was more than willing to spend some time alone with her. In all of Hogwarts, there was scarcely a handful of individuals who would not pester him about the Triwizard Tournament, and Ziara was surely among them. I would be delighted. With a sigh of relief, Harry entered the compartment, as Ziara deftly waved her wand, causing the door to silently glide shut behind him. Harry glanced at the door and then back at Ziara, hesitating. What spell did you just use? A handy little charm, Ziara replied nonchalantly. Harry shrugged, taking a seat opposite her and glancing at the book resting on her lap. He had assumed that someone like Ziara, who seemed to study incessantly, would be poring over a textbook, but when he read the title on the spine, he blinked in disbelief, thinking he had misread. Are you reading a book by Lockhart? Harry asked. Ziara held up the book, revealing one of their second-year texts, Break with the Banshee. Yes, he has a talent for writing adventure travelogues. It's quite an entertaining read as a novel, Ziara remarked, bookmarking her place. Where are Hermione and Ron? Aren't they with you? Harry chuckled awkwardly. We got separated when we boarded the train. Ziara laughed as well. No wonder you escaped here. Do you want to go find them later? Harry shook his head. I'll wait for them to come find me. I think I'll rest for a bit first. Ziara nodded in understanding and returned to her novel, treating Harry as just another ordinary seatmate. The compartment fell into silence, which Harry found somewhat unsettling. He fiddled with the leather armrest of his seat, searching for conversation. Where will you be staying over the summer? The orphanage? Yes, Ziara turned a page, but I feel quite comfortable there. The teachers and classmates are kind. So spending 2 months there isn't too much of a burden. Harry fidgeted, struggling to think of another question, and resorted to stating the first thing that came to mind. Is that a wristband on your left hand? Ziara paused, instinctively shaking her arm as if to pull her shirt sleeve down to cover her wrist. Yet she managed to resist the urge under Harry's gaze. Yes. I think it's a nice accessory. She raised her left arm, feigning nonchalance as she admired the wristband that concealed her scar. What do you think? In reality, it was just an ordinary wristband, one Ziara had not given much thought to in terms of style, but Harry could not discern any difference between this wristband and others. and clumsily replied, it suits you well. To steer the conversation away from any awkward inquiries, Ziara decided to take charge. She closed her book and feigned sudden interest. What about you? Where will you be going over the summer? Harry straightened up, a hint of nervousness in his demeanor as he broached the subject. I was supposed to return to my aunt and uncle's house, but Remus, that is Professor Lupin, informed me that Sirius Black's case is nearing its conclusion. Once he is exonerated, he has invited me to live with him. Is that the same Black who escaped from Azkaban in our third year? Chiara asked, her tone suggesting she had not paid much attention to the matter before. Harry nodded. Yes, actually, he is my godfather, and he is innocent. If I can live with him in the future, I believe it would be beneficial for both of us. After all, he spent over a decade wrongfully imprisoned. He must be in need of family now. Chiara leaned back slightly, a faint, wistful smile gracing her lips. That's wonderful. You'll have family now. A genuine happiness welled up in Harry's heart, but he quickly remembered that Chiara was an orphan and suppressed his smile. Do you have no other relatives in this world? I've heard there are some wizarding relatives on my mother's side, Chiara replied calmly. But since they've never sought me out until now, I see no reason to seek recognition from them. Besides, I believe my current situation is quite satisfactory. I don't need family. A chill ran down Harry's spine as he processed her words. Suddenly, he understood why everyone found it so easy to get along with Chiara. It was because she neither desired friends nor family. She had no intention of fostering any relationship that could breach the boundaries of polite distance. Precisely because she cared so little, she maintained a perfectly measured distance from everyone, knowing when to remain silent, when to listen, and when to respond. In doing so, she earned a vague, widespread fondness from those around her. Yet she had never truly opened her heart to anyone. When others drew near, Chiara offered elaborately wrapped pleasantries, and people departed happily clutching the colorful packaging, unaware that beneath it lay nothing but cold, empty air. Harry shuddered, recalling the song the Sorting Hat had sung in their first year. Perhaps you'll be in Slytherin, where you'll make true friends. Even a wretched little brat like Draco Malfoy had Crabbe and Goyle. But what did Chiara have? He gazed at the girl sitting across from him. Her eyes lowered as she quietly read, and felt as though a gust of wind could carry her away to some place far beyond this world. Soon enough, Harry encountered Chiara again, though in an entirely different context. By now, Harry had been living with Sirius for several weeks. Sirius had purchased a new house, unwilling to remain in the grim, prison-like Black family ancestral home after his release. His ideal post-prison life involved gradually bonding with Harry, but reality had them growing closer not through heartfelt conversations or reminiscing about James, but through the grimy, exhausting work of repairing the kitchen and plumbing in the raw, unfinished house, and making emergency trips to buy cling film. The first week in Sirius and Harry's new home passed in utter chaos. Each day, the two would wake up and wonder which of them had been selected to prepare breakfast. When Remus learned that even basic meals required Harry's assistance, he felt compelled to step in, and thus the house became home to 3 bachelors. Thankfully, life began to normalize. At the very least, they could now rely on regular hot meals and no longer had to worry about the hot water cutting off mid-shower. As if fate itself meant to spite the godfather and godson, just as they were settling into their new routine and beginning to feel content, an unexpected visitor arrived at the home of the 3 Gryffindors. Who is it? Sirius looked up, a small spoonful of half-eaten lasagna in his hand, clearly bewildered. Did you say someone's at the door? Snape. He mentioned earlier that he would come by. Don't overreact, Sirius. Remus sighed, gently pressing a bristling Sirius back into his seat. He is only here to see me. We won't be long. What could possibly be so important that he has to seek you out during summer break? Harry asked, still holding his soup bowl. Remus offered an ill-timed jest. Perhaps he finally gets to teach defense against the dark arts, and wants to learn from my teaching experience? Neither Harry nor Sirius found the remark amusing. This is my house, and he is not welcome, Sirius declared stiffly. Harry, clear the table. We won't even offer him a cup of tea. Enough, Sirius. If it weren't important, I'm certain he would have no desire to see us either. Remus reasoned patiently. How about this? I'll speak with him in the entrance hall and send him on his way afterward. You two need not come out. Harry quite liked the suggestion, and after a moment's grumbling, Sirius reluctantly agreed. They watched as Remus rose to admit Snape, who had already rung the doorbell 5 times. Good evening, Severus, Remus greeted cordially, addressing the man who even in the darkness, was clad entirely in black robes. Please come in. It's fortunate we've already purchased a sofa, otherwise we'd have nowhere to sit and talk. Snape stood in the doorway, his dark, hollow eyes sweeping coldly over the somewhat disheveled new home, as if he could detect the faint scent of dog. I hardly believe we are on familiar enough terms to use first names. And there's no need to sit. This will be brief. I'll be on my way once it's done, he stated, closing the door behind him. Where are the other two? Remus gestured toward the kitchen. Having dinner. Instruct them to remain at the table. I have no wish for anyone else to overhear this, Snape said coldly. Immediately, Sirius leapt from his seat with the swift silence of a sheepdog, creeping toward the kitchen door to eavesdrop. Harry followed on tiptoe. What exactly is the matter? Remus asked, clearly sensing Snape's grave demeanor. Does it involve Sirius or Harry? Snape outright dismissed the idea. It has nothing to do with that fool. This concerns a student's privacy. Disclosing it would do you no good. Sirius gritted his teeth and rolled his eyes dramatically. Remus had not anticipated this response. A student? Who? Snape fixed his gaze on Remus, and for a half-second, a slight tremor passed through him before he uttered the name. Chiara Lowe, he said. I need to know what she saw when she faced the boggart that day. Upon hearing Chiara's name, Remus was momentarily lost in thought. It had been a long time since he had recalled that quiet yet oddly thorny girl, but the mention of her name brought her image vividly to mind. As though he had just finished teaching her class yesterday. What has happened to her? Why the sudden interest? He inquired. Has something occurred? Sirius glanced questioningly at Harry, whose eyes were wide with shock, but he could only shake his head. Snape showed no intention of cooperating fully. That is none of your concern. You need only tell me what she saw. Remus did not take offense. He understood that it truly was not his affair. Moreover, he harbored a conviction that was not born of mere fantasy. He believed that if anyone at Hogwarts could address Chiara's psychological struggles, it would undoubtedly be Severus Snape. And no one else. Fortunately, Snape was finally prepared to tackle her mental challenges. I would certainly be willing to share, but I did not fully witness her boggart. And much of what I heard was incomprehensible. Lupin shook his head. During the initial demonstration, Chiara requested that I turn away, so I did not see the first two forms of her boggart, nor could I understand what it was saying. It was in another language. Snape's eyes flickered momentarily. He extended his hand, revealing a small glass vial, evidently premeditated. Then please provide me with your memories regarding her boggart. Lupin offered a wry smile, drawing his wand to his temple, softly stating, just a moment. Before long, he handed the shimmering memory contained within the glass vial to Snape. It was clear that Snape had come specifically for this memory. Once it was in his possession, he showed no signs of lingering. Nor did he express any intent to bid farewell to the other two male occupants of the house, turning briskly to depart. Severus, Lupin called after him, evidently unfazed by Snape's earlier protest against his formality. Is Chiara all right? Snape glanced back at him with his characteristic coldness, replying as always. That is of no concern to you. But it is of concern to you, is it not? Lupin leaned against the doorframe, tilting his head slightly. You will help her, won't you? Snape said nothing, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, and promptly disapparated from the doorstep. Sirius, unable to contain himself any longer, grumbled indignantly. He is as insufferable as ever. I truly wish I could land a punch on his face. This time, Harry did not concur. His attention was wholly absorbed by the matter that Lupin and Snape had been discussing. After Lupin returned to the kitchen and settled back down, Harry impatiently inquired, what is wrong with Chiara? You indeed eavesdropped, Lupin replied helplessly. I genuinely do not know. I really do not know. Sirius glanced between Harry and Lupin. Who is Chiara? She is a third-year Slytherin student. I believe she has a decent rapport with Harry, Lupin remarked, looking at Harry, who hesitated before affirming, yes, we get along well. Ah, Slytherin. Sirius exclaimed incredulously. What makes her so special that you would maintain a good relationship with a Slytherin? Harry shrugged. Because she is genuinely a nice person. Not all Slytherins are detestable, I can attest to that. She is indeed a child who inspires affection, Lupin counseled. Sirius poked at the lasagna in his bowl with his spoon. Fine, but I do recall an incident when I was searching for Wormtail at Hogwarts. I encountered a Slytherin girl who consistently brought me food. If you claim there are good people among Slytherins, she should qualify. Harry, feeling a spark of recognition, turned to Sirius. What does she look like? Sirius pondered for a moment, gesturing with his spoon in the air. She seems quite young, probably around your age. Not short. With short black hair and a demeanor that appears quite composed, radiating an air of intellect. She doesn't seem like a typical Slytherin. She resembles a Ravenclaw. Harry and Lupin exchanged glances, both envisioning a girl who fit Sirius's description. It must be Chiara, Lupin concluded. There aren't many Slytherin girls with short black hair. And the only ones fitting that age are Chiara and Pansy Parkinson. Harry quickly interjected, but Pansy Parkinson could never possess an air of intellect. That is utterly impossible. Sirius set down his spoon, propping his chin in his hand and clicking his tongue. Oh well, how convenient. Now I am curious to learn what has transpired with her. Lupin hesitated. This matter is rather delicate, as it pertains to Kiara's privacy, and I doubt she would appreciate me discussing it with others. Is there anything you can divulge? Harry encouraged. Lupin shot Harry a smile mixed with mild reproach, pondering for a moment before revealing. Kiara is not as mature and strong as she appears. Sirius, disappointed, dropped his hands. Is that all? Harry gazed down at his bowl of soup, a flicker of hope igniting within him. If she could be seen through the facade of her maturity and strength, then perhaps someone could shatter her shell and reveal the true Kiara. What is this? Lupin's memory. I would like to borrow the pensieve and request your assistance in translating something. Snape placed the small glass vial before Dumbledore, who adjusted his glasses with keen interest. My translation services come at an additional charge, you know. Snape inquired bluntly, how much? Dumbledore chuckled, mischievously winking. It depends on the workload, but if it involves wolf speak, I cannot guarantee the quality. Perhaps a string of howls? It is not wolf speak, Snape replied, somewhat irritated. It is a human language. Dumbledore rose to fetch the pensieve, effortlessly retrieving the seemingly heavy stone basin from the cabinet, casually asking, what memories do you wish to explore? Snape, gazing at the glass vial he still held, which bore the warmth of his grip, replied coldly concerning Kiara's greatest fears. Chapter 15. Upon emerging from the pensieve alongside Dumbledore, Snape had yet to regain his footing when he immediately turned to Dumbledore. I do not wish to discuss her third boggart. Before Dumbledore could respond, he blinked, his earlier somber mood lifted, replaced with a hint of amusement. What third boggart? Oh, thank you for the reminder. I recall now. Did you truly believe your plans were foolproof? Did you genuinely think I would have feelings for you? Snape's expression was as terrifying as if Dumbledore had just asked him to swallow a fire lizard. I am fully aware of English. I comprehend what I am saying. That segment is not significant. What matters is what the couple in question said, along with their identities. No. That segment is equally important, of equal significance, Dumbledore countered, shaking his head. Sit down, Severus. Let us discuss this. Snape took his seat in the chair at Dumbledore's desk. His demeanor still grim, but Dumbledore paid it no mind, as it was customary for him to be thus. Before we delve into the boggart of that mysterious pair, I genuinely wish to discuss the last segment. It disclosed a rather crucial piece of information. Snape retorted with a scowl, if you must point it out. I have already heard that line from Kiara herself. I am acutely aware of her feelings toward me. Dumbledore's smile faded. Not just that, of course. Her love for you is equally significant. Snape glared at him. You need not reiterate that phrase. What exactly are you attempting to convey? Plans, Severus. She has a plan. Dumbledore reiterated. Did you truly believe your efforts would bear fruit? Do you truly believe your plan is infallible? Snape inquired. Indeed, I have heard it. But what does that signify? He continued, Zyra has a plan for everything. This is well known among Slytherins. No fewer than 5 students have mentioned to me that they intend to consult her review plan for finals. She even meticulously arranges her seating for Quidditch matches in advance. Is that so? So, do you believe this is what she perceives as her greatest fear? The failure to complete her study plan, rendering her efforts futile? Dumbledore countered. Snape remained speechless. I presumed we had reached a consensus, Severus, Dumbledore stated. We must not judge Zyra through the lens of an ordinary teenage mind. What do you believe her efforts and plans signify? Snape pressed, seemingly transported back to the classroom. Dumbledore, in a manner akin to a patient instructor, responded. This plan is pertinent to you, Severus, and she must have labored diligently long before encountering a boggart in her 3rd year. Snape fell into silence, not refuting the notion. And even his reaction to witnessing Zyra's 3rd boggart memory today was not as pronounced. His gaze drifted vacantly to a beautifully crafted silver object on Dumbledore's desk, which emitted a mist and a gentle buzz. After a moment, he finally shifted his focus to Dumbledore. I remember now, he stated dryly. She did indeed mention something akin to that on that day. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Memory is a commendable thing. So, do you understand what her plan entails? This was scarcely more palatable than as long as I live, I cannot cease loving you, equally difficult to articulate. Zyra had uttered a plethora of profound statements that day, and Snape found himself overwhelmed, his mind instinctively discarding less shocking details into the abyss of forgetfulness. Fortunately, as a master of memory concealment, he possessed his own methods for organizing recollections and gradually recalling them while pondering. How had Zyra articulated it that day? Her sole value in existence is. Snape closed his eyes, each recollection rendering him increasingly disoriented, as though he were not grounded in reality. To allow me to live happily. Dumbledore's expression grew somewhat peculiar, as if he were on the verge of laughter, yet felt the gravity of the occasion. Upon Snape reopening his eyes, Dumbledore promptly adjusted his demeanor, nodding gravely. This must surely be the aim of her plan. But why? Snape queried. Why me? And why such an odd objective? Does she foresee some inexplicable demise befalling me? Why inquire of me? I presumed you, as the principal party involved, would possess greater clarity than I, Dumbledore remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Perhaps you have done something that led her to conclude. It must be you? Snape vehemently denied it. No. Do you think I haven't contemplated this? I have been mulling it over recently. I treat her no differently than any other Slytherin student. Dumbledore shrugged. Very well. Then the answer might lie within her first 2 boggets. With a flick of his wand, a piece of parchment soared from the bookshelf in his office. Standing upright before him, Dumbledore effortlessly caught the parchment and scanned its contents with remarkable speed before handing it to Snape. You should have seen this 4 years ago. Snape accepted the parchment with one hand, and with a single glance he recognized its significance. Zyra's academic record, detailing her background. I reviewed it prior to retrieving her from the orphanage, along with the Gringotts key left by her mother. Dumbledore nodded lightly. Indeed. Your memory surpasses mine by a considerable margin. Her academic record is no secret. You must have investigated it long ago. Snape perused it once more. What of it? Is there something amiss? How is this connected to her first 2 boggets? There is nothing amiss. Snape raised his gaze to Dumbledore, and knowing him as he did, he anticipated an ensuing but. Zyra's lineage poses no issues. It aligns entirely with what is documented in her academic record, Dumbledore stated calmly. Her mother was an ordinary witch. Her father a mundane muggle. They fell in love and married, only to tragically perish in an accident during Zyra's childhood. We are aware of what transpired thereafter. Zyra went to the orphanage, and her mother's savings were eventually passed on to her. Snape awaited further elaboration. She bore no enemies from her parents' generation, nor did she suffer bullying at the orphanage. Dumbledore's finger tapped rhythmically against the desk. She did not torment other children, harm animals, or steal. Her intellect and social skills appeared entirely normal, seemingly indistinguishable from other orphans received by Hogwarts. Snape slowly echoed the word, seemingly. Dumbledore offered a brief smile. Indeed. Even if the most experienced Aurors were to investigate, they would find nothing amiss in Zyra. However, the memory provided by Remus reveals another peculiarly anomalous possibility. Snape adjusted his posture, straightening his back, awaiting Dumbledore's subsequent explanation. Yet Dumbledore did not immediately elaborate. His hands formed a steeple supporting his chin, seemingly lost in thought, akin to Snape moments earlier. Snape refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting his words. Quite peculiar, indeed, but we must embrace this reality. For only this hypothesis can rationally explain the circumstances. Dumbledore mused aloud. Snape raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore did not prolong the suspense for long. While he found Snape's impatience amusing, he had no inclination to lighten the mood. The headmaster's azure eyes fixed intently on Snape, his demeanor suddenly serious. What I am about to say may be difficult for you to accept, but please refrain from questioning me. Simply listen. Snape scoffed. I have heard far too many unacceptable things this past month. Indeed, I hope you can acclimate swiftly. Dumbledore chuckled lightly. Let us begin by translating Zyra's first 2 boggets. With a wave of his wand, he stirred the silvery memories in the pensieve, causing them to swirl. And a faceless shadow emerged, once again speaking in a language that Snape could not comprehend. However, this time, Dumbledore began to translate it sentence by sentence. Yeah. The first sentence Dumbledore translated caused Snape's complexion to change dramatically. Mother? The boggart began to respond angrily, and Dumbledore gently reiterated in a completely opposite tone. Do not call me mother. I have no daughter such as you. What were you thinking? How dare you attempt to take your own life? You have brought us such shame. How could a family as respectable as ours produce such a deranged child? Do you realize that after your death, everyone is pointing fingers at us? Whose academic pressure is not substantial? Why are you the only one struggling? A disgrace. Do you believe you are worthy of the resources we have invested in you? Ungrateful wretch, devoid of conscience. It truly pains us deeply. Had I known, I would never have brought you into this world. The throbbing at Severus Snape's temples was relentless, causing him to clench his jaw and remain silent until the final echo of the boggart resonated from the pensieve, his own voice. At last he inquired, may we cease? With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore gently guided the shadowy memories back into the pensieve. Snape's countenance was grim, Yet Dumbledore appeared unfazed, casually retrieving the memories into a small glass vial as he asked, "What are your thoughts, Severus?" Snape parted his lips, only to close them again. He harbored numerous thoughts and speculations, yet each was so absurd that they rendered even the previous profound remarks of Yala trivial. After a prolonged silence, one ample enough for Snape to thoroughly reflect on his life, he finally spoke. "Are those her foster parents?" Dumbledore calmly refuted. "There are no records of her being adopted." Snape was baffled, utterly unable to comprehend. "But her biological parents cannot be." Indeed, the Boggart spoke in Chinese. Yet Yala's biological parents were both British. Her mother had never traveled abroad in her lifetime. Academic pressure. Clearly, she has not encountered any significant academic pressure. "I believe the education she received while her parents were alive was insufficient to impose such burdens on a child as intelligent as she." Amidst the chaos, Snape recalled the most incomprehensible words. "After you died, everyone pointed fingers at us," he reiterated. Why would Yala imagine her parents saying such things to her? "She is not dead. Her parents are." Snape and Dumbledore exchanged glances, momentarily rendered speechless. In the unbearable silence, a horrifying thought surged within Snape's mind. One that was impossible to dismiss. "No," he stated. Dumbledore gently shook his head. "Do not be too quick to deny." "No." Snape's forehead bore the strain of rising veins. "It cannot be." Dumbledore pressed. "Why is it impossible?" Snape rose abruptly, nearly toppling his chair. He gazed out the window of the headmaster's office at the dark midsummer night sky, his breath becoming increasingly labored, as if the available oxygen were insufficient to sustain his thought processes. Dumbledore regarded him, the elder's expression calm and composed, which only served to infuriate Snape further. "Do you have nothing to say?" he hissed, clenching his jaw. "You would allow such a thing? Do you not wish to take action upon learning of her situation?" Dumbledore spread his hands. "What measures should I take? Lock her away? Use the soul-sucking spell to extract the truth? Administer a truth serum, as that unidentified individual did to Peter Pettigrew? Or should I expel her, eliminating this unstable factor from Hogwarts?" Snape's hand twitched slightly. Dumbledore shook his head. "To me, Yala is inconsequential, for her actions do not infringe upon my interests. On the contrary, she has inadvertently aided me. If not for her, young Barty Crouch might have committed some grave deed right under our noses. What matters is not what I wish to do, Severus. Regardless of what Yala has endured, how many times she has died, whether she still desires to die, or whether she is Chinese, British, or extraterrestrial, as long as she dutifully continues to be a good student, I have no reason to intervene." The elder extended his hand, his thin, bony finger pointing toward Snape's chest. "What is crucial is you. What do you wish to do? How do you regard her? What attitude do you wish to adopt towards her?" Severus Snape clenched his fist beneath the cover of his robes. His lips trembled, then pressed tightly together. Dumbledore recognized that he might not receive an answer today, nor did he intend to press further. He adjusted his glasses, took a breath, and sought to change the subject. "Regarding the new defense against the dark arts, we must regard her with the seriousness appropriate for an adult." Dumbledore looked up. "Severus? The mysteries surrounding her are numerous and exceedingly perilous. Not only to others but to herself as well." Snape's face bore no expression, as still as a wax figure. "Thus, someone must keep watch over her to prevent her from repeating her previous reckless and self-destructive behavior. We must also seek further clues from her to understand how she obtained information about young Barty Crouch." Dumbledore observed him, neither offering praise nor dissent. "I will." Snape struggled to add, "Keep watch over her. Do you believe she is your responsibility?" Dumbledore asked softly. Snape closed his eyes. "Yes." "For what reason?" "Because she is my student. I brought her out of the orphanage." Dumbledore gently countered. "But she is not a child for whom you must take responsibility." Snape suddenly opened his eyes wide. "She is in Slytherin, she is at Hogwarts, she claims she wants to kill for me. Can I simply pretend as if nothing has happened and neglect her? Do you think her actions thus far differ from those of dark wizards? Who knows if her declaration of love for me is merely a pretext? You did not demand these things from her, nor can you be responsible for every student." Dumbledore replied. "Just as I find it challenging to control whether Hogwarts will produce Death Eaters." Snape retorted coldly. "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Dumbledore placed his hand over his chest, speaking calmly. "I merely hope you truly understand your own heart, Severus. Is she merely a burden to you?" Snape leaned forward, enunciating each word. "What else should she be? You know the answer, but you are unwilling to admit it." Dumbledore met his gaze. "You care for her. You empathize with her. You do not wish for this person who loves you to perish or to commit further errors. You are not passively shouldering a responsibility, Severus. You are endeavoring to reciprocate her kindness and affection. The door to the headmaster's office was abruptly slammed shut with a resounding bang, accompanied by the frustrated roar of the Slytherin head behind it. Nonsense. Dumbledore winced at the loud noise, instinctively pinching his earlobe. These psychological issues are truly challenging, he muttered. Chapter 16. Yala was, of course, unaware that Dumbledore and Snape were probing into matters surrounding her. Even if she were, it would not concern her greatly. Her identity was akin to a greeting card that remained perpetually open to Snape, merely waiting for someone to take notice. After the summer break, Yala advanced to her 5th year. The narrative had been altered by her, yet inexplicably, a portion remained unchanged. Voldemort had not resurrected, and the wizarding world appeared to remain in a state of peace and stability. However, when Kiara took her seat at the Slytherin long table and greeted her classmates one by one, her gaze shifted back to the staff table, but it did not, as was customary, linger on Snape. Her expression became somewhat frozen. Snape had been observing her demeanor since she entered the Great Hall, discreetly tracking her every movement. He certainly noticed her attention directed towards the staff table. In an effort to feign indifference, he deliberately turned his head away, pretending to listen to Flitwick and Sprout's conversation, all to avoid locking eyes with Kiara. Yet, Kiara was not looking at him. A vibrant splash of pink occupied the staff table, so striking that nearly every student could not help but glance at it. But Kiara's fixation on this vivid hue was particularly prolonged. Why on earth was Umbridge present? The stout, middle-aged woman sat cheerily at the staff table, looking down at the students entering the hall, as if she were the headmaster of Hogwarts herself. Kiara rested her chin on her hand, adopting a pose that seemed somewhat out of character for her, albeit intended merely to obscure the lower half of her face, hiding the expressions of contemplation and disdain that she wished to conceal. Hey Kiara, what did you do over the summer? A classmate called from the long table. Kiara blinked and quickly tucked away her tumultuous thoughts, turning to smile and morph back into the friendliest girl in all of Slytherin. I delved into the study of cosmetics. She had forgotten to glance at Snape. Just 3 months prior, she had uttered those very words, yet now 3 months later, she seemed to disregard the innocent potions professor embroiled in the small Barty Crouch murder case. After Flitwick and Sprout concluded their discussion, Flitwick turned his head, only to be startled by Snape, whose expression was dark as he glared at the plate in front of him. What is it, Severus? Flitwick inquired cautiously. Is there a problem with your plate? There is no problem, Snape replied in his customary tone, though his voice was even lower than usual. Of course, there are no problems. Kiara's confusion remained unaddressed. Following her intervention, Harry announced that Voldemort's return had not occurred, yet Umbridge still arrived at Hogwarts. To her mind, the Ministry of Magic had no reason to dispatch Umbridge, a spy, to control Hogwarts, to oversee Dumbledore and Harry, in such a stable situation. Thus, Kiara chose to seek information from her classmate Draco Malfoy, who was known for being well-informed and rather loquacious. Oh her? Dolores Umbridge, she Fudge's confidant. But my father says she only got her position through sycophancy, Draco remarked nonchalantly. The incident surrounding Barty Crouch's death at Hogwarts stirred quite a commotion. The Daily Prophet has been sensationalizing it all summer, so the ministry sent her to the school, ostensibly to supervise teaching. Kiara cast another glance at that conspicuous splash of pink at the staff table. What does supervising teaching entail? It means making life difficult for Dumbledore, Draco scoffed. I'm quite curious to see how this sycophantic lady intends to challenge Dumbledore. Yet Kiara could not muster a smile, for she knew that ultimately, Umbridge could temporarily gain the upper hand over Dumbledore. Worse yet, this time there was no dramatic reversal like in the battle at the Ministry of Magic that could ensure Fudge's downfall. If anyone at Hogwarts understood what the so-called teaching supervision entailed, Kiara would undoubtedly rank among the top 3. She was all too familiar with education and bureaucracy, and even more so with the bureaucratic intricacies within the educational system. In her previous life, most of her existence had been intertwined with schools. She had witnessed countless interpersonal battles among teachers, as well as the numerous methods employed by educators to torment students. Clearly, the students at Hogwarts had yet to realize just how much power Umbridge wielded, and many of the teachers were oblivious to the fact that their fates might very well lie in the hands of this woman clad in a pink ensemble. Kiara held a rather pessimistic view that the upcoming academic year would not shine any brighter than that depicted in the original text of Order of the Phoenix. Umbridge was not an educator. She was a quintessential power-hungry individual, and as long as she remained at Hogwarts, she would never cease her attempts to seize authority within the school. She would relentlessly test her sphere of influence, establishing her position through repeated acts of intimidation. Just as many teachers might choose to intimidate students with surprise roll calls, Umbridge's targets would not be limited to students. She would also seek to intimidate the faculty, including Dumbledore. Thus, she would inevitably choose one teacher to make an example of, much like in the original text when she sought to rid herself of Trelawney. Kiara, with her chin propped on her hand, appeared to be weary, as if fatigued from a day-long train journey. Yet her mind was in a constant whirl, feverishly calculating the potential variables this semester might hold with Umbridge's arrival. Her tasks for the academic year were no less daunting than those involving the demise of young Barty Crouch. The remaining Horcruxes included the diadem, the locket, and the cup, which had yet to be resolved. The locket was currently secured in the Black family home under Creature's watchful eye, rendering it relatively safe. The diadem was easily obtainable, and if Kiara desired, she could destroy it tonight. The cup posed the greatest challenge, as it was stored in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, and she could not yet masquerade as Bellatrix to retrieve it. Kiara preferred to tackle the difficult tasks first, thus placing the locket and diadem at the end of her priority list. From the very beginning, she had documented the means of acquiring all the Horcruxes in a letter to be entrusted to Dumbledore upon her demise. Should she perish before completing her mission, Dumbledore would effortlessly fulfill the task of eliminating the Horcruxes and Voldemort, thus avoiding the myriad of unforeseen events depicted in the 6th book. She would tackle the difficult tasks first and leave the simpler ones for the old man. Kiara had always been a model student, understanding the importance of respecting her elders. Her mission for this academic year was unequivocally to secure the cup, a task that could be summed up with a simple, blunt phrase: a bank heist. Suddenly, Kiara propped her chin up and laughed, unabashed and unrestrained. Look at this. Her academic year was indeed poised to be tumultuous. Last year, she had studied how to eliminate her defense against the dark arts professor, and this year, she was planning a bank heist. Truly, she was exceeding even the most delayed of students. Voldemort had never robbed a bank while he was at school. Dumbledore ought to award her a national scholarship. What are you laughing at? Pansy whispered to her. Is Umbridge's speech that amusing? Kiara replied lightly, indeed, don't you think so? Pansy glanced at Umbridge, who was drily reading from her script, and her expression towards Kiara turned peculiar. Didn't he catch that? Kiara smiled. You have to listen closely. How nostalgic it was. In the first month of Umbridge's tenure, the students of Hogwarts exhibited considerable discomfort. They had initially thought she might be on par with Gilderoy Lockhart as a defense against the dark arts professor, but soon they discovered the reality was far worse. Umbridge had no intention of teaching effectively. Please put away your wands, she commanded at the start of the first defense against the dark arts lesson. You will not need wands in my class. The students of Slytherin House seemed to embody the phrase to act according to circumstances in their very blood. Umbridge encountered no resistance whatsoever. All the students obediently concealed their wands, and after a rustling half-minute, there was not even a single twig in her line of sight. Good. Very good, Umbridge proclaimed from the podium, her voice deliberately high-pitched and affected. I am delighted to see your cooperation. It will surely foster our relationship over this coming year. Will it not? Yala gazed up at her, her amber eyes unwaveringly focused. Now, we shall commence the formal lesson, Umbridge continued, her hands clasped demurely before her abdomen. Her short, stout figure rendered this ostensibly dignified gesture akin to that of a comical middle-aged waiter. Oblivious to the absurdity of her own appearance, she continued, Good morning, students. The classroom was enveloped in profound silence, and it was Yala who first responded. After a brief moment of realization, the short-haired girl straightened her back and returned her greeting with the clarity and volume of a first-year student. Good morning, Professor Umbridge. You clearly have not learned how to greet a teacher properly, have you? Umbridge shook her head, but extended her stubby finger to point at Yala from a distance. However, you did well, dear. What is your name? My name is Yala Lore, Professor Umbridge. Thank you for your compliment, Yala replied, instantly donning a facade of enthusiastic politeness. But the other students might simply be slow to react. Very well, let us try again, Umbridge instructed. Good morning, students. The Slytherins chorused, Good morning, Professor Umbridge. Umbridge appeared quite pleased. Good. This was an exceedingly tedious lesson. While all other teachers emphasized the significance of the upcoming OWLS examinations for fifth-year students, and the need for diligent effort to pass, Umbridge opted to have everyone engage in self-study with their textbooks. For Yala, this was hardly an inconvenience. Rather, she embraced this arrangement with delight. Wasn't that how classes were conducted in university? Relying on teachers to lecture? One might as well copy the PowerPoint and cram a week before the exams. She had never been a noble soul. She had never considered whether her peers could pass the OWLS under such a new teacher's ineffectual instruction. Harry was the savior. Endowed with kindness and a golden heart that considered others, Thus he formed Dumbledore's army to assist willing students in mastering defense against the dark arts. In stark contrast, Yala's view of Umbridge was entirely negative. Umbridge was a malicious little tyrant, a realization Yala had gleaned from her past life. Yet, she was a petty tyrant who had temporarily seized immense power. As she prepared for the OWLS, it would be utterly counterproductive to offend such a person, especially when she was at a critical juncture in her quest for the coveted House Cup. Yala lowered her head, appearing quite earnest as she perused her textbook. Umbridge's bulging, baggy eyes scanned the classroom, and she nodded in satisfaction. Clearly, the Slytherin's compliance left a strong impression on her, marking a promising start for her reign. Yala turned a page of her textbook that she had scarcely read, recalling another event soon to unfold in the original narrative. As a senior investigator for the Ministry of Magic embedded at Hogwarts, Umbridge possessed the authority to assess and dismiss teachers. In no more than 2 months, this insufferable, self-satisfied little woman would traverse every classroom in Hogwarts, grading professors who had likely spent more time teaching here than she had lived. In the original tale, the unfortunate Professor Trelawney became Umbridge's first victim in her campaign of intimidation. Yala held no particular feelings towards Professor Trelawney. Having not chosen divination as an elective, she opted for ancient runes and arithmancy, but she was intrigued by Trelawney's predictions, especially since she was a certified oracle under Rowling S endorsement, likely charging 5-figure sums for her services in the Muggle world. Yala felt a modicum of sympathy for Trelawney's potential fate, but merely a touch. If Umbridge were indeed to make an example of a professor, she would undoubtedly prioritize Trelawney, as the pool of faculty with poor reputations was limited. Should Trelawney escape dismissal, it would likely fall upon Snape. Yala was a devoted admirer of Snape, yet she understood that many at Hogwarts were eager to see him dismissed as well. She would rather see Umbridge eliminated than witness Snape departing Hogwarts with his suitcase in hand. In establishing her authority, Umbridge would inevitably seek to cultivate her own faction within the school. In exchange, she would surely distribute some of her power to her sycophants, who would subsequently wield a measure of influence during the upcoming teacher evaluations. This influence could afford Snape a more comfortable year ahead. Since it was certain that students would gain such power, why not her? Yala was acutely aware that her forthcoming actions would be viewed by her peers as deplorable, dishonorable, and subservient. However, if forging a favorable relationship with Umbridge could secure a year of tranquility, and her only sacrifices were some well-practiced flattery and a reputation she held little regard for, then why not embrace such an opportunity? When the class bell rang, several students were nearly asleep. Yala, brimming with energy, tidied her backpack and deliberately approached the podium before leaving the classroom, smiling as she bid farewell to Umbridge. Goodbye, Professor Umbridge. Thank you for your efforts. Umbridge returned a grotesquely affected smile. Oh, how thoughtful of you, Miss Lore. I noticed you were quite diligent in your reading during class. You have always been a good student, haven't you? As students filed past Yala on their way out, many cast glances at her, engaging amiably with Umbridge, but she remained unbothered, responding with an unusual fervor. You flatter me too much. I merely study diligently. Though I still believe I have much to learn, particularly from you. I have heard you were quite a successful official at the Ministry of Magic. It is commendable that someone of your caliber would personally come to Hogwarts to teach and supervise. I am certain no one will forget your contributions to the education of the magical community in Britain. Draco in the back row overheard Yala's remarks and silently mouthed, "What?" Umbridge let out a nauseating high-pitched laugh, feigning modesty as she waved her hand dismissively at Yala. Your words are sweet, but such flattery won't work on me. However, you are correct about one thing. I do care deeply about education, as it pertains to our next generation. Oh, Miss Lore, I forgot to ask. Are your parents both wizards? Yala smiled slightly. My mother is a witch. My surname may not be well known, as my family focuses on thriving in the Muggle world, where we possess approximately £10 million in assets. Though her household registration listed only herself. Draco's mouth formed an exaggerated what? Umbridge's smile appeared genuinely sincere. Really? Oh. No wonder, Miss Lowe. You exude the essence of a well-bred child. We must certainly engage more in the future. I find you most delightful. With a smile, Kiara replied. I am honored to hear you say that, Professor Umbridge. I feel the same. After bidding farewell to Umbridge once more, Kiara exited the defense against the dark arts classroom. Draco trailed behind her, curiosity mingling with a subtle irritation as he inquired. Why have you never mentioned that your family is so wealthy? What's there to discuss? Kiara continued walking, her smile having vanished, casting him a fleeting, expressionless glance. Am I supposed to flaunt my wealth by sending each of you a bundle of Muggle cash for Christmas? And wouldn't it be rather humiliating to boast in front of you? I thought you, Draco faltered, so you actually live quite well in the Muggle world? After all, you are so affluent and you are the only one in your family. Kiara let out a self-deprecating laugh. That depends on how you define living well. They made their way to the dungeon for their first potions class of the semester. Kiara suddenly felt a wave of gratitude towards Draco, for she had no idea how to face Snape, who was coldly staring at her from the podium. Aside from feigning a conversation with Draco, she also owed a debt of thanks to Harry, who boldly approached her under Snape's scrutiny. Hey Kiara, how was your summer? Quite pleasant, Kiara replied with a smile. The stocks had risen again, and she had purchased 2 more properties. Harry awkwardly returned her smile, intending to inquire about Kiara's boggart. But clearly, it was not the right moment to ask under Snape's watchful gaze. He clumsily shifted the topic. Your watch is nice. Aren't you wearing your wrist brace anymore? Kiara glanced at her left wrist. The watch was quite rugged in appearance, evidently a men's model with a large dial and thick strap, making it look rather odd on her slender wrist. However, it perfectly concealed her scars. Yes, I thought it necessary to acquire a tool that could remind me of the importance of time management with the upcoming OWL's exams, she said nonchalantly. Hermione also glanced over, but her expression morphed into something peculiar upon seeing the watch on Kiara's wrist. Before Snape could unleash his fury, she whispered, "Is that a Patek Philippe?" Kiara blinked. Is it? She hadn't paid much attention to the brand when she bought it. It simply caught her eye as being attractive. She mused that perhaps it could serve as an inheritance for Snape after her demise. Snape, however, had no interest in her watch. He merely sought to redirect Kiara's attention from such trivial matters back to his potions class. The potions professor's dark, soulless eyes swept across the classroom, and before the bell rang, he coldly interrupted the students' whispers. Silence. Kiara quickly sat up straight, but her amber eyes no longer met Snape's gaze as they once did. Instead, she stared at a button on his chest, appearing to listen but lacking the previous intensity of focus. It was over, Kiara thought, reflecting on how recklessly she had laid bare her feelings, without considering how she would face Snape in class thereafter. Whenever she saw him, she was reminded of his expression when she confessed, "You are the meaning of my life, I love you." How would he regard her? How would he view this shameless individual who still dared to attend his class? How could she ever again meet his gaze with such audacity? As Snape's gaze fell upon Kiara, who seemed distracted, his ire intensified. Were her words from 3 months prior mere fabrications? Was this her attitude towards her so-called sole purpose in life? Chapter 17. Kiara had long anticipated that her relationship with Snape would never revert to its former state. In truth, that very night she had laid bare her heart. The super-devoted fan, well acquainted with Snape's character, had already resigned herself to the notion that he would henceforth regard her as invisible. Kiara knew that Snape would not treat her with the same scrutiny he applied to Harry, yet he could hardly pretend that nothing had transpired, continuing their facade of a harmonious teacher-student relationship. She felt a twinge of regret, just a bit. Why had she looked at him that way? Of course, she too was capable of regret. She was not a robot. There were indeed many things she regretted, such as her impulsive confession to Snape in a moment of emotional instability, due to excessive blood loss. Arguably the most foolish decision of her life. Even worse than buying a worthless stock. After 4 years of striving, the image she had painstakingly cultivated in front of Snape had crumbled, and the scant goodwill she had earned from him had dissipated. Kiara, without a doubt, felt a sense of discomfort. Alright, it was excruciatingly painful. But what of it? Did she truly expect to develop a deeper emotional connection with Snape? Would she, like the heroines from the fanfiction she had read in her previous life, win his love through mere cleverness, kindness, and other such trivialities? What foolishness! How could she ever deserve it? The mere thought felt sacrilegious. Burdened by this shame for having sullied her inner divinity, Kiara began to actively diminish her interactions with Snape. She no longer sat at the front of the potions classroom, nor did she lift her gaze. During each lesson, she diligently and attentively focused on Snape's words. Even when her head was bowed, she could not cease loving him. From the moment she had yet to contemplate death in her previous life, she had loved him. His character burned like a beacon in the dense fog of night, and she pressed onward towards that divine light, enduring the searing heat, yearning to embrace the flame that remained oblivious to her existence, willing to be consumed in the darkness. Knock knock. Kiara's desk was gently tapped twice, and a note was slid before her. She quickly glanced at Umbridge on the podium, who seemed to be dozing off. Slytherin typically required no oversight from her, so Umbridge naturally relaxed her vigilance after a week. Once assured of her safety, Kiara unfolded the note. Do you like Draco? What? Kiara's brow immediately furrowed as she turned to Pansy Parkinson, who had passed her the note, silently conveying her confusion, and forming a resolute no, with her lips. Pansy quickly scribbled a response on another note, using her book as a shield to toss the folded paper back to her. I know. I just wanted to confirm. You must know I like him, right? Kiara glanced again at Umbridge, who had propped her textbook up, but rather than replying on the note, she retrieved her wand from beneath the desk, and cast a silencing charm towards their row. Go on. Kiara shifted closer to Pansy. No one can hear us. Pansy shrugged, then launched into the 200th retelling of a topic she had already exhausted during their late-night chats in the girls' dormitory. I want to officially date Draco. Kiara supported her head with one hand, her eyes fixed on the propped-up textbook, feigning intense concentration. Then just tell him. Haven't you always liked him? Pansy pouted, her expression somewhat comical. Must it always be the girl who takes the initiative in such matters? Ziara cast her a sidelong glance. If you continue to dawdle, you might find that someone else has already seized the opportunity while you hesitate. Boys like Draco are rather sought after. Pansy sighed yes. But I'm simply afraid he doesn't like me. Ziara turned a page of the book she had scarcely glanced at. Why would he not like you? I don't think he harbors any dislike for you. Did he not accompany you to last year's ball? That was only because I warned the other girls who wanted to ask him, Pansy replied. Ziara raised an eyebrow. So you possess quite the prowess, do you? Moreover, the ball does not prove anything. I always feel that he treats me no differently than he does other girls. Pansy mimicked Ziara's pose, resting her chin in her hands, looking utterly despondent. I'm also worried that he might find out about me warning the other girls last year. Would he think my actions too domineering and come to dislike me? Ziara glanced at her watch, noting that class would soon be over. She comfortingly patted Pansy on the back and lowered her voice. How about I find a chance to subtly inquire about him for you? Pansy's eyes brightened, but she quickly grew anxious. Just don't make it too obvious. I won't, trust me. Ziara smiled at her. Pansy certainly trusted Ziara. Among the Slytherins, the most reliable individuals were either Snape or Ziara. One led them to victory in the House Cup, while the other guided them toward academic success. The class bell rang punctually, just as the clock indicated, and as Ziara packed her bag, she observed the movements of a certain golden-haired boy, contemplating where she might best intercept Draco to ask him a question. However, before she could exit the classroom, the ever-smiling Umbridge called her over as the students departed one by one. Miss Lowe, Umbridge pronounced her name in a saccharine tone, my dear. Do you have some free time in your next class? She had no class next, and was originally planning to go to the library to complete her assignments, as the morning teacher had assigned an overwhelming amount of work. Nevertheless, Ziara quickly shook her head, responding with a light-hearted smile. Is there something you wish to discuss with me, Professor Umbridge? If you need my assistance, I am certainly available. Umbridge was quite pleased with her answer. She beckoned Ziara over and affectionately patted her elbow with her pudgy hand. That is splendid. Come along, let us go to my office. I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. The duo walking side by side drew the attention of all the students they passed, including Professor McGonagall, who happened to be nearby. Ziara politely greeted McGonagall, who nodded in return, though she discreetly furrowed her brow at Umbridge. What is going on, Professor Umbridge? McGonagall inquired. Where are you taking Miss Lowe? Umbridge let out a theatrical giggle, as if McGonagall's concern were excessive. I merely wish to have a chat with Miss Lowe in my office, to share a cup of tea with her. After all, exceptional students like Miss Lowe are rather rare. I believe I have the right to engage with my students, do I not, Professor McGonagall? McGonagall turned to Ziara. Is that so? Ziara maintained her composure. Yes, Professor McGonagall, Professor Umbridge wishes to speak with me. McGonagall gave a brief nod, observing the stout pink figure alongside the slender girl once more merge into the crowd, her lips pursing in mild distaste. That child, she exhaled slowly through her nose, honestly. She is not inherently bad. Umbridge's office had undergone a significant transformation, adorned with an abundance of pink wallpaper, countless cat decorations, and ubiquitous pink ribbons. Upon entering, Ziara did not hastily seek a seat. Instead, she gently closed the door behind her and surveyed the dizzying pink decor, swiftly composing her thoughts to commend the embellishments. I adore your cat-themed china. This set is simply delightful. Umbridge settled behind her desk, and Ziara suspected her feet barely reached the ground. The stout woman waved her wand, short and stubby like her fingers, commanding a similarly cat-embellished teapot to pour 2 cups of tea. Thank you for your compliment, dear. I knew you would appreciate my decorative style, Umbridge said, a smile etched with deep wrinkles gracing her face. She pushed a cup of tea toward Ziara. Please sit down. Miss Lowe, I wish to have a proper conversation with you. Ziara dutifully complied, naturally lifting the cup to her lips and taking a sip. After swallowing, she immediately praised Umbridge's choice of tea, despite her complete ignorance of the beverage. I know you are an honest and reliable child. Indeed. I feel a sense of closeness when I see you. You remind me of my own diligent and eager self during my time at Hogwarts. Yearning to foster a good relationship with a fine teacher like me, Ziara leaned slightly forward, sincerely nodding, yes, I feel the same warmth towards you. Actually, I am not at Hogwarts solely to teach. I am a special investigator from the Ministry of Magic, tasked with assessing the quality of education at Hogwarts, Umbridge stated, lifting her small teacup and blowing on the steam. As for the assessment, it must begin with students like you. Ziara earnestly asked, what would you like to know? I will speak candidly. Umbridge smiled through the swirling steam of the hot tea. Indeed. I require your cooperation. Then, could you share your impressions of the Hogwarts professors with me, dear? From each subject teacher to the heads of houses, and of course including Headmaster Dumbledore. Ziara shifted her position, placing her hands from the table onto her lap, interlacing her fingers. She concealed her small movements beneath the table, while her face above wore a mask of feigned sincerity paired with heartfelt earnestness. Certainly, I would be delighted to assist you, Professor Umbridge. Where shall I begin? Firstly, she would mention her esteemed headmaster, Severus Snape, whose teaching abilities were exceptional, whose personal standards were high, and who was deeply beloved by the students. Hogwarts could not afford to lose Severus, just as the West could not afford to lose Jerusalem. She would also express her gratitude for the trust Umbridge had placed in her. It was invaluable, and she would make the best use of it. Draco. The golden-haired boy lowered his leg from the small table, and turned to glance at her. I heard someone say they saw you going to Umbridge's office. Ziara took a seat in the armchair beside Draco, basking in the warmth of the Slytherin common room's fire. Yes. She wanted to inquire about the reputation of the professors at the school. Quite normal, Draco replied disinterestedly, and what do you need me for? Is it not permissible to seek you out without a specific reason? Ziara countered. Draco scoffed lightly, because that is precisely your nature. When there's nothing going on, you keep your distance, as if you have no connection to any of us. Celia turned her head slightly in surprise to glance at Draco, but she quickly redirected her gaze to the fireplace, as if being seen through was of little consequence to her. Is that not a bad thing? As long as you think it's good, it's of no concern to me, Draco replied morosely. Celia shrugged and got to the point. I actually have something I wish to inquire about. Someone has asked me to find out if you have a girl you fancy. Do you? Nothing particularly special, Draco said. Would you be interested in having a girlfriend? Is this about Pansy? Celia maintained her composure. What does Pansy have to do with this? She's the only one asking. She's been behaving mysteriously, inquiring about you everywhere, Draco remarked, running his fingers through his tousled blonde hair. Well, it's not the first time. I just didn't expect her to enlist you for this. Let us hypothesize. Celia said, unconsciously fiddling with the watch strap on her left wrist. If a girl were to confess her deep affection for you, despite your feelings being merely platonic, how would you respond? Are you asking if I would accept her advances? Draco replied casually. Celia stared into the flames, shaking her head. I merely wish to know how you would treat her afterward. If I have no feelings for her, I certainly wouldn't agree to be her boyfriend. However, I suppose our relationship would be better than that of ordinary friends. Draco spread his hands. Who would detest someone who has feelings for them? Celia turned to face him, resting her elbow on the armrest of the sofa, her amber eyes reflecting the warm glow of the fire. As if genuinely intrigued by the topic. Why wouldn't you dislike someone who likes you? Don't you boys ever feel burdened by the affections of those you do not reciprocate? Draco wore a look of mild confusion. Sometimes it can be a tad annoying. But it's not too bothersome. After all, she likes me and everything she does is to win my favor. Who would dislike the feeling of being liked? It's something to be proud of, don't you think? Celia blinked, the flickering flames mirrored in her eyes. She soon smiled and said lightly, it's wonderful that you think that way. Chapter 18. On the inaugural day of the Ministry of Magic's Order of Education No. 23, the news of Umbridge becoming the senior investigating officer at Hogwarts swiftly spread among the students. The great hall during breakfast was filled with animated protests, hushed whispers of concern, and of course a small faction that reveled in the news. Draco was clearly among the delighted, not only because his father, as a proud parental figure, had been interviewed by the Daily Prophet. The editor is a good friend of my father. He can easily make the news if he wishes. But also because he sensed the shifting balance of power at Hogwarts with Umbridge's advancement. Soon. I mean very soon. Professor Umbridge will replace Dumbledore and bring true fairness to Hogwarts. restoring Slytherin's rightful status. Many Slytherins laughed and applauded, as if Draco had just declared that the House Cup was assuredly theirs this year. Celia, too, was perusing the newspaper. The Daily Prophet featured a bold report on Umbridge's new role, highlighting the significant power she had acquired. The authority to scrutinize Hogwarts faculty and determine their suitability for teaching. I wonder when Professor Umbridge will dismiss that oaf Hagrid, Draco mused dreamily. When I see her, I shall certainly propose to revoke Hagrid's teaching privileges and prohibit him from raising those bizarre magical creatures. Celia folded the newspaper, oblivious to the surrounding noise as she poured herself a bowl of cereal, dousing it with hot milk. The morning held 2 potions classes, occurring during the 3rd and 4th periods, the times most conducive to distraction and hunger. She needed sustenance to muster the energy required for increasingly challenging lessons, and to control her wandering thoughts as soon as she stepped into the potions classroom. She harbored no concerns regarding Umbridge's course evaluations. Based on her understanding of Umbridge, the first victims would likely be the softer, more compliant professors. In all of Hogwarts, only a handful of professors could be deemed soft targets, and anyone with discernment would not consider Snape as one of them. The potions class would likely be scrutinized only after a week or so. Celia was not inclined to be on high alert on the very first day of Umbridge's tenure. Though she had completely forgotten the specific order of course evaluations from the original story, she trusted her instincts. Her judgment was nearly infallible. By the end of the 2nd class that morning, Celia overheard rumors during the break. It was said that Umbridge had attended Sprout's herbology class, and had sent a note to Trelawney, notifying her to prepare for an inspection that afternoon. As anticipated, one was among the most amiable professors, while the other was the most easily intimidated. Umbridge had struck with precision. As Celia made her way to the castle's first floor, preparing to descend further into the dungeons, she spotted Umbridge entering through the castle doors, evidently just returning from the herbology greenhouses, trailed by a group of second-year students who dared not surpass her or greet her. Celia felt that intervening to assist the younger students was not a bad idea. "Good morning, Professor Umbridge," she said, approaching the diminutive woman with a swift smile. "Did you just attend a class?" Umbridge emitted an exaggerated squeal upon seeing Celia, her mouth stretching into an absurdly wide grin, striving to convey her delight. "What a coincidence. Miss Lowe, I was just thinking I might encounter you today." Celia's smile nearly faltered. "You knew I would pass by here?" Umbridge cheerfully approached Celia, patting her top back. "Indeed. I specifically chose the potions class you attend because I eagerly wished to observe the lessons of your esteemed Professor Snape." Celia felt a dull thud in her mind, her thoughts momentarily scattered. Why? Because she had praised Snape in front of Umbridge. Was she here today to verify the accuracy of her description? If so, had her flattery inadvertently thrust Snape into the precarious position of facing Umbridge on the very first day of her inspection? For a minute or two, Celia was at a loss for words, mechanically walking alongside Umbridge, smiling vacantly, instinctively responding to her inquiries with trivial chatter and boastful remarks. It was not until the dampness and chill wafting from the stone walls of the dungeons enveloped her that she shivered awake. It could not have been long since Snape received the note from Umbridge regarding the inspection. He surely had not prepared for this encounter, and would likely disdain adjusting his teaching methods for her benefit. Given Snape's temperament, it would be remarkable if he even managed to refrain from retorting sharply during Umbridge's incessant questioning. What if he were to provoke her into a defensive position? No, it cannot be said that Snape possesses a low emotional intelligence. Rather, he simply tends to neglect the emotions of others in his daily life. In these pivotal moments, he would not recklessly harm anyone's feelings. She remains deeply concerned that Snape might inadvertently reduce Umbridge to tears. "Ziara, cease these wild thoughts. This mindset is exceedingly perilous. She is a toxic fan. A lifelong supporter. Not merely a motherly fan. Do not approach Snape with that. Is my darling XX being bullied at work today? Can he get along well with his new colleagues? Oh, how I worry mentality. To adopt the role of Snape's motherly fan is utterly ludicrous. Uttering such a thing would surely invite mockery from one's past life companions, compelling one to flee in humiliation." Ziara's palms grew clammy from her own awkwardness. And in an instant, a myriad of embarrassing motherly fan quotes flooded her memory, along with the chaotic landscape of internet fandom from her previous life. As she entered the potions classroom, Ziara could not help but envision a bizarre version of herself, her head adorned with a support headband, hands raised high with cheering banners, a plush doll tied around her waist, clad in a painfully cringeworthy t-shirt, fervently shouting, "Mommy loves you, Snape. Look at Mommy, Snape. You must walk the path of flowers at Hogwarts." She ought to be sentenced to an indefinite term in Azkaban for such delusions. The image of a motherly fan was so shocking that even Ziara, who considered her heart as frigid as a fish that had been dead for a decade, could not suppress her own embarrassment. Upon entering the potions classroom, she even dared not raise her gaze to meet Snape's, fearing his soul-sucking gaze might extract the fragmented Snape from her mind. The display of anxiety from a particularly fervent fan did not escape Umbridge's notice. Upon entering the classroom, she began to survey her surroundings, with Ziara trailing closely behind like a small shadow, occasionally distractedly answering her inquiries about mundane classroom matters. This entire scene was observed by Snape, who stood at the front of the classroom, utterly indifferent to their antics, regarding Umbridge as one might regard a curious tourist approaching him without any intention of greeting her. However, Umbridge remained unfazed by his demeanor, for Ziara had subtly warned her that Professor Snape was a particularly strong-willed genius in potions, often possessing an unpredictable temperament. Wouldn't you agree? Good morning, Professor Snape. You must have received my note, I presume? Ziara stood a step behind Umbridge, feigning disinterest as she turned her head to fixate intensely on a jar of potion ingredients containing peeled newts. Indeed, it provided me with quite the surprise, Snape replied, his tone heavy. I truly did not expect the newly appointed senior investigator to choose my classroom on her very first day. Is this truly an honor? A smile, creased with age, blossomed on Umbridge's face. When I was selecting the order of courses to evaluate, I took into account the opinions of several students. For instance, Miss Granger informed me that she believes you to be the finest educator at Hogwarts, Professor Snape, lavishing you with praise for being a diligent, responsible, and patient teacher. Several Gryffindor students, who had been eavesdropping in their seats, gasped in astonishment and cast incredulous glances toward Ziara. She pressed her lips together tightly. She seemed utterly enamored with that jar of peeled newts, her eyes fixed upon the pale, lifeless creature submerged in the unknown potion, while her cheeks and ears betrayed her, flushing crimson in embarrassment. Snape's dark eyes turned to Ziara, who had resolutely chosen to remain silent. He slightly tilted his head and spoke in a measured tone. Oh, I must extend my gratitude to Miss Granger then. I had no idea you held me in such high regard. Ziara shot him a fleeting glance, quick as a dragonfly skimming water. I merely speak the truth. Nonsense. He was well aware that he had heard far more embarrassing remarks. I will be evaluating your teaching methods and may choose to privately inquire a few students during the lesson. Umbridge feigned an apology. You wouldn't mind my doing so, would you? Snape slowly averted his gaze from Ziara's face, scrutinizing Umbridge from head to toe, as if assessing which part of her might make the most delectable broth. Of course, I do not mind, he replied, each word deliberate. That is truly splendid, Umbridge exclaimed with a smile. You may return to your seat now, Miss Granger. Ziara offered Umbridge a polite smile before stealthily trailing behind her, retreating toward the opposite end of the podium, where she firmly placed her bag in the last row. Today, no one would force her into close quarters with Snape. Even the most fervent of fans have their days of wanting to maintain distance from their idols. Ziara dutifully fetched a stool for Umbridge and magically conjured a soft cushion for her. Umbridge accepted graciously, settling into the small stool behind Ziara. Once the class bell rang, Ziara swiftly cleared her mind of distractions, straightening her back to begin focusing on the lesson, while keeping an eye on Umbridge's movements. I believe you have all noticed that we have a guest in our classroom today. Snape's opening statement drew the students' attention, and they turned their heads to see the incongruous pink of Umbridge against the dimly lit potions classroom, followed by the sight of Ziara seated at the back. Ziara, who had always occupied the front row since her first year, observed several Gryffindors scowling at her, with a couple of girls whispering to one another in disdain. Ziara could easily predict their gossip, yet she remained unfazed. However, this will not affect our lesson today, Snape said calmly. Today, we shall study enhancers. Ziara's level of anxiety today exceeded that of any previous potions class, almost surpassing her first lesson, to the extent that when she went to the cupboard for ingredients, she failed to realize that Snape had not distributed their previous assignments before class. Her focus on potion making was somewhat distracted, as she continuously divided her attention to follow Umbridge's movements. Fortunately, during the first half of the class, Umbridge remained seated behind Ziara, observing her deft handling of the citrus peel with a curious gaze. Your technique is quite commendable, Miss Granger, Umbridge remarked, jotting down a few notes in her little notebook. Does Professor Snape teach you these little tricks of potion making? Certainly not. This was a skill Ziara had honed during her graduate studies in her past life. Professor Snape shares with us various insights into the art of potion making, Ziara vaguely suggested. Umbridge nodded, then began to pace around the classroom, observing the other students' progress. Ziara cautiously lifted her gaze to see where she had wandered off. her heart racing at the thought of Umbridge approaching Harry or Neville to inquire about Snape's teaching or questioning why, after 4 years under Snape's tutelage, they still produced nothing more than a pot of sludge. Focus, Miss Granger. Zyra jolted in surprise, swiftly turning her head to find Snape standing silently behind her, observing the bubbling pale yellow potion in her cauldron. I apologize, Professor Snape. Zyra hurriedly lowered her gaze, tossing small amounts of her chopped citrus peel into the mixture. Yet Snape did not depart. He relinquished a prime opportunity to sarcastically berate Harry in the front row, whose potion was hardly better than Neville's, and instead rooted himself firmly behind Zyra, seemingly resolved to watch her every move. Zyra reluctantly redirected her focus from Umbridge and braced herself to continue with her potion making. Umbridge strolled around the classroom, clearly displeased with the steam emanating from the brewing potions. She returned to the back of the classroom, making her way directly to Snape's position, which was also behind Zyra. I believe the enhancer is rather too advanced for these students. The majority are progressing poorly, Umbridge remarked critically. Snape replied coldly. It is merely a select few who cannot adapt. Miss Zyra is performing admirably. Zyra felt as though she had inadvertently added too much fire lizard blood due to her earlier fright. Indeed, Umbridge said, glancing at Zyra's desk. Although she did not comprehend the contents, she nodded in agreement. However, I will request the department to remove this section from the curriculum. How long have you been teaching at Hogwarts, Professor Snape? 14 years, he replied. I heard you initially applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Is that correct? Snape paused before answering yes. But you were not granted the position? Zyra suddenly dropped an empty vial with a clatter and turned to raise her hand. Professor Snape, may I inquire why I cannot substitute pomegranate juice for fire lizard blood in the potion? Snape glared at Zyra as though she had posed an utterly foolish question, akin to asking why puppies do not give birth to kittens. Because pomegranate juice lacks the elemental fire magic contained in fire lizard blood. Pomegranate juice is merely fruit juice. Zyra nodded and then flashed a conciliatory smile at Umbridge. I apologize for interrupting you, Professor Umbridge. Please continue. Umbridge. Oh yes, why can't pomegranate juice be used instead? She blinked and smacked her lips, then resumed. I believe I was discussing your job application. Right, Dumbledore did not approve your application. Do you know why? Snape's gaze remained fixed on Zyra's hands, as if he feared she might actually add pomegranate juice to her cauldron. The headmaster may have his reasons. I suggest you inquire with him directly. Umbridge shrugged slightly. I will. Snape's lips parted slightly, as though he wished to retort, but he ultimately remained silent as Umbridge took her seat behind Zyra once more. He glided back to the front, sternly instructing Ron to take a good look at his pot of lumpy soup. As class neared its conclusion, Snape instructed everyone to bottle their potions and label them for the next lesson. He then began distributing the assignments from the previous class. Those who received AD. Please stay after class, he stated. Umbridge prepared to leave. Zyra stood, quietly following her to the door, opening it for her. Safe travels, Professor Umbridge, she said. You worked hard today. Once Umbridge departed, Zyra returned to her seat and discovered that Snape had placed her assignment on her desk. Habitually, she reached for it to stuff it into her bag, but her eyes caught sight of the score at the top of the paper. D. Dreadful, abysmal. Zyra's movements froze. This was the first failing grade she had ever received. Chapter 19. Zyra stared at her assignment, nearly willing the simple letter D at the top to burn a hole through the parchment. Grasping her paper, she meticulously reviewed it from beginning to end, scrutinizing the structure, spelling and punctuation, desperately seeking the rationale behind Snape's D grade. The other students eagerly surged out of the classroom, ravenous and ready to feast in the great hall. Zyra's immobility piqued some curiosity. Pansy craned her neck as she passed by to glimpse the parchment in Zyra's hand. Zyra abruptly flipped her wrist, folding the paper naturally. What is it? I was about to ask you the same, Pansy replied. Her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized Zyra's expression. Aren't you hungry? I have something to attend to, Zyra replied calmly. Soon, only Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom remained seated in the classroom, along with Zyra standing at the back. I must remind you that a grade of D will absolutely disqualify you from my advanced potion class. Naturally, such scores will not pass the OWL's examination either. Snape stated with a sardonic smirk, looking down on the Gryffindors. I would be more than pleased to exclude you from my advanced class, which means I shall be spared from some potion rubbish next year. However, as a teacher, it is my responsibility to advise you about your future. Whether you heed it is your own decision, for some individuals may simply be ill-suited for potion making. Neville turned pale, while Harry glared defiantly at Snape. All right. You may leave now. Neville immediately stood, but another figure was quicker, striding purposefully from the back of the classroom towards the front. Zyra dashed to the front with the speed of someone intent on slaying a small Barty Crouch, then looked up at Snape with a serious expression that could be described as fearsome. I would like to take up some of your time, sir, Zyra spoke softly. I have reviewed my paper again, and aside from one word at the bottom regarding regional usage disputes, which I annotated, I found no other significant issues. Snape languidly uttered a single word. So? Zyra, exhibiting exceptional politeness, extended her paper towards Snape with both hands. I kindly request that you inform me of what improvements I might make for my future studies. After all, I have never received such a grade before. To put it plainly, if this assignment were to be checked for plagiarism, both Goyle and Crabbe would have an 80 similarity rate, as they had merely copied her paper the night before submission, yet those two dolts received an A passing. Snape slowly extended his hand, delicately pinching the parchment with 2 fingers and extracting her paper. His eyes remained fixed on Zyra, the curve of his lips curiously ambiguous, as if caught between a smirk and a frown. What are you two still doing here? He suddenly glanced behind Zyra. Do you wish to inquire about my own paper's D grade? Neville bolted for the door like a startled rabbit, while Harry, curious, lingered, glancing back repeatedly until Snape's lips moved slightly, seemingly prepared to deduct points from Gryffindor, prompting Harry to reluctantly shut the door of the potions classroom. Now, only the two of them remained. I have recently heard some things. Severus Snape leisurely placed Yala's paper upon the lectern, remarking, "It has become the talk of the town that Yala seems particularly fond of Umbridge, obeying her every command and greeting her with a smile. Today, I have borne witness to the veracity of these rumors." Yala, mimicking Snape's earlier tone, queried, "So?" Snape interlaced his fingers, his gaze heavy with scrutiny. "So, does your new plan involve her?" Avoiding his stare, Yala lowered her gaze. "I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. There is no need for you to feign ignorance in my presence, for I am not so senile as to forget your actions from the end of last term." Snape retorted sharply, "What exactly are you scheming regarding Umbridge? It is rather apparent, is it not?" Yala replied nonchalantly, "Just as you have heard the rumors. By cultivating a favorable relationship with Professor Umbridge, I can secure privileges at Hogwarts. Cloaked in her authority, I can become her most trusted and favored student." And then, Snape interrupted coldly, "Then what? What do you intend to accomplish with her trust and privileges?" Yala let out a silent laugh, her eyes fixed on the floor. "Naturally, to satiate my vanity and pride, to stand above my fellow students and command them, to ascend to a position of power and dignity. Surely, that is the desire of all?" "Lies," Snape interjected instantaneously. Yala clasped her hands behind her back, her eyes sparkling with defiance. "I assent that what everyone says?" Poor Yala can no longer contain her desire to climb the social ladder. Despite her excellent grades, she has resorted to lending her assignments for the sake of reputation, only to end up not even becoming a prefect. Then, what is stopping me from taking the shortcut through Umbridge? Snape fixed Yala with a penetrating gaze, akin to a serpent discerning its prey. "If, as you claim, your desires are for status and privilege, you ought to harbor resentment towards me. After all, it was I, your head of house, who did not select you as prefect. Was it not? Then why do you speak well of me to Umbridge, the very person you deem a hindrance to your esteemed position?" Yala finally raised her head, meeting Snape's gaze with a weighty emphasis. "I have never harbored hatred towards you. I am aware," Snape replied calmly. "Thus your previous rationale holds no merit. You have ulterior motives. What do you know? What do you truly know?" A flicker of flames danced in Yala's eyes. "This matter does not concern you. It bears no detriment to you, sir. Why must you pry into it?" Snape pressed a hand firmly upon her paper, unwavering. "You have a history, and I fear a repetition of events from the labyrinth." Yala, gritting her teeth, asked, "Are you afraid I will kill Umbridge?" Snape's voice was icy as he replied, "I fear for your own life." A chilling silence enveloped them. After what felt like an eternity, Yala regained her voice, forcing out a response. "Why do you care about this? Everyone must die. My life has no bearing on yours. Everyone must die. My life bears no significance to you either," Snape countered with her own words. Yala inhaled deeply, her tone laced with feigned indifference. "Indeed, it has no relevance to me. May I leave now, sir? Do you not have questions regarding your grades to address?" Snape lifted her paper. Yala glanced at the glaring letter D at the top of the parchment, her facial muscles twitching slightly. "I shall not inquire further, sir. Yet I am still inclined to provide an answer." Snape extracted his wand, delicately tapping the letter D. Suddenly, the flat D appeared to inflate, transforming into a perfect O. "I made an error," he stated with casual nonchalance. Yala's jaw clenched. She swiftly comprehended that she had been outmaneuvered by Snape today. She had completely lost her usual calm judgment, falling into Snape's trap and revealing thoughts better left unspoken. But what choice did she have? After all, he was Snape. Thank you for the correction, Yala replied stiffly, reaching for her paper. I must go for lunch now. Farewell. Yet, she did not withdraw the parchment from Snape's grasp. He held firm, his grip unyielding. I posed a question to you last time, which you have yet to answer. Which last time? I do not recall having an unanswered question, Yala retorted defiantly. Snape did not mind reiterating. I asked you why you wished to kill Barty Crouch Jr. Because he deserved to die. That reason should suffice. Yala replied coldly, and you know, I am a lunatic, a madwoman. Madmen do not require justification for murder. Yet Snape remained steadfast. His gaze fixed upon her as he slowly articulated. One final question. Yala twisted her lips, managing an expression that could almost be considered a bitter smile. If I could answer it. The question was simple, consisting of but 2 words. Why me? Snape inquired. But Yala understood immediately, and he knew she would. It can only be you, was her straightforward response. She tugged at the parchment in Snape's hand, this time effortlessly reclaiming her paper. She lifted her gaze to meet Snape's eyes. His gaze was profound, unfathomable, akin to a depthless abyss. Yet Yala had always managed to glean his emotions from that abyss. His anger, his irritation, his curiosity, his pride, his forewarnings. She had once pondered whether there existed another realm beyond death. If that realm's boundless darkness resembled Snape's eyes, she would willingly wander in that abyss for all eternity, sleeping alongside the shadows. Farewell, Professor Snape, Yala murmured softly. And thank you. She had indeed discerned something from his gaze earlier, a sentiment she could not precisely decipher, but at the very least, Yala understood that it could not be one of disdain. He did not truly despise her. He even cared for her life. He actually cared for her. Each step Yala took towards the door of the potions classroom felt akin to ascending the staircase to paradise. If told that turning the doorknob would result in her demise, Yala would unhesitatingly step through the door into the molten inferno. Snape watched as Yala walked away from him with unwavering resolve. His hands, resting on the lectern, tightened, forming fists that pressed against the wooden surface. Indeed, the very reason he dreaded most had surfaced. If Yala truly sought to elevate herself, to claim dignity and status, to pursue that laughable semblance of power by becoming Umbridge's lackey, just as he had done in his youth, Snape would somehow find solace in it. For such base desires could indeed anchor a person to their humanity, rather than rendering them an empty shell, capable of inflicting harm upon themselves without a second thought. Yet, it was precisely for him that Kiara devoted herself, despite all her denials and evasions. He understood that every insincere smile she offered to Umbridge, and every mocking word she heard from fellow students was all for him. She was not a despicable sycophant pursuing power and status, nor did she sacrifice her integrity for ambition as the rumors suggested. Kiara had shed tears, endured pain, and now sacrificed her reputation and dignity. She laid all of this upon the altar, offering to the divine the most fervent and precious aspects of her existence. Kiara ascended the sacrificial dais, raising her hands in hope that the deity would accept her offering. Severus Snape, this false god, recoiled, daunted by the notion of touching the sacrifice presented by this devout follower. What she offered was love. He was no deity and could not reciprocate in kind. All he could do was unfurl his grim, dark wings, striving to pull her back from the abyss, back to a world that might not promise happiness, but still brimmed with infinite possibilities. Chapter 20. The weather grew colder day by day. Following a round of faculty evaluations, Umbridge ceased her classroom inspections upon receiving intelligence that a group of students had clandestinely formed a society to study defense against the dark arts under her very nose, an utterly intolerable situation for her. Consequently, she devoted an extensive period to suppressing student organizations, vanishing from the potions classroom. Kiara, of course, relished this development, although she felt a twinge of guilt for Harry, who was ensnared in Umbridge's web of surveillance. What did it matter to her regarding Dumbledore's army? She was completely unaware of the so-called group studying defense against the dark arts. Moreover, even if Dumbledore's army were apprehended by Umbridge, it bore no relevance to her. Admittedly, this sentiment might seem unsympathetic. However, Kiara later privately contemplated that if she could assist, her remaining conscience would compel her to take some action to help Harry. Yet, as they had not yet been captured, there was no need for her to ponder such matters, was there? Recently, Kiara's spirits had been remarkably high, perhaps marking the most joyous period of her life. The reasons were evident. She no longer had to exhaust herself devising ways to protect Snape from Umbridge's dismissal plans, and her relationship with Snape, had finally returned to its original state. She had confirmed that she was not despised and could communicate with him normally, just as she had for the past 4 years. More importantly, her potions coursework results continued to merit a no. Of course, she was oblivious to Snape's true emotional state. It mattered not. Once she vanquished Voldemort and his Horcruxes, his mood would surely improve. Presently, Kiara was preoccupied with her Christmas plans. Voldemort had yet to complete his resurrection, as all the followers he could muster had fallen to her hand. However, she could not ascertain whether he had any contingencies, for Voldemort had a knack for seducing even the likes of Quirrell while in a spectral state. 6 months was ample time for him to recruit new allies. The eradication of Horcruxes was a matter of urgency. Kiara could not afford to gamble. Time was of the essence for Voldemort, and even more so for her. She had to obtain the goblet before Voldemort, cornered and desperate, orchestrated Bellatrix's escape. Research on the impact and methods of identity forgery on the success rate of Gringotts' theft opening report. Presenter: Kiara Lolo, Slytherin House, Class of 1991 Hogwarts. Supervisor: Professor Severus Snape, Potions Department Hogwarts. Contact email: OWL. In this opening report, the presenter will elucidate the research background and research methods of this study, and she welcomes critiques and guidance from the esteemed panel of experts. Kiara faced the empty classroom, cluttered only with disheveled desks and chairs, and relaxedly swung her arms. Indeed, just imagining herself in the most dreadful of circumstances rendered the thought of robbing Gringotts less daunting. What could be more terrifying than a graduation defense? Kiara adopted this method of combating anxiety with a taste of irony, as the scheduled action date loomed ever closer. Only a week remained until the Christmas holiday on December 24th. That morning, the heads of houses had, as per tradition, gathered at the long tables to collect the list of students remaining on campus. This year, Kiara again refrained from signing the list, forcing herself to focus intently on her bowl of oatmeal, striving to ignore the presence of Snape merely 2 meters away. He, holding the sign-up sheet, deliberately elongated his tone, asking 3 times in an unusually languid manner if anyone wished to remain at school for Christmas. Is there anyone else who intends to stay for Christmas? Kiara kept her head down, diligently scraping the last remnants of porridge from her bowl, her entire concentration devoted to resisting the urge to respond to Snape's inquiry. Since it appears no one wishes to remain, Snape pronounced, each word deliberate and laden with implication. I wish you all a peaceful and law-abiding Christmas outside of school. As Snape turned to depart, Kiara suddenly lifted her head, politely cradling her pristine bowl of porridge. Goodbye, Professor Snape. Thank you for your efforts. Was this a provocation? Snape felt his blood pressure rise. He was acutely aware of the reason behind Kiara's absence from the campus, as she had practically inscribed I intend to embark on significant endeavors during the Christmas holiday upon her serene visage. Others might have been oblivious, but only Snape recognized the fervent heart concealed beneath her seemingly demure exterior, one that was even more fervent than that of Gryffindor. Yet Kiara harbored no intention of provocation. The heavens bore witness. Even when confronting Voldemort, she would never entertain the thought of provoking Snape. She simply offered a courteous greeting out of guilt, believing it might lighten his mood, only to achieve the opposite effect entirely. Kiara chose not to dwell on this minor incident from the morning. For her, whether Snape had discerned her intentions was inconsequential. Given her understanding of him, he would scarcely neglect the affairs of Hogwarts, much less concern himself with what she planned to do outside during the Christmas holiday. Kiara feigned seriousness as she grasped her wand, pressing a button on its handle, and pretending to activate a laser pointer, as she flipped through her defense presentation slides. Gringotts is the only legitimate large financial institution for wizards on the British Isles, offering services such as savings, loans, and currency exchange. By now, it was 1 in the morning, and the corridors of Hogwarts Castle lay deserted. Kiara's voice echoed through the empty classroom like a ghostly whisper, her discourse to the unseen panel of judges rendering the scene even more eerie. Upon reviewing the literature, the researcher has identified 2 notable successful theft cases in recent years. 1, the goblet theft case of 1998, transformed into a robbery after the perpetrators were discovered, as they not only stole the targeted items, but also simultaneously robbed a dragon belonging to Gringotts. The other, the Philosopher's Stone theft case of 1991, although failing to secure the targeted items, successfully opened the vault and made a clean getaway while concealing their identities. Thus, the initial phase of this study will primarily reference these 2 theft cases and formulate a plan for the burglary based on them. Yala flipped through her notebook, then pressed her wand handle to turn to a non-existent slide in her presentation. The Golden Cup theft is remarkably clear from its planning to the entire execution process, providing researchers with a wealth of operational references. However, the unexpected events surrounding the Golden Cup theft were numerous, and the special social environment at that time was markedly different from that of the researchers, resulting in significant upheaval and a profoundly negative impact, which is something the researcher seeks to avoid at all costs. In contrast, the stealthy and discreet methodology employed in the Philosopher's Stone theft is indeed worth learning from. Regrettably, the techniques utilized in the Philosopher's Stone theft were so mature and seasoned that the process remains shrouded in mystery. One of the perpetrators is deceased, while the other remains at large, making it exceedingly difficult to ascertain the detailed workings of the Philosopher's Stone theft. Yala paused for a moment, then offered a faint smile to the air. But that is of no consequence, for I, the researcher, possess a rather sophisticated research tool. She extended her hand, revealing a rough black stone at her fingertips. This Horcrux, reborn from the fires of hell, found a new value in the fearless hands of Yala, an academic value. Greetings, Professor Quirrell. The Resurrection Stone, after a millennium, performed its function once more, this time resurrecting a bank robbery consultant for a student preparing to commit a heist. Quirinus Quirrell certainly did not expect to return to the realm of the living under such circumstances. He sat in the center of a pitch-dark empty classroom, confronting Yala, who stood at the podium, clearly having matured from a girl into a woman. He stammered, you. There is no need to feign stuttering before me any longer, Professor Quirrell. Such inefficiency is counterproductive. Yala tapped the blackboard with her wand and calmly commanded, I grant you half an hour to elucidate all the antecedents and consequences of your theft of the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts in late July 1991. From your planning and preparation to the detailed process of the theft, and finally, how you concealed your identity and successfully escaped. By the way, I am aware of the identity of the person whose hair is stuck to the back of your head. There is no need to obfuscate their role, as I believe I can achieve better results alone than the two of you combined. Quirrell, the Resurrection Stone is indeed remarkably useful. It is truly remarkably useful. In this era, when the internet has yet to permeate Hogwarts, Yala found the most distressing aspect of academic research to be the arduous task of literature retrieval. Although others may not perceive it, she alone knew the extent of her frustration each time she entered the library seeking references for her assignments. She was a 21st century researcher spoiled by literature retrieval websites. All she desired was a mature and comprehensive database. Even a monopolistic and somewhat inefficient one like CNKI would suffice. Hogwarts Library lacked a literature retrieval system, but with the Resurrection Stone, Yala effectively possessed a unique living retrieval system. What database could rival the human mind? And what database could compare to a Resurrection Stone that could summon deceased academic luminaries for inquiries at any time and place? What? Resurrecting deceased relatives and friends? Did she have relatives and friends? It seemed not. Well then, no matter, let us continue with our academic research. Professor Quirrell, please sit and proceed with your account. In the stillness of the night, the shadowy corners of the castle faintly echoed with the mournful wails of ghosts. It was uncertain whether these cries emanated from spirits or from souls forcibly dragged back to the realm of the living. Chapter 21. On the evening of December 24th, Christmas Eve, the cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley were piled high with snow, reaching ankle-deep, and many shops had dimmed their lights. For Christmas Eve saw few patrons venturing out to shop. Shopkeepers opted to close early, returning home to celebrate the holiday. On the dim, deserted street, a few wizards wrapped in cloaks and scarves hurried along. Among them a tall, slender witch carrying a sizable suitcase, striding toward Gringotts, the only brightly lit establishment at the end of Diagon Alley. Braving the wind and snow, this witch slipped through the doors of Gringotts. She meticulously brushed the snowflakes from her attire and, with a series of soft footsteps, entered the grand hall of the bank. This lady possessed a distinctive appearance, with an East Asian visage, appearing to be in her 20s or 30s. Her features were soft yet set in a frosty expression, as cold as a winter's day. She was dressed in an exquisitely tailored high-neck black gown, and donned a pair of dragonhide boots, her attire reflecting her substantial wealth. Keen-eyed goblins promptly emerged, approaching the customer. Good day, madam, one of the goblins bowed. How may I assist you today? The lady raised an eyebrow, silently surveying the interior of Gringotts before responding in markedly accented English. I wish to acquire a vault to store my money. What type of vault do you require? We have various vaults, differing in size and security level, depending on your savings needs. The exotic visitor interrupted the goblin, declaring arrogantly, I want the highest security vault, for I intend to deposit a great deal of money. She emphasized her intent with three greats, her accent rather peculiar and clumsy. Yet no goblin dared to mock her, for she soon produced her suitcase, gently placing it upon the counter of Gringotts. I also wish to store my family heirlooms, she stated. These treasures have been passed down from my ancestors for 2,000 years. Several goblins silently departed from their counters, gathering around the lady, their small eyes greedily fixed on the suitcase. Ah, indeed it is evident that you hail from the east, that ancient and mysterious land, and naturally possess treasures from 2 millennia ago. Remarkably precious artifacts, the first goblin to attend her grinned, revealing a row of sharp, fine teeth. Might you divulge what these treasures are? That is classified information, the lady replied coldly. I merely wish for a vault, the best vault. I am willing to pay a substantial storage fee. Upon finishing, she opened her suitcase, revealing it brimming with bundles of Muggle banknotes. The goblins, upon seeing the currency, became even more courteous. I beg your pardon, madam, but we do not accept Muggle currency for transactions. However, we can exchange your Muggle notes for galleons. Then exchange it. Immediately, the goblins complied, swiftly extracting money from the suitcase with their short, stout hands. Soon they discovered that the lady's wealth surpassed their expectations. The suitcase had been enchanted with a concealment charm, revealing far more banknotes than the suitcase's actual contents. Ultimately, they counted out a stack of money that nearly matched the height of the lady herself. The lady, unfazed, settled comfortably on the sofa they had provided, sipping a cup of red tea graciously offered by a Gringotts staff member, leisurely blowing at the steam rising from the cup. This mysterious lady from the Far East was, of course, Yala. Disguised as her former self, Yala took a slow sip of her red tea, awaiting the fairies to finish counting all the cash she could currently mobilize. She had nearly liquidated all her real estate in the United Kingdom, and sold off some stocks, amassing the funds in her possession to secure a qualification for access to the deepest vault of Gringotts. As she observed the fairies swiftly tallying the banknotes, an odd sense of satisfaction welled up within her. To her, this money rightfully belonged to Severus Snape. In truth, having a vault at Gringotts was not without its merits. Yala mused that if she were to suddenly perish one day, this vault could be promptly transferred to Snape's name, thus sparing him the hassle of managing real estate and stock holdings in the Muggle world. If she died in the morning, by the afternoon, Snape would possess an additional vault. How convenient that would be. What a devoted and financially generous fan she was. The doors of Gringotts swung open once more, and an unfamiliar wizard entered, shaking the snowflakes from his long robe. He glanced around the hall before heading towards a counter relatively close to Yala. As most of the fairies were concentrated around her. The counting is complete, madam, one fairy reported respectfully, holding a ledger. You have brought a total of 5 million pounds. Would you like to exchange all of it for galleons? Yes, exchange it, Yala replied coldly. The strange wizard turned to glance at her, then at the pile of notes beside her. Yala shot him a frosty look, silently warning him to mind his own business. The wizard quickly averted his gaze. Displaying a commendable sense of propriety, the fairy soon whisked away her banknotes and presented Yala with a deposit receipt and a vault custody contract. She scrutinized the contract carefully. Its terms were exceedingly intricate, and under normal circumstances, she would only dare to sign it in the presence of a lawyer. However, today was exceptional, and she was reluctant to waste time on the contract, so she picked up the pen offered by the fairies, removed the cap, and before signing, posed a question. I have heard that your bank has dragons? She deliberately adopted a thick accent to obscure her identity. Having spent the previous 2 days practicing her spoken English in an empty classroom with Kiro, driving him to the brink of frustration. It was only when Kiro admitted he could not comprehend her words that Yala felt her disguise was effective. Of course, she was uncertain how these fairies understood her pidgin English. Perhaps it was a matter of racial difference. Indeed, your vault is one of the finest, guarded by dragons. The fairy promptly replied. Yala took her time to respond. I would like to know what security measures my vault has. The fairy, displaying notable expertise, began to outline the details. Your vault is located in the lowest tier of Gringotts, on the same level as the historic vaults belonging to the pure-blood wizarding families of this country, and of course the pricing is also at the first tier. We have equipped your vault with a door that only specific fairies can open, along with protective duplication charms, dragons, and a magical purification waterfall. As Yala listened, she recalled the experience of Harry Potter robbing a bank, and realized her vault indeed lay on the same level as Bellatrix Lestrange's. I have no further questions, she stated. I will sign the contract, and then I wish to be taken down. I want to place my belongings into the vault myself. The fairy bowed deeply. We are at your service, madam. Yala picked up the pen, preparing to sign at the bottom of the contract. Yet, before she did, she casually inquired, is there magic on the contract? Yes, the signatures on the contract possess magical efficacy. Signatures cannot be forged and must be in the true name. once signed with the true name. The violator shall die, Yala interjected with a light laugh. I am aware. She dipped the pen into the ink and, with a flourish, inscribed 3 characters. Those were the 3 characters of her true name from her past life. Upon signing, the 3 Chinese characters shimmered faintly with golden light, signifying the contract was binding. The curse of the violator shall die was the one Yala feared least. Could this contract truly kill her past self once more? We will deduct the custody fee from your savings, and thereafter, we shall escort you to your vault, the fairy stated as they collected the contract. Please this way. Yala flicked her wrist, revealing a small portion of her wand's tip protruding from her sleeve, and cast a shrinking charm on her suitcase. With an air of nonchalance, she affixed the now miniature suitcase, reduced to the size of a fingernail, to a silver bracelet on her left hand. This bracelet was already adorned with an odd ornament, a rough stone engraved with a triangular pattern. As the fairy leading her gestured for her to follow, Yala trailed behind, entering the familiar mine tunnel, awaiting the arrival of a small cart. Within the tunnel, it was just her and the fairy, an opportune moment to act. Yala grasped the wand that had slipped into her palm, silently preparing to utter the soul extraction spell. Just then, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. The unfamiliar wizard who had entered Gringotts after her halted beside Yala and calmly addressed the fairy. I also wish to withdraw funds from Vault 109. Yala's gaze turned icy as she regarded the unfamiliar wizard, her expression as frigid as a frost-laden blade. With her wand poised, she aimed it at the wizard, preparing to quietly cast the soul extraction spell. Whose face is that? The wizard suddenly asked her. Yala's pupils dilated in shock. The wizard raised his hand and, before she could react, cast a spell at the fairy. Soul extraction. I ask you again, whose face are you wearing? The wizard repeated his question with remarkable patience. Is it simply a muggle you found on the street? Are you using a polyjuice potion? Yala's gaze fell upon the wand in his hand, sleek and unembellished, exuding a simplicity akin to its master, yet harboring an immense, latent power. It is my own face, Yala replied, her voice trembling. How? How did you end up here? Severus Snape, wearing the face of an unfamiliar muggle, articulated slowly, of course. It is to ensure you do not lose your life in my absence. Chapter 22. Yala recognized Snape at a glance, but recognition did not equate to an adequate response. Her earlier shock and trembling voice were decidedly unbecoming. She had meticulously planned how to respond when Aurors arrived to apprehend her. But who could have anticipated Snape would come directly to capture her and expose her identity? How could this have been foreseen? Moreover, and most importantly, Yala's left hand clenched into a fist, her nails digging into her flesh. How do you know it is me? Snape cast a glance at the fairy now under the influence of the soul extraction spell, then tilted his head, gesturing for Yala. Get in the cart. We'll discuss things once we are inside. Reacting instinctively to Snape's command, Yala lifted her skirts and, with some trepidation, climbed into the small Gringotts cart. She pressed herself against the edge, sitting with her legs tightly together, resembling an obedient child seated on a bench. As Snape entered the cart, he noticed Yala's nervousness, and with a swift motion, he adjusted the hem of his robe before sitting beside her. Which vault are we headed to? He inquired. Yala hesitated, her heart racing with a sudden sense of panic, akin to a diligent student caught red-handed by the headmaster, while secretly reading a novel during study hall. She yearned to explain yet felt too intimidated to do so. She longed to inquire but feared the futility of her questions. Bewildered by Snape's surprisingly calm and cooperative demeanor. Go to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault, she finally uttered. Upon hearing this, Snape's expression shifted subtly. What business do you have in her vault? Trapped in the small cart at Gringotts, Yala had no choice but to lay her cards on the table. I intend to steal something. What is it that you wish to steal? Snape pressed further. It would be better if you remained uninformed. You need not involve yourself in this matter, Yala replied, making one last attempt to resist. Lestrange's vault is heavily guarded. With a dragon on duty, it is exceedingly perilous. You could still turn back, if I were to implicate you and something were to happen. Snape remained silent, merely observing her. Under his scrutiny, Yala's voice dwindled. I implore you, do not follow me, she whispered, her eyelashes fluttering. I will manage. But you absolutely must not be harmed. Yet she knew all too well that Snape could not be swayed by her impassioned pleas. Suddenly, a goblin under the influence of the imperious curse pulled down the lever of the cart, causing it to glide smoothly along the tracks. Instinctively, Yala clutched the edge of the cart with one hand, her other hand fumbling around her side in search of a seatbelt. Snape remained composed, stating, Since we are already sharing this ride, we are now accomplices. Very well, now you may divulge what exactly you aim to steal. For the first time, Yara felt utterly astonished by Snape's demeanor, and worse still, the reality appeared to align with her thoughts. Snape had directly cast an unforgivable curse before her eyes, and now the goblin was under his control. Should he desire, Yara herself was now as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. The situation had effortlessly turned the initiative entirely in Snape's hands. Yara harbored no thoughts of resistance. From the outset, she had willingly bowed before him, offering him the proverbial knife and laying her unguarded neck bare before him. Before the cart plunged down its first steep descent, Yara gripped the front seat tightly, finally resolute. "A Horcrux," she declared. Snape turned to her in astonishment, but as the cart careened down the slope, his what? Was distorted by the rush of air. The gravity of the moment unexpectedly tinged with absurdity. Yara closed her eyes, her fear of roller coasters resurfacing from a past life. However, the damnable cart of Gringotts lacked even a seatbelt. All she could do was shut her eyes and hold on. Even answering questions became a taxing endeavor. Only by destroying all the Horcruxes can he truly perish. "And one resides in Lestrange's vault," she exclaimed, her voice wavering as they descended. "You need not worry. I am aware of what lies ahead. I have prepared extensively, and I can handle any situation that arises." Ah! Another unreasonable sharp turn sent Yara screaming in panic. Snape drew his wand, pointing it at her. Several transparent ropes shot from the tip of his wand, securing themselves to the seats like seatbelts. Then he tethered the other ends to Yara's side. "Hold on tight," he instructed. Yara, pale-faced, obediently grasped the ropes and awkwardly cracked open her eyes. "I can manage," she asserted weakly. Snape offered a slight smile. "You had better." Yara feigned ignorance to the derision in his tone, striving to regain her composure, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, forcing down the nausea that swelled in her chest, then tremblingly opened her handbag. "What are you retrieving?" Snape inquired. "An umbrella," Yara replied. With great effort, she extracted the handle of the umbrella from her bag. Snape initially assumed it to be some secret weapon, akin to Hagrid's ever-present pink umbrella. However, Yara continued to tug until she revealed a massive umbrella, approximately 2 meters in length. Snape's tone shifted. "What on earth is this?" "An umbrella," Yara reiterated, "to combat the goblin's anti-theft waterfall." "Is it necessary for it to be so large?" "The anti-theft waterfall nullifies all magical effects, including potions. So we must resort to conventional means of protection," Yara explained, awkwardly attempting to unfurl the umbrella. "I had intended to enlarge my usual long-handled umbrella, but that spell would also be rendered ineffective by the waterfall. Ultimately, someone would surely get drenched, so I specifically sought this." "A beach umbrella?" Snape's voice trembled. Yara finally managed to open the enormous beach umbrella, its vast canopy enveloping both herself and Snape, along with the goblin, in a secure cocoon. "I went to great lengths to find this," Yara stated, a hint of indignation in her voice. Such beach umbrellas are rare to find in England. This time, it was Snape's turn to take a deep breath. "Why not bring 2 ordinary umbrellas?" he asked through clenched teeth. Yara replied, "The goblin needs both hands to operate the cart. He cannot shield himself with an umbrella, thus a large umbrella is the best solution." It must be said, Yara's considerations were indeed thorough. Yet, to be seen beneath such a flamboyant beach umbrella was undeniably peculiar. Yara saw no oddity in it. With utmost seriousness, she meticulously adjusted the angle of the umbrella, gripping the handle as though she were steadfastly holding the banner of a battalion on high ground, ensuring that the driving goblin and Snape were both securely sheltered beneath it. The cart was not large, and with little distance between Yara and Snape. As she turned to face them, she realized she was scarcely 50 centimeters from Snape's face. Forcing herself to divert her gaze, she pretended to be exceedingly interested in the stalactites of the cave that they had left behind. "How did you know I would be here?" Snape's gaze did not waver. He regarded Yara's unfamiliar yet inexplicably familiar Asian features, responding calmly, "I tracked you." Yara's brow furrowed. "What do you mean? You were following me?" "There was no need for such effort. I merely employed a tracking charm on your Christmas card," Snape replied in a measured tone. "You ought to be more vigilant regarding the security of your correspondence. Have you never considered that someone could locate you through your belongings?" Yara finally lowered her gaze, a flicker of annoyance crossing her face. "Of course, I take counter-tracking measures. I simply never anticipated you." Snape met Yara's gaze for a fleeting second. She possessed the most common traits of an East Asian, with black hair and dark eyes. Yet in the dimly lit cave, those eyes shimmered with the golden glimmers cast by the torches on the walls. On this Christmas Eve, when he should have been peacefully ensconced in his office, he found himself seated in a speeding beach umbrella cart, operated by a goblin under the imperious curse. hurtling toward the vault of a Death Eater, guarded by a dragon, with the aim of pilfering the Dark Lord's Horcrux from the most fortified vault within Gringotts. In such an absurd situation, Snape found himself unexpectedly enveloped in a sense of stability. "You will need to explain to me the nature of the Horcrux and the origin of that visage once we emerge," he murmured softly. The cart descended deeper into the recesses, yet they encountered no protective waterfall. Yala speculated that the protective waterfall was not perpetually activated. Rather, it was only triggered by Harry and his companions in the original narrative, eliciting suspicion from Gringotts, which consequently deployed its full array of security mechanisms. Thus, the only adversary they faced was the dragon tethered near the entrance of the deepest vaults. Yala opened her suitcase once more, and under Snape's watchful gaze, she produced several items that would perplex even the most astute mind. 2 KTV handbells. "I had intended for both myself and the fairy to each have one." Yala apologized. "I did not anticipate your presence, but I prepared a spare. Would you prefer one?" Snape could only stare as Yala retrieved a triangle from her suitcase. "What purpose do these serve?" he inquired. "To ward off the dragon," Yala replied. She handed one of the handbells to the fairy, who obediently accepted it and began to shake it fervently, as if orchestrating a lively atmosphere in a KTV, the sound of jingling bells echoing throughout the cavern. Holding the triangle, Snape felt the absurdity of the situation intensify. As Yala and the fairy earnestly shook their bells, he genuinely questioned whether he had been dreaming since the moment he stepped into Gringotts. "How does this deter a dragon?" he asked, grinding his molars in skepticism. Yala explained with utmost seriousness, "The dragon at Gringotts is trained, much like Pavlov's dogs. It has been conditioned to associate the sound of jingling metal with acute pain." Snape was willing to accept Yala's explanation. He understood she would never jest about matters concerning his life. However, the sight of her shaking the handbell with the earnestness of a primary school student in music class was undeniably comical. "You should ring it as well," she urged Snape. "I fear that if you do not, the dragon may fixate on you." Snape wanted to retort that he would rather face the dragon's fiery breath than ring that triangle. But as the cart turned sharply and entered a vast natural cavern adorned with stalactites, he beheld the ancient dragon, chained in the cavern's center, its eyes ablaze with fury. Amidst the increasingly frantic ringing of the bells, Snape silently tapped the triangle. The cart began to slow as the dragon recoiled in agony from the deafening sound, revealing the vault door behind it. Yala continued to shake the bell single-handedly, warily monitoring the dragon's movements, and lowered her voice to Snape. "Let the fairy open the door." "Open the door," Snape commanded with a flick of his wand. The fairy complied, leading Yala and Snape toward Lestrange's vault before placing its hand upon the grand door. Snape disembarked alongside Yala, waiting momentarily for her to catch up with her suitcase before they approached the gradually vanishing vault door. "What are your plans for the fairy afterward?" he inquired. "To alter its memories," Yala replied. Snape turned to her in surprise. "You can modify memories?" "I have learned some techniques, though I have yet to practice them," Yala said, her voice faltering. "That aside, the fairy is of little consequence. Remain behind me. I will enter the vault first, and you must not touch anything within." Snape pursed his lips, mildly irked by Yala's admonishing tone akin to that of a protective guardian. "Do you believe I have come to simply watch you recklessly engage in peril?" Yala turned to face him, her eyes unwavering, her tone resolute. "I genuinely hope you do. If danger arises, do not concern yourself with me. Flee immediately." Snape's response was a derisive snort, and he quickened his pace, sidestepping Yala to step boldly into the Lestrange vault. "What does the item you seek look like?" he queried. Yala gazed at Snape's back, her mind racing with thoughts of what she would post on her virtual social network that day. "My idol is so determined to eradicate Voldemort. He is so fierce, so brave, I could cry." Chapter 23. The fairy placed its hand upon the grand door of the Lestrange vault, which gradually became transparent, revealing the vault's true form. It was a cavern of at least 10 square meters, filled from floor to ceiling with gold coins, jewels, various antiques, armor, potions, and even a skull adorned with a crown. Snape illuminated his wand, cautiously casting light upon the vault. His gaze briefly lingered on the potions, and 2 seconds later, Yala hurriedly caught up, reaching out to grasp the sleeve of Snape's elbow. "Do not reach out or touch anything inside." "Do I appear as though I intend to touch?" Snape shot her a sidelong glance and then examined the sleeve she held. "Moreover, you have yet to inform me what the item looks like." Yala instinctively withdrew her hand as if scalded, biting her lip and rubbing her fingers together. Then, with her wand, she conjured an image of a golden goblet, complete with 2 handles, its body inscribed with a small badger. "This is the Hufflepuff cup," Yala explained. ensuring Snape had memorized the details before waving her hand to dissipate the image. Gringotts deploys protective measures for significant vaults, casting fiendfire and duplication charms upon the items inside. Should you touch? Snape's eyes flickered. How can you ascertain whether this vault has protective measures activated? Yala replied with the utmost confidence. I will simply touch it to find out. In that moment, Snape could almost hear the sound of his blood pounding against his eardrums. Before his blood pressure could escalate beyond control, he seized Yala by the collar and forcefully pulled her back. There are countless methods of testing. Why do you always choose the one that poses the greatest risk to yourself? Even in the body of an adult woman, Yala was easily drawn back behind Snape. She attempted to struggle, but fearing his resolve, she could only express her discontent with a hint of exasperation, because it is the quickest way. Noting Snape's unwavering insistence against her touching anything, Yala resorted to a backup plan. She retrieved the seemingly bottomless suitcase again, rummaging through it until she produced a pair of dragonhide gloves, thrusting them toward Snape and signaling for him to wear them. Evidently, Yala had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Snape during her preparations, for she had only procured a single pair of dragonhide gloves meant to counteract the fiendfire curse. Snape hesitated to don the gloves, instead holding them and gazing at her seemingly infinite suitcase. What will you use? Yala promptly produced an iron tongs, nearly a meter in length, as if drawing a sword. Snape stared astonished, and before he could voice his inquiry, Yala preemptively explained. These are fire tongs, used for stoking the hearth. However, Kiara was more familiar with an alternative use of the large iron tongs. In her previous life, she had never encountered a fireplace. In her memories, this tool was primarily employed by sanitation workers to collect litter from the streets. Nonetheless, there was no need to share this with Snape. Let us search separately. I would appreciate it if you could examine the left side while I take the right, Kiara suggested, gesturing with the tongs. The golden cup should be placed on a relatively high shelf. Once located, I shall use this to extract it and destroy it on the spot. Snape, unaccustomed to taking orders from students, opted for silence today. He donned the dragonhide glove on his right hand, and returned the left one to Kiara. One glove suffices for me, he stated. Kiara hesitated for a moment before accepting the glove, her expression revealing reluctance. Snape glanced at her. His tone grave. The fewer injuries you sustain, the greater our chances of leaving unscathed. With that, Kiara acquiesced and donned the glove. Snape redirected his gaze toward the interior of the vault, yet he found no joy in the situation. He had acquired some insights into managing Kiara, but the more he understood the persuasive language that swayed her decisions, the more acutely aware he became of the severity of her psychological issues. Kiara was utterly indifferent to the prospect of injury. She did not believe she was worthy of protection. The only factors capable of compelling her compliance were the progress of their task and his safety. In fact, from a certain perspective, she seemed to seek to exchange self-harm for task completion, as perhaps only in doing so could she feel a sense of worth. He harbored a strong aversion to this notion of worth. Together, Snape and Kiara stood in tacit understanding, approximately half a meter away from the array of treasures within the vault. Their dark eyes surveyed entirely different directions, yet scanned the items on the shelves with quick and meticulous precision, striving to locate the golden cup in the shortest time possible. Kiara, however, was not as preoccupied with thoughts as Snape. She searched the shelves without pause, her focus intense as if she were tackling a literary examination. After about a minute and a half, she raised the tongs, the pointed end aimed at a spot near the ceiling of the vault. There. Snape followed her gaze. And after a brief moment of recognition, he indeed spotted a double-eared golden cup, roughly the size of a human palm. Its discovery signified that they had accomplished a significant portion of their task, prompting Snape to relax slightly. Kiara gauged the distance between herself and the cup, then extended her arm, raising the tongs in an attempt to reach it. The tongs, however, were not long enough, and her first attempt resulted in nothing but air. She cautiously switched the tongs to her other hand, intending to free her right hand to cast the elongation spell with her wand, but as she transitioned, the tongs swayed, inadvertently making contact with a skull position beneath the cup. With a resounding crash, a replicated skull fell to the ground, landing amidst a thick layer of galleons. This collision triggered a new round of replication, causing several more skulls to bounce into existence, while the galleons began to multiply like a fountain, increasing geometrically. Kiara's complexion turned as pale as the skulls that proliferated. Her greatest fear had indeed materialized. Snape immediately recognized the impending disaster. The galleons and skulls were rapidly overflowing, prompting him to urge Kiara, "Hurry, grab it." Kiara's palms were slick with sweat, and as she aimed her wand at the tongs to cast the elongation spell, she nearly mispronounced the incantation. With great effort, she lifted the now significantly lengthened tongs. Feeling uncertain if this attempt would succeed. She had to succeed. There was no option. If she did not extract the golden cup quickly, Snape would be engulfed by the scalding galleons. Yet, her second attempt also met with failure. While the tongs did touch the cup, the moment it was contacted, it began to replicate and split, causing Kiara to lose her grip as she attempted to close the tongs, resulting in a slip that sent them skimming off the edge of the cup. Now, the vault was inundated with a burgeoning pool of replicating cups. The transition from the first failure to the second occurred in a mere half-minute from Snape's perspective. Although the galleons gushing forth from the floor appeared alarming, the situation was not irretrievable. Snape remained relatively composed, believing that given they had already reached the cup, Kiara's third attempt had a high probability of success. Yet, the third attempt was inexplicably delayed. Snape turned to check on her. Kiara was fixated on the cup, her breathing shallow and rapid, her complexion ashen as if haunted by specters. Kiara? At the moment of realizing her second attempt had failed, she had nearly contemplated discarding the tongs and plunging herself into the seething galleons to drown. How could she have failed twice? How dared she fail twice? The demons that had driven Kiara to the brink in her previous life were not solely rooted in depression. She was tenacious. Each public failure felt like a stinging slap to her own face. To be outdone in any endeavor was a source of sleepless nights. With her waking thoughts consumed by self-reproach. How could I not even do this right? And her sleeping thoughts echoing, do I even deserve to sleep like this? In a fleeting moment, her mind filled with shadowy figures pointing and mocking her from behind. Years of mental strain soon manifested as twin psychological disorders, one named depression, the other anxiety. These two demons tugged at her, making each step forward feel insurmountable, ultimately leading her to leap into the abyss of death. Kiara was acutely aware that her roots of depression had yet to be fully eradicated. Yet in this life, her anxiety disorder had seldom manifested, at least not to the extent of disrupting her life as it did now, engulfing her in overwhelming dread, fear, and self-loathing that rendered her immobile. The deafening buzz reverberated in Kiara's ears, and for several seconds, she could not hear the external world. As waves of darkness swirled around the steadfast cup on the shelf, disorienting her senses and denying her peace, her breaths grew deeper and heavier. Instinctively she swallowed, only to find her mouth parched, devoid of anything to ease her throat. A dizzying sensation pulsed at the back of her head, and she felt as though she stood on cotton. Despite being grounded, the world could spin at any moment. Time was fleeting, perhaps only 5 or 6 seconds passed. Yet for Kiara, those moments stretched like a nightmare, reminiscent of her previous life. Kiara? The voice called out to her, using a name she had never quite grown accustomed to. Kiara. Yet she understood that she relished hearing him call her, appreciating the various tones he used, whether in praise, neutrality, or with a hint of sarcasm such as Miss Luo, or in urgent, exasperated tones Kiara. This identity, which she could easily cast aside, became precious alongside the name. For she was acutely aware that she could not expect more from Severus Snape, nor did she desire it. In her previous life, Kiara harbored a secret passion, one she deemed difficult to confess. She adored reading novels, particularly web fiction. For a student of exceptional merit, upon whom the hopes of her family, classmates, an entire year rest, indulging in online novels is undoubtedly a sin as dire as early romance. Thus Kiala has concealed this passion with great skill. In comparison to other hobbies that can ensnare one's soul, reading novels serves as a means of evading reality for her, allowing her to temporarily forget the heavy anxieties that weigh upon her, and the relentless pressure to be her best self. Within the pages of these stories, she encounters a myriad of formidable characters. The undefeated swordmaster, the reclusive hero from an isolated isle, the introspective and resilient prince, and the athlete who, despite experiencing countless failures, ultimately ascends to greatness. Of course, there are also more eccentric figures, such as the disheveled, pallid potions professor with a sharp tongue and a hawkish nose. Their strength lies in their ability to protect others, always emerging at the most opportune moments to extend a helping hand to the protagonists in dire straits. They embody the archetype of the knight in literary works, raising their swords to safeguard all that lies behind them. Yet, upon closing a novel, Kiala knows that in reality, her knight will never materialize. This was true in her past life, and it remains so in this one. Every girl dreams of being a princess saved by her knight. But Kiala, having once struggled in the depths of depression, no longer believes that anyone will come riding in on a rainbow to rescue her. Not when she first spent a sleepless night, not when she began to harm herself for a fleeting thrill, nor when she uttered her final cry for help before approaching death. She had no choice. Her pride and anxiety would not permit her to languish among thorns, waiting in perpetual dread. A girl of no noble lineage rose, drawing forth her sword. If there were to be a knight in her world, it would undoubtedly be herself. The call from Snape roused Yala from her reverie, and she suddenly realized she was no longer the lost soul who could simply succumb to despair. She still wielded her sword, and she must continue to fight, against the vault's security measures, against Horcruxes, against Voldemort, and against her inner demons. The fantasy of becoming a princess must be severed. Yala understood from the moment she first attempted to end her life that no one would come to save her, but she could become the knight who saves others. As the tongs ascended once more, Yala forced herself to clear her mind, refusing to dwell on the potential consequences of a third failure, on how base and lowly she truly was, or on how Snape might perceive her inability to even grasp a golden cup. Her trembling gaze reflected only the cup. A cup that stood between Snape and a happy ending. One that must be shattered. "I am here," she softly replied. "Do not worry, I can do this." The tongs inched closer to the cup. Yala bit her lip, striving to steady her hand as a surgeon would, though her face remained ashen. "Do not worry? Are you mistaken about something?" Yala turned slightly, taken aback. While Snape had already extended his hand, his callous palm gripping her wrist. Like a teacher guiding a student in potion stirring, Snape firmly held her hand, directing the tongs towards the golden cup on the shelf. "I remain by your side. It is not your place to comfort me, nor to shoulder the burden." Snape stood half a step behind Yala, his words whispering as though they were pressed against her ear. Meanwhile, Yala's heart was in disarray. She allowed Snape to maneuver her movements, watching him turn the third attempt into a success. The tongs securely clamped down on the cup, and as they began to retract, Yala instinctively raised her wand, uttering the shrinking spell. The cup, along with the shortening tongs, was drawn back until it finally ceased its replication. Having crossed the threshold of the Lestrange vault, "Close the vault," Snape commanded the goblin. The cup clattered to the ground as the tongs released it, and Yala, snapping back to reality, immediately pointed her wand at the Horcrux they had painstakingly retrieved. Fiery flames surged forth, but this time, the fire did not spread with the same ferocity as before. Yala adeptly controlled the intensity of the flames, and soon, a wisp of black smoke erupted from the cup, issuing a distant, vengeful wail. Objective: annihilate the Horcrux cup. Progress completed. Once the flames had fulfilled their purpose, Yala swiftly extinguished them. Snape said nothing, merely observing quietly, then inquired once Yala had disposed of the tongs with a vanishing spell, "What do you plan to do with the remnants of the cup?" "I have no preference," Yala replied, lifting her suitcase, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. "This belongs to Hufflepuff. If you deem it of sentimental value, you may take it back." Snape scoffed lightly. "What would I want with Hufflepuff's belongings?" Yala shrugged. "I have no interest in it either." Even so, she nonetheless picked up the cup with her dragonhide gloved hand, carefully wrapping it in a handkerchief before placing it in her suitcase. "You said you had no interest," Snape remarked as he settled back into the cart. Yala struggled to regain her composure, steadying her voice as she replied, "True, but I could update my will, so that after I die, it can be donated to Hogwarts, thus making a small contribution to the school." Snape, wait. What will? Chapter 24. Yala belatedly realized she might have let something slip. Snape's expression was unsettling, as if she had made an outrageous declaration, such as proclaiming herself Voldemort's daughter. "You prepared a will in advance?" Snape's tone was colder than the wooden benches in the potions classroom in December. "What, did you not intend to return alive today?" Yala's keen Snape emotion detector immediately registered his apparent anger. She opened her mouth, instinctively backtracking. "No, it's just a precaution. Of course, I want to complete the mission and return unscathed. After all, my Christmas assignment remains unfinished, and my disappearance would certainly attract Umbridge's attention." Snape's expression softened slightly. Though the reason of unfinished Christmas homework for wanting to live was rather absurd, Yala's history of bizarre antics made this seem trivial. Seeing that her attempt at reassurance was effective, Yala felt a slight sense of relief and pressed on. "The wealth under my name has accumulated to a considerable extent, and I've heard that some relatives of mine are still alive, so preparing a will is also to prevent disputes. Rest assured, my lawyer has notarized my will. After my death, my money will undoubtedly be transferred to your vault intact." Snape, upon hearing this, momentarily appeared taken aback. "My vault?" Yala blinked, confirming matter-of-factly, "Yes. Who else would it go to? After I die, all the money I earned will be yours. You can do as you please with it. Even buy Hogwarts if you wish." With Voldemort's demise and newfound wealth, how blissful Snape must feel, enjoying both personal and financial freedom. Zyara found joy even in mere imagination. However, the expression currently adorning Severus Snape's face was distinctly terrifying. She had been lost in the fanciful notion that after my demise, Snape would live a life of prosperity and happiness akin to a prince. But his murderous gaze yanked her back to the stark reality. Why did he appear utterly unpleased? The muscles of his jaw were visibly taut, bulging in anger, yet he maintained a semblance of control over his voice. Where did you acquire such wealth? Stock trading. Investing in internet companies, and I've recently delved into real estate, Zyara answered, her voice diminishing in volume due to Snape's demeanor. All my investments are in legitimate industries. Ones that won't attract scrutiny. If you remain unconvinced, I can liquidate them upon my return. Snape immediately interjected, I have no interest in your money. The blind old dragon, drawn by the sounds of their conversation, slowly turned its massive head towards them, its wings dangerously unfurling. Zyara opened her mouth to offer further reassurances, but Snape's fury was palpable, with veins pulsing at his temples as he inquired, each word heavy with weight. What do you expect me to feel? Should I joyfully welcome your demise, smiling at your corpse in gratitude for your generosity? Do you anticipate that I would push you off the carriage into the jaws of that old dragon, so it might incinerate you post-haste, fulfilling your self-destructive desires? Zyara loath, Snape's expression darkened, shrouded in a gloom that seemed insurmountable. What do you take me for? A sheen of sweat beaded on Zyara's forehead, and for the first time, she felt utterly at a loss for words. After a painfully prolonged silence, she murmured, that isn't what I meant. Yet deep down she knew that indeed it was. Amidst the boiling tempest of his anger, Snape saw through the labyrinth of her thoughts and recognized that this was merely another misunderstanding born of Zyara's skewed values. Yes, everything she did stemmed from goodwill. She wished to lighten his burdens, to bequeath him her wealth, to extract the last vestige of value from her life and present it to him, only to become flustered by his resistance and rejection. She executed her intentions with impeccable precision, avoiding conflict with nearly everyone. Yet she never anticipated that anyone would mourn her passing. In Zyara's world, she identified herself as a giver, compelling herself to be an unceasing sun, forcefully bathing him in light and warmth, inundating him with everything she deemed good. But why could she not create a modicum of value for herself? Did she possess no needs or desires? In silence, they concluded their final tasks at Gringotts. Snape manipulated the goblin, and followed it to Zyara's new treasure vault, meticulously counting the tons of gold coins she had recently acquired, and obliterating the evidence within the suitcase. Finally, Zyara modified the goblin's memory, lifting the soul-binding curse. The goblin, feeling somewhat strange yet unable to articulate why, escorted Zyara back to the main hall of Gringotts. After a brief wait, Snape emerged nonchalantly, and together, they departed the bank, one following the other. Although the fragments of the soul in the goblet had been successfully destroyed, Zyara felt no sense of accomplishment. On Christmas Eve, snow began to fall gently in London. After executing several counter-tracking measures, she finally arrived at the entrance of her apartment. She brushed off the thin layer of snow that had settled on her shoulders, dispelled the anti-burglar enchantments on the door, and wearily returned to a room devoid of warmth and light. She did not draw the curtains. The warm yellow glow from the windows across the street was laid bare before her. Zyara hesitated to turn on the lights, silently approaching the window, gazing into the darkness as she observed a family across the street toasting and laughing in the warm light. The snowflakes that had clung to her hair melted in the ambient warmth, trickling down her cheeks. The icy water cascaded past her eyes, and as she glanced at the window, the glass faintly reflected a visage she knew all too well. Zyara did not wipe away the melting snow. Instead, she stared at the reflection, watching as the droplet slipped from her eye, trailing down her cheek to the corner of her mouth. The interplay of reflections between the window and the bathroom mirror captivated her, as she gazed at the seemingly tearful Asian woman, beholding a version of herself from the past. Look at this woman in the mirror. A lifetime spent chasing success, a lifetime pursuing perfection, a lifetime striving for first place, a lifetime filled with failure, a lifetime of pleasing others, yet never managing to satisfy everyone, a lifetime of envy towards others, a lifetime contemplating how to eliminate those who obstructed her success. Is there any meaning in living this way? Behold the countenance of this woman, rife with jealousy, resentment, pride, laziness, and greed, striving relentlessly yet failing to attain her desires. It is both grotesque and pitiable. Ah, this wretched and pitiable creature is indeed me. The woman in the mirror appeared to oscillate between laughter and tears. She lacked the strength to lift the corners of her mouth, yet tears flowed unbidden. She felt no desire to gaze upon this hideous visage any longer, and switched off the bathroom light, delivering her final verdict upon herself. I am unworthy of life. The memory of her decision to end her life in her previous existence remained vivid, yet now Zyara felt no tears. The snow-like tears gradually evaporated. The once profound and viscous pain no longer surged, and self-loathing had solidified into a dark shell, tightly encasing her heart. Yara dispelled her transfiguration, and the woman in the glass morphed back into a girl with dark hair and golden eyes. She reached out to wipe away the droplet, now slightly warm from her body heat, easily dissipating it between her fingers. Yara let out a soft sigh. The present iteration of herself differed significantly from her past. Although she still instinctively chased after first place, the almost pathological obsession with success and anxiety had diminished considerably. She felt little jealousy towards others, mainly because there seemed to be no one at Hogwarts worth envying, as those around her were merely children, and she no longer held herself to the impossible standards of being the best in every aspect. Death, new objectives, and a fresh environment had ushered in unsettling changes. Yara was uncertain whether these transformations were beneficial, but she recognized that she had once again arrived at a precarious crossroads. Doubt began to creep into her mind regarding her choices. Yara was not a person who existed in a glass greenhouse. On the contrary, she was acutely sensitive to the emotional shifts of those around her. Today, after broaching the subject of her will, she noticed Snape visibly become enraged, furious indeed. Had she erred in her actions? Why did Snape resist so vehemently? If her endeavors failed to bring him joy, what significance did her life's labors hold? The apartment was not warm. Yara curled up by the window, her arms instinctively wrapping around herself, subconsciously shrinking further into herself. It was so cold. A chill and the sound of carols seeped through the window. Jingle bell, a thin layer of glass separating her from a world brimming with unbounded joy. Yala exhaled a breath of warmth, tiny wisps of vapor dissipating before her eyes like fleeting happiness. This marked her 5th peaceful Christmas Eve since her rebirth. On such a day of familial reunion, it was inevitable for Yala to reminisce about the past. Yet, with every nostalgic thought of the joy she once possessed, an overwhelming tide of guilt and remorse would inevitably ensue. It was she who had made the conscious choice to turn away and forsake everything. Why then? Should she now find herself yearning for what was lost? Her pride would not permit her to regret the decisions she had made. Like Chang'e lamenting her theft of the elixir, with a heart heavy under the azure sky, how could one truly remain unrepentant? Each pang of nostalgia felt like a dagger piercing her heart. The visage of Bogart in her dreams perpetually shifted, her mother sometimes weeping, at other times scolding, and she herself was left to wonder if her loved ones missed her as she missed them, a question she would never have the chance to resolve. Tap tap. Yala's limbs had grown stiff, yet she remained immobile at the sound of glass being struck. However, the persistence of the entity tapping seemed alive, tap tap, unyielding, as if it were a snowflake or pebble fortuitously colliding. Her instincts finally stirred, dispelling the thick, oppressive despair, compelling her to sit upright. Turning her head, she beheld a massive white fluff attempting to breach the glass barrier. An owl? Yala queried hoarsely. Who would send me something? Moreover, she had never disclosed this address. She opened the window, clutching her wand tightly. The fluffy white creature, along with the swirling snow, tumbled into her apartment, nearly colliding upon the floor. Cautiously, Yala approached the snowy owl, its fluffy plumage and somewhat dazed demeanor shaking off the snowflakes, unperturbed by her current vigilance. It flapped its wings, ready to leap upon her. No. Yala reached out to press down gently on the owl's bouncing head, while her other hand sought the letter attached to its foot. The owl nuzzled her palm like a dog, its round eyes squinting in apparent delight. The letter was thin, the paper unremarkable. Before unsealing it, Yala had no inkling of its sender. As the owl continued to nuzzle her hand, she extracted the letter with one hand, scanning its brief contents under the faint glow of a distant neighbor's light. Merry Christmas. Attached is this year's gift. It remains nameless. There was no signature. Yet Yala recognized the handwriting as if it were etched into her very soul. She clutched the letter, turning it over and over, reading it repeatedly. He had sent her a card, wished her a Merry Christmas, and bestowed a gift upon her. He was not angry, he did not harbor resentment. And he still the pure white owl tilted its head at her, then resumed its affectionate nudging against her palm, flapping its wings joyfully, its tail wriggling in exuberance, radiating delight from head to tail. Dogbird, Yala chuckled, tears streaming down her cheeks. Are you a dogbird? The snowy owl hooted, then gently pecked at her outstretched fingers, its touch barely registering as a tickle. This was his gift to her, a small life that could accompany her in this world, a creature belonging solely to her. I must buy you a cage, bird food, and perhaps some little clothes? What about leg bands? Will the apartment feel too confining? Shall I take you to the countryside estate instead? Yala's laughter grew ever brighter, her tears flooding her vision, cascading without cease. She was aware that she must appear quite comical at that moment, yet she did not care. Yala embraced the snowy owl, unfazed by the lingering chill upon its feathers, feeling as though she had clutched her sole anchor in this world. For the past 5 years, Yala had never permitted herself a source of emotional support outside of Severus. She had not allowed herself to forge genuine connections or to care for a pet, for she knew death could come at any moment, and she did not wish to leave behind more sorrow. Yet this was a gift from Severus. You resemble a Samoyed, Yala mused, gently stroking the unblemished feathers on the owl's back. May I call you Coco? Coco would not speak human language, but Coco could nuzzle her with its head. This Christmas would not be one of solitude.